The man smokes a cigarette, realizing that there really is nothing more to be done. His face is slightly crooked, which suggests that he got into a situation that was not the most pleasant. He squints his clear blue eyes at the blue system grid and swears that this time he missed a miscalculation, and all reserves are now depleted. Eyebrows frown with displeasure when a man begins to analyze the current situation. Besides, all the teammates are dead. The skin and most of the muscles have been removed from their corpses, from which the bones are visible. The spectacle is a terrifying sight, from which a faint-hearted person would lose consciousness. In addition, this time the man is in complete despair, because the difficulty of the S-class dungeon is too heavy for him alone. It was much easier to cope with this with the team, but once you can't undo what you've done, you have to act according to circumstances. The man flicks back the cigarette with a snap of his fingers and turns on the voice recording on the phone. The voice says that when Wei Chen hears these words, it will mean that the owner of this voice is no longer alive. One day Wei told him that he would fulfill any request, because the voice asks him to give him a promise that at least he would stay alive. A horde of monsters rises as if from the dead and approaches Wei. Obviously, it was because of them that the man did not want to stay in this dungeon alone. Wei turns off the recording. He apologizes because he feels a little guilty because he will not be able to fulfill this promise, although he himself said that he would fulfill any request. The man smiles and says that if they manage to meet in the afterlife, then this person can fully punish him. Wei jumps from plate to plate over the abyss and asks himself if this time his end has really come. This endless game of life turned out to be very funny. He liked it and now he can die without regret. The man swings his sword in a jump to destroy all the monsters at once with a couple of blows. Instead of just slowly dying in this place and wasting away because of it, he'd rather come off to the fullest, like the last time, and have fun from the heart. That's all he can do at last. That's how Wei Chen dies. Later, his death was detected by the computer, and as a result, the system was activated. The rebirth function is enabled. There was a binding of the system to the host. When Wei opens his eyes, he doesn't even understand what's going on the first time. Shouldn't he have died in that long and exhausting struggle with those monsters? Before Wei has time to understand what is going on at all, he sees the rule of the system. Every time the owner commits crimes, he gets death points. After accumulating a certain number of death points, the host will have a better chance of rebirth. Wei touches his hair to realize that it's still his body and his face. He even thinks that he has hallucinations due to the fact that the man used to read too many online novels. Suddenly, a message comes that in order to get more information about the system, the owner needs to unlock this function on his own. Since the rebirth system is activated for the first time, the host will be teleported to his past. Wei is waving his arms in a desire to stop all this. He just died right on the battlefield in that endless game. But, unfortunately, the system is already beginning to teleport. A man, but now rather a younger guy, turns out to be sitting at a desk in casual clothes, while a voice on the side says that someone has not answered a huge number of questions. Wei's body is still slightly highlighted by the blue color of the system. No one notices Chen's sudden appearance, as if he has always been here. His arm is still outstretched, as if he is trying to grab onto the holographic body of the system. However, the guy still attracts the attention of other students when he starts screaming. He does not pay attention to them, because he still complains that he really returned to his past, and the place in which Wei found himself is the auditorium of the university where he once studied. The teacher corrects the frame of her glasses and wonders why the student is shouting like that. Does he have any questions for her? Wei smiles nastily. Does he remember that he seems to be able to earn death points of this damn system by doing dirty tricks? This is much easier to do than it sounds. But anyway, first you need to try out the conditions of this system. Wei, without any hesitation, but with terrible fanaticism, asks what color of a bra worn by a woman. The teacher in shock opens her lips painted with bright red lipstick to ask how he dares to ask her such a thing and immediately demands that Wei get out of her classroom. Chen's face expresses such contentment that it only annoys the woman more, due to the fact that the system assigns him 10 death points. So, the system of rebirth and the return of a man to the past is still the real truth. After leaving the audience, he decides to look at the date on his phone. It turns out that today was the 13th of April, and this foreshadowed the imminent beginning of the collapse of digital data. Wei is very upset that he was abandoned during this period of time. Was it really worth rebirthing him before the very beginning? Couldn't he just let the guy rest a little? After such a death, Chen undoubtedly deserved it. On the 13th of April, at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, a strange catastrophe struck the Earth, much like a black hole. Countless people have been dragged into other people's spaces. The bodies of these poor devils suddenly began to be translated into digitized data. Those people who did become data were forced to take part in all sorts of adventures and games. These were fierce life and death battles with hordes of monsters, who, although they resembled a man in physique, but their faces were terrifying. Those who successfully complete the game will receive various rewards, ranging from precious items and high class and ending with even the most possible strength and skills. Players who failed to complete the game disappeared somewhere right in the middle of someone else's space, and no one was able to find their bodies. These games, leading people into other people's spaces, never end. They are called infinite for the reason that they never end. The old ones are replaced by new ones. It turns out a real cycle, from which there is only one way out: death. Wei loses all his fun, because now, unlike in his previous life, in which he was caught by surprise by the collapse of digital data, he now has the opportunity to be reborn, and plus, the guy got the system at his disposal. This time, he definitely wants to become stronger and definitely protect the people close to him, who, Chen knows, are destined to die. Wei's thoughts are interrupted very sharply and loudly by a girl who threw a book at him. She asks who he is talking to here, because as far as the girl understands, he does not comprehend what he did at the lecture here at all. Wei decides to act and combs his hair back to become more attractive in the eyes of a woman. He takes her by the chin, which she did not expect, and says that nevertheless. The guy thought a little and realized that in his previous life he had a lot of chances to get death points, so it's even a pity that Wei did not have this wonderful system then. The teacher asks what he is going to do. Cheeks turn red from mere assumptions, but she still does not decide to say this out loud. Wei interrupts all her thoughts and kisses her. However, this does not last long. He almost immediately pushes the woman away, from which the teacher falls to the floor and thanks her for the treats. The system gives the host 30 points. The teacher points her finger at him and wants to know why Chen did it. Wei doesn't give her a definite answer, as if he doesn't know himself, but says he just wanted to have fun because his game has already started. Chen walks up to the table of one of his classmates and looks at him carefully. If his memory serves him right, then this is one of those mutated. There are several poor devils like him in this class. The man, on the contrary, is angry at such strange words and asks in a rude form what he is talking about. Whether he wants to believe it or not, Wei is clearly asking for all his bones to be broken. Chen does not pay attention to what has been said and looks at the small mark on the neck in the shape of a skull, a sure sign of mutation in the future after the collapse. The student is already grabbing Wei by the collar of his shirt to break the bones, as promised, when Chen hits him with something heavy right on the head. He doesn't care that there are so many people around who are watching him. Students jump up from their seats. There is a lot of blood around, which confirms the fact that Chen has gone mad, since he dared to kill a person right in the audience. The teacher, who managed to get up from the floor, calls the authorities to report that there was a violent incident at the university. She begs the dispatcher to send someone here as soon as possible. It turns out that Chen hit the guy's head with some kind of broken stick. He does not regret what he has done. These people who wear the sign of mutation must be eliminated before they turn into monsters. This is the very beginning when a random part of humanity turns into zombies. He wouldn't let that happen again. The monsters were several meters taller than humans, and those who didn't have any abilities didn't have a chance against those zombies. The students are whispering among themselves, looking at Wei. One is very perplexed why he did this, and the second says that she heard that Chen was dumped by a girl and immediately went to another guy. That's why he went crazy. She asks if she thinks this version is true, despite the fact that the girls tried to speak in a whisper, but Wei still heard them and remembers that he almost forgot about it. Relatively recently, he was actually abandoned by a girl. Now an ex, of course. Her name is Kim Hyun. She was also in this audience and was sitting on her new boyfriend's lap. They both looked at Wei as if they considered him to be the lowest stratum of society. Chen approaches the couple, who has thrown his improvised bat over his shoulder for more threat. He asks Lu Zhu if it's okay for him to hug someone else's girlfriend at all. Zhu grabs Kin's hand, as if she is afraid that a rival for her heart will now take her by force, and reminds her that she is no longer Wei's girlfriend. Tom had to come to terms with the fact that Kin had abandoned him for a long time. The loser should know his place. Hyun twists her painted lips, but it turns out that Chen was not talking about himself at all, but about the vice head of the basketball club, the president of the student council, who is also the head of an internet cafe. Wei asks Kin how many boyfriends she has at the moment. He even expresses concerns about the fact that she herself has lost count for a long time and cannot count them. Hyun points an accusatory finger at him and asks how he dares to insult her honor and innocence in such a way. Wei beckons her with his finger and offers to show her beloved boyfriend a report on how many times the girl's room in the hotel was visited by other guys. From Ju's look, it is clear that he is starting to believe more in Wei than Hyun. The next second, Lu throws her off his lap, while Kin tries to justify himself and wonders why her lover does not believe her. However, Ju has already completely lost confidence in her and declares that what Chen said makes sense. Now he really wants to check the records of how many times other people have entered Hyun's room. The system praises the host and awards 40 points. The total number of points leaves 100. This is enough to activate the possibility of rebirth after the owner's death. After Wei is reborn, he will receive a certain reward, so let him treat his death with all courage. Chen exhales discontentedly. Apparently, the more a person begins to hate himself or someone close to him, the more death points and thereby other rewards he receives. Like a mad savage, Wei shouts that the girl has fallen for his trick. At this time, she admits that yes, she shared her bed with other men. But this is not a reason for Chen to kill her. Ju is also frightened by the sudden change in his behavior and asks what the hell he is doing. Wei pushes the couple aside and stabs the carotid artery of the girl sitting behind them with his stake. She doesn't even have time to squeak before all the blood flows out of her throat. He leaves the stick stuck in her neck. The eyes turn black when the life disappears from them, and the skin turns very gray. Wei, despite his strange behavior, apologizes with sincere regret. If Chen did not do this, more people would have died than one, so far, innocent person. He looks around the classroom, which does not dare to move under the gaze of his blue eyes. As far as he remembers, there should be at least 3 more mutated ones in the office. There is only one left, but who is he? The only way to find them is a small label that is not so easy to see. A girl in a suit enters the office, who is interested in who called the police. As soon as she sees 2 corpses at once, she stops in a stupor and asks what happened here at all, because she cannot logically connect the picture in front of her. The teacher reports that a guy named Wei Chen suddenly went crazy and killed 2 students at once. The woman asks her to hurry up and detain such an outrageously dangerous criminal. Wei himself approaches the girl, addressing her by the name of Qin Xin. She tensely puts her hand on the gun hidden in the holster. She points the gun at Chen's head and asks who he is and how he knows her name. Qin warns that it will only be said once. Her fingers had almost pulled the trigger. Wei, noticing this, raises his hands in front of him and remembers that he is in his past, because right now this girl does not know who he is. Chen is comforted by the fact that at least Qin isn't dead, which is pretty damn good for him. Wei is bothering her with something, and Qin, as if she didn't want it, shoots at the guy, although she only has time to say that otherwise she will attack him. The bullet turns out to be right in the middle of Wei's forehead, causing him to be very surprised. He did not expect this from an old girlfriend from a previous life. Xin is horrified that she killed a man. She settles on the floor and tries to calm herself down in a panic. She repeats to herself like a mantra that now is not the time to blame herself. It was only Wei's fault, because if the girl hadn't shot him, this maniac would have hurt more people. However, Ju suddenly screams that Wei is disappearing, which was absolutely abnormal for a person. The system, invisible to everyone, reports that the revival was successful. As a reward for the first rebirth, the host receives a beginner's kit. This set includes a primary nano ring containing 1 cubic meter of inanimate matter. Further, the technique for beginners and 3 pills of a small continuation of life were obtained. Wei is grinning rather, he really revived after he was killed, and besides, he got a lot of good things that can be used later when the dungeons open. While Chen is enjoying the fact that his body is practically immortal, Qin is very tense from what he sees and asks why this is happening. She continues to hold the gun in front of her, ready to shoot a second time if anything happens, as if this will help kill Wei. Chen approaches the confused girl and grabs her hand with a gun, pulling her aside. Xin keeps shouting that she just shot him, and therefore he should be dead. Wei pulls her to him, grabbing her buttock. This must surprise Qin almost as much as the fact that one person in front of others committed 2 murders at once. The guy declares that she is still as impulsive as before, but it is for such traits that Wei loves her. Xin, completely discouraged by the stranger's impudence, warns that such behavior will be taken as an attack on a police officer. The screen in the classroom turns on abruptly. A silhouette gradually appears on the screen, but the voice is heard before its owner is visible. The voice greets and calls itself a penguin. He announces that the long-awaited game Digital Data Crash is about to begin. If there are lovers of countless deaths, corpses, murders, and broken limbs, Then let them enjoy what will happen in the future. Finally, the penguin appears completely on the screen. For the entourage, he wears a hat and a red butterfly around his neck. The bird flaps its wing and reports that their first game is likely to eliminate at least 70% of all humanity. Only the strongest will remain alive. Lifting the top with delight already with both wings, the penguin warns that if people do not intend to die and want to survive, then let them try to survive with all their might. This is the only condition for survival. Students begin to whisper that this TV is broken. Wei swears, is this really the beginning of the end? Well, there can be no mistakes. This moment is exactly the same as it was in his previous life. At that time, there was also this smelly penguin, who did not cause good feelings at all. Suddenly, one girl grabs her head. The pupils disappear from her eyes. The skin loses its normal shade. The guys around her are looking at her excitedly. Wei is really scared. It's a complete disaster, so he found the mutated one that Chen missed. He orders everyone to stay away from her, because now she is mutating, and then it will not be good for everyone. The student sends the advisor far away, because the mutated girl is actually his girlfriend. This same girl gets up to him from behind and bites at the place where the neck connects with the shoulder. There is no reason in her eyes anymore. There are several shots and both in the head. The monster leans on his arms and legs, standing in the inside-out bridge pose. The girl's tongue becomes long, like a lizard's, her teeth sharper, like a shark's. Wei, who fired the shots, looks nervously at the zombie. He did not die from a shot to the head, which means she is not an ordinary mutant. With the strength with which Chen was reborn, he could not cope with the monster. When he realizes that the people around him are just dumbfounded with horror instead of running away from here as fast as they can, Wei turns to them and shouts that this is not a dream and not an illusion at all. He declares that if they want to live, then let them get out of here as soon as possible. Wei returns the borrowed gun to Qin and promises that in this life, with the knowledge from the past, he will be many times better. Xin cannot be afraid of anything next to him. Before finally leaving to deal with the monsters, Chen grabs the girl's hand for the last time, and then wraps his hands around her buttocks to understand that they are as soft and elastic as before. It's so cool that it's physically hard for him to leave now. Qin, who had previously kept silent, explodes with rage after such a dubious compliment, and drives the impudent man far away with her cry if he does not want to run into a beating from her. Wei, however, has only one exclamation to skip away from the enraged passion. Chen throws a notebook on the monster's face, blocking the ability to see, and shouts that here he is, a lively and tasty person. Let him go and take it if the guts are not thin. He sits on the windowsill of a closed window and beckons the zombie with his finger, affectionately, like a beloved girl, calling her a baby. The monster is being led to a stupid provocation, although it is impossible to say at all whether the zombie understood at least part of the words spoken. Stretching its arms forward to grab the guy with its long claws, it runs straight at him. When only a few millimeters remain to Wei, and the monster could already eat a fresh person, he steps aside, and once the person falls out of the window, making a surprised sound instead of any words that he was not capable of now. Chen is glad that he managed to dodge this toothy mouth so easily and not become someone's dinner. The system awards as many as 500 points for killing an opponent. This is not kissing or pawing girls. A serious game for life and death has gone on here. Wei nods contentedly. He was given so much experience, which means that the mutant was definitely not an ordinary individual that could be killed with a pistol. Qin is still in the classroom when Wei climbs back inside the classroom. She is so focused on thinking about why a stranger is so calm, being in this situation, that she does not notice how a new monster is running at her from behind. Wei is behind Xin with incredible speed and hits the opponent in the face with his fist. Just an incredibly colossal force for an ordinary person. Chen sends him back where he came from. The mutant falls on his back, completely disoriented, but definitely not dead. Wei takes Qin by the hand and runs out of the classroom with her, ordering her to stop being so surprised and go with me if life is precious, because judging by the way the monster's eyes lit up, he won't be lying face down for long. Chaos reigns outside the doors of the auditorium. Mutants attack people who do not have any skills or firearms with them to fight them off, and die like flies. Someone is trying to escape, but this does not give a great chance that, once on the street, a person will be able to survive. The system gives the task not to die within 72 hours. Difficult task. The reward for completing it will be 2,000 experience points. Those who have not yet been bitten by monsters, Wei orders to follow him if they do not want to say goodbye to life like this. Among those who followed him is a teacher, Ju and Huan. Qin, who continues to be dragged somewhere, wonders why such strange things began to happen. A couple of minutes ago, the only thing that was really an unsolvable problem was that for some reason the stranger did not die after the shot. And now you need to think about how not to die yourself. The walls of the building at some point begin to collapse from what a bacchanal it was. As the teacher might have noticed, some students have already managed to fail. She didn't understand why she subconsciously followed the man who committed the murder in front of her. But now he inspires confidence and reliability like no one else. Even the police were not capable of such a thing. A woman runs up to a student whose legs are crushed by huge stones and pulls her by the hand in an attempt to pull her out. The elder promises that she will immediately help the girl choose from an ambush. Wei, realizing how hopeless the student's situation is, shouts to the teacher that they can't save her anymore, so they should leave her here and leave this place as soon as possible. Despite the fact that she herself may die from her kindness to others, the teacher does not dare to leave the poor thing in trouble. Because she is a teacher, how can she afford to leave her students in a difficult situation at all? She continues to pull the girl by the hand, but she has too little strength to pull the body out from under such a blockage. Wei, though unhappy, takes the student by the hand and declares that he does not know what to do with this woman. But nevertheless he is going to help her and pull her out together. The girl moans in pain and between moans asks the teacher to save her. When the student is finally pulled out of there, she falls on the woman's chest by inertia, and they both fall to the floor. The older one smiles timidly. They still manage to get her out. However, here she notices something strange that is not served by any laws of nature. The entire lower part of the student, starting from the waist, is completely absent. How was this even possible? The girl, who had been lying with her eyes closed before, abruptly opens them, and the picture finally develops. The skin has become almost completely gray, and red lines of capillaries have appeared on the whites, clearly saying that she is no longer saved by a person. She presses the woman to the shelf and bites her breast. The teacher screams in pain, trying to push the attacker away, but it was useless. She did not possess special powers to resist the monster, but they were owned by Wei. He grabs the monster by the hair, as if wanting to scalp him, and slams his face into the floor, leaving a juicy dent. The teacher does not get up after the bite. She closes her eyes, whispering about how much more she needs, and her head leans to the side, unable to hold herself in an even position on her own anymore. When it becomes clear that the teacher is about to die, the system gives the host a side task to save the teacher, the reward for which will be 100 points. Wei, frowning, looks at the woman's body. Does the system have side tasks as well? But the eldest has already been bitten by a zombie. Does she have any chance of salvation? Does the system want the impossible from him? A bite for a woman is an unconditional sentence of death. It will be incredibly difficult to practically pull her out of the next world. Well, the reward was also worthy for such a difficult task. Chen stretches out his grasping hands to her, believing that he can do anything, and she should not even say a word to him, because Wei will save her from death. Wei hugs his chest from the side and looks at the bite. Since the system gave him a side task, he will have to work hard for the reward and save the poor thing. Fortunately, everything is not as bad as it seemed at first glance. The bite is shallow and not a lot of poison got into the teacher's body, so a pill of a small prolongation of life, which has medicinal properties and temporarily neutralizes the effect of the poison, should help. Wei puts a pill between the lips of an unconscious woman. First, the guy needs to use a small life extension pill to slow down the spread of the poison, and only then do everything else. Wei folds his lips into bows in order to suck the poison out of the teacher's wound. He asks not to blame her for being rude when she wakes up. Qin, watching this picture from the front row, blushes and stands up, frankly wondering how Chen can do this in the current situation. Xin reminds them that they don't really have much time to do this kind of shameless stuff. Wei, wiping the blood from his lips, asks the girl to stop thinking about it in that very concept, because he just helped the woman suck out the poison. The guy did not conceal any other malicious intentions in himself. Chen approaches her and informs her that although he did not cure the teacher, he at least bought her some time so that the poison would not spread through her body so quickly. Wei picks up the woman in his arms and carries her to the exit, while Qin spreads his hands to the side and worries that in this case, when Chen sucked the poison with his mouth, he may be infected with a virus. The guy replies that the zombie virus infects people only through wounds. Even if the poison gets into the stomach, it still won't be a big problem, since Wei won't get infected, provided there are no wounds, ulcers or scratches in the mouth. Qin goes behind his back and asks who he really is. The first adrenaline has gone and now you can think sensibly with your head. How does Wei know so much about human mutation? He responds with such a wide smile that his cheeks must have hurt. He promises that when the time comes, he will definitely tell about everything, and now their only task is to get out of here and find a safe place. Wei brings everyone to the stadium building. He declares that they are all very lucky, because if he had not killed 2 mutated in advance, only a third of them would have been able to escape from that trap. At the same time, he connected the teacher, and she was barely thinking intelligently. She made sounds as if she was an unintelligent child. Her skin was gray, but otherwise she was still human. Chen dusts off his hands as he finishes with the ropes on her body and turns to the others. Zhu asks the question that torments everyone here. How does the guy know so much about mutants, and why he was the only one not surprised when the penguin appeared? In addition, for what reason did these zombies appear at all, and why a virtual text appears in front of Zhu's eyes, invisible to others? Others support him. What kind of task are they given? The next person asks about what are experience points. Did they get into some kind of video game? The chubby guy lifts his finger up and says that he knows what experience points the student is talking about. He has read a lot of online novels on the topic of virtual reality, so when they destroy monsters and complete a task, they become very strong. Simple logic, until you find yourself in such a situation in the real world. Wei advises the fat man to refrain from such outrageous thoughts, although it's really very similar to what is described in online virtual reality novels. But it's not as easy as it sounds. Zhu points a finger at him and asks him to stop pretending that he knows everything, so let him tell everything he knows right now. Chen, ignoring the rude attitude, replies that it really looks like an ordinary computer game. But in these games the player can be resurrected, and right now people only have one life. Now, mortals are nothing more than an ordinary group of chickens who have not received any skills or items, so they have no combat effectiveness either. People in such conditions are able to drag out only a miserable existence until the zombies are watching them. The system awards 40 points, the total score is 200, which means that the possibility of rebirth is activated. The student who Chen dared to answer with such rude words swings his fist at him, because he has been boxing for the past few years, because now he will show the impudent one who is a real chicken here. An ordinary person was a simple opponent for Wei. He grabs him by the forearm and throws him over his shoulder right on the floor. The whole spirit of the enemy was knocked out by such a move. Chen snaps his knuckles and says Zhu is handsome but useless. With his excellent boxing skills, he can only impress stupid women with chicken brains, and if he finds himself alone with a mutant, then he will be dead. Inside, Wei rejoices that even though he has returned to level 0, his fighting skills and reflexes have been preserved from his previous life. Hyun discontentedly bends his thin brow and crosses his arms over his chest. This asshole dared to say that he has chicken brains. And how did he manage to become so strong anyway? At the time he was dating her, the guy was nothing more than an ordinary coward and a rag. Wei informs Officer Kin that he is now going to go to the restroom to help the teacher get rid of the remnants of the poison that still remained in her body. He asks her to guard the entrance to the recreation room from the outside and in no case let anyone interfere with his work. Zin, who knew what he was capable of, still replies that he will fulfill the assignment. However, it wasn't that she herself was happy with her consent. It was more than strange that Zin subconsciously agreed to help this arrogant man. Zhu tries to get up from the floor and claims that Wei guessed about it and therefore asked him not to disturb him. It is possible, after all, that something very valuable is hiding in the recreation room, since he remains alone in it. The guy offers to go there, but he does not have time to finish and even more so to go after him, as Kin pulls out a pistol from his holster and puts it to his forehead. She apologizes, but still can't let him in, because they are already in a difficult situation. It is at such moments that they should trust Wei. He saved them once, so it is unlikely that he will suddenly want to frame everyone. In the break room, Chen puts the teacher on the floor and saddles her knees. With her teeth, she bites through one of the coils of rope that held her back, and Wei can see that her fangs have not fully grown yet, so she still has a little time before she completely becomes a zombie. He takes off his t-shirt and announces that in order to save the teacher's life, they will have to do not the most pleasant things. But not that the guy is very upset. Wei uses The Legacy of the Dead, a very specific book that contains a training technique. It is useful because it has great efficiency and power, but it cannot be improved by conventional and habitual methods. The effect of the book is that with each level increase, the practitioner gets a new skill. The method of improvement is that it is impossible for the owner to improve himself. In addition, when a practitioner suffers from pain, he can get experience points from it. The stronger the degree of pain, the more experience the owner will get. Chen removes all the ropes from the woman, and to put it in a nutshell, this is a training technique that can be improved through masochism. He throws his arms out to the sides and allows the teacher to enjoy him from the bottom of her heart. The woman seizes the opportunity to harm him and wraps her hand around his neck, as if in a desire to strangle Wei. People outside feel extremely uncomfortable when they hear extremely ambiguous sounds on the other side of the door. Kin's face contorts while she's still pointing the gun at Ju's forehead. What the hell is going on inside there? Wei screams in pain, while the system gives him experience. The teacher sticks to his shoulder, which only makes the guy wince more from the pain. If Chen doesn't get promoted soon, he will turn into a zombie. That's not how he wanted to end up in his new life, of course. Besides, he didn't want to waste his only chance to be reborn at all. The woman continued to drink blood, and even it is impossible to say from her that she is getting better. Her eyes are completely reddened, and her teeth have almost completely become sharp. Finally, when it becomes unbearable to endure, Wei gets a promotion. The legacy of the dead has risen to the first level. This gives a special skill, blood kinship. As soon as a drop of Chen's renewed blood gets into a woman's mouth, her skin takes on a normal shade. The teacher gives up the ghost and falls to the floor. Of course, she sucked the blood out of his body, and her zombie poison invaded Wei now. It turns out she got the antidote, while he only got worse from such help. Chen hardly says that he spent a lot of effort to neutralize the poison in her body, and now he needs to rest very well. He informs that now the teacher should be fine. The guy did everything he could. The system notifies too late that taking the blood of a carrier of blood kinship can lead to very unpredictable consequences, that it should be used with extreme caution. This immediately affects the behavior of the teacher, who says that what Wei gave her is not enough for her. The guy tries to stop her. He has absolutely no strength left after such help. The thin hands of the teacher reach for the belt of Chen's jeans and despite his weak attempts, unzips it. After some time, Wei receives a reward for completing a side task, which is to save the teacher. 100 points are credited to the guy's account. He himself is sitting in the corner of the room, facing the wall, and was in terrible stress. There are hardly clouds hanging over his head from how sad he is. Zhu outside reports that a whole hour has already passed. During this time, Wei had to remove the poison from the teacher's body. They can only guess what is going on in the recreation room. Maybe there was a secret exit there, and Chen guessed about it and already managed to escape. All this hour, Qin did not take her gun off him and was tired. But she did not dare to go against Wei's words, although she herself had been wondering for quite a long time what this guy was doing there. Due to excessive emotions, people around her will soon get out of her control, and who only knows how everything will end up. Suddenly, Zhu comes across an iron beam under his arm, which he immediately grabs and points at Qin, defending himself from her. He invites students to break into the recreation room, because a soft-bodied girl working as a policeman will not dare to shoot at them. Apparently, they forgot that there was no shot at Wei in the university auditorium, but he was just lucky to be practically immortal. Suddenly, the audience is attracted by a sound from the door. Someone is breaking into the building from the outside, despite the fact that the doors were propped up with found chairs and desks. Hyun hugs his shoulders and says with fear that there should be no zombies on the street. She realizes that she is severely mistaken when physical education teacher Semyon invades the stadium with dumbbells in his hands, who is offended by the worker for pouring him too little vodka. He really likes to eat raw eggs and consume protein. The monster also appreciates the time when his students walk in their sports shorts. Behind him was a whole small army of zombies that were 2 or 3 times smaller than this physical teacher, who had a huge amount of muscles. The zombie licks his tongue and orders the students to quickly put on sports shorts and then go to class. The physical teacher rushes to Qin, who is standing closest to him. She shoots at him, but not only does the bullet not harm, it also turned out to be the last one. She no longer has clips. Someone else is already knocking the seeds off their feet. Finally, it turns out to be Wei, who undoubtedly flaunts in front of Qin in a beautiful pose from the movies. He apologizes for making the girl wait too long. Xin first smiles at him. She really turns out to be glad to see this guy, and then notices that it makes Qin blush and get terribly angry. She closes her eyes and tries to calm down. Chen rushed out of the restroom without even bothering to put on a t-shirt, and there were clearly speaking scratches on the guy's back. The girl shouts at him and asks what it is and what they were doing in the break room. Wei opens his mouth in amazement, apparently really forgetting that he can be exposed so easily. Qin turns away from him, and Chen tries to justify himself by saying that this is a common phenomenon for the process of getting rid of poison and even dares to suggest doing the same when Xin herself is bitten. The system then grants him 40 death points. These two completely forget about the fact that a whole horde of small monsters that hunt for students has visited the stadium. To stop the appearance of new monsters, Chen takes the officer's gun in a brazen manner, saying that he will borrow it for a while, because there is an emergency situation now. Qin doesn't even have time to be outraged when her weapon is taken away from her. Xin asks to wait, there are no more bullets in this gun, and she does not have clips. However, Wei knows Xin better than anyone, and pulls a spare clip out of her bra. He just remembered that the officer always preferred to keep it here. For such an outburst, the system awards him 50 points. Wei inserts the clip into the pistol while too late Qin covers his chest with his hands, blushing with indignation. She looks after him, wondering how he knows so much about her. The girl didn't tell anyone about such things, much less some crazy stranger. At this time, a physical education teacher rises from the floor, who immediately gives orders to start pumping the press with repetitions, and then lie on his back and lift the body. Contrary to the behavior of his relatives, Semyon retains the intelligence of the mind. Hyun goes into a heart-rending scream and calls for help. Now she would not mind taking it even from Wei, just not to die. The physical teacher tears the t-shirt of a girl who is obviously too weak to resist the monster. She calls Lu Zhu for help, as if his boxing can help cope with such a zombie. However, the guy is so cowardly that he can only ask her for forgiveness and run away in tears. Qin is on her knees and reaches out to him to help her. The physical teacher unceremoniously grabs the girl by the chest. This mockery is interrupted by Wei, who puts a pistol in the gym teacher's huge mouth and, mockingly calling Semyon a kid, suggests using it. Hyun did not expect at all that this particular person would come to her aid. The system informs that to get 800 experience points, you need to reach the second level. Wei had previously draped the shirt over his shoulders so that there would not be too many questions from the others, but he did not fasten it, since there were no traces on the front. He looks contentedly at the defeated physical teacher and rejoices that raising the level will improve his physical form. Obviously, the highest priority goal at the moment is to raise the level as soon as possible. For killing one such thug, Wei gets 300 experience points, and the room here is filled with smaller fry. Even if you don't get so many points from them, he still rushes after them. Like a true professional, Chen, even almost despite his goals, shoots zombies with accurate shots to the head and gets 400 experience points for killing 3 at once. When Wei finishes, he finally gets another 50 death points. The guy didn't even sweat from such an easy job for him, while the others were sweating from how fast they ran and how scared they were. Chen, like the cool guys in the movies, blows smoke off the gun, announcing that the show is over. There are corpses lying around him for more entourage, with blood flowing from their heads. People have different reactions to Wei's outright showing off. Ju is now vomiting from the amount of scarlet liquid. Huan, of course, admits that Chen is a brave, handsome man unlike her boyfriend, but she really wants to hit him. The third student admires that the guy moves like lightning. A little book appears above the body of one of the corpses, surrounded by a golden glow. Even Wei can't guess what it is. The guy takes this book. Do skill books really fall out of these mobs? Quite unexpectedly, because they were not the most difficult opponents. The book was a reward for an accurate headshot. The effect it gives is that a shot to the head causes critical damage to the opponent, but to other parts of the body is normal. Chen even gets upset. This skill, unfortunately, is completely useless for him. Therefore, out of the kindness of his heart, he gives the talent to Officer Qin. The guy asks her to click confirm to get this item into her arsenal. Xin looks at him in surprise when Wei places the book on her head. The system gives a new side task, save classmates. The reward will be 30 death points for each saved student. Wei rubs the back of his head. It looks like he has again received a not very pleasant task. In that case, they need to go somewhere and find a small amount of supplies. Now it's in his best interest to help these guys stay alive. Qin turns the book this way and that, and then gently presses it to his chest when Chen asks everyone to listen to him. He says that right now he will go in search of food and water, and while he is away, they will have to somehow strengthen the gate. Wei says there shouldn't be any monsters left in the area that would be able to break through the doors. Suddenly, Zhu approaches him from behind, timidly giving voice. Chen is surprised to think that he has some objections, which is strange. He has just killed a dozen monsters right in front of his eyes, and he is still dissatisfied with something. Contrary to expectations, the guy does not say anything offensive, but on the contrary praises their savior. He did not expect at all that his classmate would actually be so strong. Zhu asks not to take to heart what he once did or said to him in the past. Wei puts his hand on Tom's shoulder, perfectly understanding his intent. Ju adapts to the current situation and fawns over him. If Chen didn't need those 30 points for saving him, he would have thrown him straight to the zombies to be torn to pieces with his own hands. Before leaving them, Wei reminds that the teacher has not yet moved away from his personal treatment, so no one should bother her. Chen asks them not to make any loud noises and start strengthening the gates, while he goes to find supplies for them. The guy promises to come back as soon as possible. A woman's hand blocks his hand and declares that she wants to go with Wei. Qin throws her arms out to the sides, blocking his path, and says that since she is a policeman, her main duty is to protect people, because she simply cannot let him go alone on such a dangerous path. Wei gently hugs her, as if she was the most important person in his life, and says that the policewoman's sister said the same thing as last time. In a previous life, Xin also blocked his path, only she was dressed in different clothes, which indicated that they were still in a slightly different situation. Chen says with almost certainty that she must have fallen in love with him. The system granted 40 death points for such bold behavior. This pushes Qin away from him. This guy is looking for his own death. Whether he wants it or not, she will shoot him in the head instead of a zombie. Wei gravely asks her to do just that, unless, of course, she is not afraid to attract the attention of zombies with her loud shots. Qin strikes the truth of his words completely without desire. When they leave, Ju tries to make amends to his girlfriend and in his defense says that last time he did not react a little as he should, so let him forgive his sinner. Lu thinks that Hyun must be very scared and stretches out her arms so that she can hug her and feel sorry for her. But Hyun is not going to tolerate this and savorily hits his already ex-boyfriend on the cheek. The blow was so strong and unexpected for him that saliva flies out of Ju's mouth. The girl covers her unworthy appearance with one hand and pokes her finger at Ju, declaring that from now on everything is over between them. Hyun would be a complete fool if she stayed with him after that. Zombies scurried outside the stadium in search of victims. The couple passes by a zombie that was devoured by some poor guy, who was sitting peacefully on a bench before. Qin grabs his companion's shirt with his hand, as if not letting him go any further. Chen wonders if his brave girlfriend, who was so eager to go with him, was scared. But they didn't even meet half of the opponents. A girl with a stutter tries to justify herself, and then just asks why Wei himself is not afraid. Everything that is happening looks almost like a horror movie, only now everything is real. Chen doesn't really calm her down, saying that this is just the beginning of their nightmare. All the most terrible things are still ahead of them, and it would be better for Xin to be ready for them. But despite such terrible words, the guy gently takes her hand and kisses Qin's palm. In this life, he would definitely protect her with all his might. In the zombie dining room, where everything happens almost as usual as in a human one, a monster man in an office shirt and even in a tie asks the cook to give him something delicious. The woman serves him a perfectly normal meal, and the client smiles. As soon as the cook sees this kind smile, she throws what she has typed in his face. As a result, the monster leaves with sadness on his face and tears flowing profusely from his eyes. At this time, Qin and Wei were crawling under one of the tables in the dining room. Chen cunningly made it so that he crawled behind the girl and now he had the best view of all her charms. It is unclear how she only allowed this. To prolong this pleasure, Wei says they have to move slowly so that the monsters don't notice them. Qin does not even suspect that she is being scrutinized very carefully. At some point, Chen decides that looking at him is not enough, so he crawls closer to his partner and grabs her buttock and squeezes it several times. Xin freezes in shock, and the system grants 50 death points for this. Qin's ringing voice, when she screams asking what he is doing, attracts the attention of monsters sitting nearby. A passing zombie with a tray stops and listens, but hears nothing else. Wei shuts Xin up and grumbles that her scream almost brought them both to the grave. The monster continues to walk on, and Qin mumbles into the palm of the guy to let her go. The girl looks at him indignantly and starts swearing. What reaction did the partner expect from her at all when he suddenly started touching her there? Chen explains that he is just trying to train her ability to adapt to situations and at the same time develop patience. Apparently, Qin is still too gentle, so these unscheduled training sessions will continue. The girl decides to treat him as unpleasant as he treats her, because she puts a gun to his chin, stating that the skin on his chin seems to itch too much. In that case, she will be happy to help him. Although Wei cannot die from this, they have already checked. He still gets covered in cold sweat and says that he was wrong, thereby offering a kind of apology. Since it was impossible to get food in the dining room without being noticed by the monster, the couple goes to the university supermarket. Wei hopes that there should be no monsters in this place. Qin turns his head around and asks how there is a supermarket here at all. While Chen takes a bottle of water, he says that this is a supermarket that is located inside the dining room, so they will try to take everything they can carry and immediately leave this place. Kin grabs a strawberry red cake from the shelf and asks to look at this beauty. It looks extremely attractive. Before the girl has time to finally decide to take this cake to the stadium, Wei gently takes her away from him and declares that they will not take sweets, because they need things that can be easily carried and stored. Xin reaches for the cake when Wei raises it above his head, not wanting to give away such a yummy. Wei advises her to go and get more mineral water and dry rations. This will be enough for a long time and they won't have to go outside too often. The girl puts her hands on Tom's shoulders when her partner hides the cake from her behind her back. Kin's face darkens with rage and indignation. She is going to take the cake away from the impudent man by any means. Wei demands that she stop shaking him. He won't give the cake anyway, no matter how much his girlfriend asks. Suddenly, the sweet drops from the shaking, and part of it ends up between the girl's breasts. She takes off her jacket to the elbows so as not to dirty it, too. The little strawberry accidentally turns out to be in Kin's bra, who immediately swears at it. It's so slimy and so disgusting. She wants to go to the shower as soon as possible to wash off. Wei, in his brazen manner, takes this strawberry directly from her breasts and then puts it in her mouth. This is a special weakness, since it has been on her skin. Kin swings one hand to hit him, and the other tries to cover up so that the guy no longer dares to treat her like that. She demands not to eat this berry, but Wei expectedly does not listen to her screams. Now Chen walks between the shelves with a woman's palm print on his face. He almost managed to forget that this girl is a huge lover of sweets, and if she found something delicious, she is ready to kill for it. Xin is looking for Supaki with a disgruntled face. Wei has angered her too much with such an outburst. The strange smell attracts the girl's attention. A fragrant smell comes from behind the door and it cannot be said that it was unpleasant, since Kin did not wince in the first seconds. She goes to this door and lowers the handle down to get inside. Xin hesitantly goes inside, holding a gun at the ready. Going somewhere alone, without Wei's strong shoulder, is somehow scary. He inspired a sense of trust. As Kin might have noticed, there is indeed a utility kitchen for cooks at the back of the supermarket. Fortunately, it turned out to be empty, because it would be extremely unpleasant if there were any monsters or people who, like her and Wei, were hunting for supplies. Xin goes to the pot, from which this smell came, strongly resembling the aroma of meat. But even though the smell was really similar, but she had never felt anything like it. Kin lifts the lid to see what's cooking when Wei comes into the kitchen. When she sees what her friend is going to do, she shouts for her to stop, but it was too late. Kin managed to look under the lid. What she sees is so amazing that she falls on her back and hits her elbows painfully. There is something floating in the saucepan that resembles a human body. While Kin is sitting on the floor in horror, and Wei is thinking about how to help her, they both do not notice that a third extra appears in the room. A heavy silhouette attacking with a long chain as if it were a whip. Chen turns around to see his opponent, a bald monster in a butcher's apron, who, in addition to the chain, holds a kitchen carving knife in his hand. Since the animals killed after being infected with a zombie virus cannot satisfy his desires, he came here for human flesh, which drives the monster into madness. Wei rushes to the girl so that she is not nailed with a heavy chain. The guy jumps right at her, and they both fall to the floor, and the carbine flies over their bodies without hitting them. Even at such a moment, Chen finds time to touch his girlfriend's breasts and say the dubious compliment that fortunately Kin had airbags. Xin orders to get up from her immediately. While Wei was enjoying the charms of the girl, they both do not notice that the monster swung his chain again and this time got to the goal. The guy's ankle was captured. When Wei is dragged across the floor to be thrown into the wall, he realizes how unlucky he is. The zombie aimlessly throws Chen into a vat of brew that was recently opened by Kin. There was boiling water in the pot, which is enough to kill Wei, and he is absolutely not happy that he can die like this. The zombie closes his lunch with a lid and presses down with his hands so that he certainly does not get out. The monster turns the fire to full, forcing its victim to boil in boiling water. Kin bursts into tears when the butcher announces that dinner is ready. She covers her mouth with her palm, not understanding how this can be. Why did her partner die saving her? But suddenly someone's hand falls on Xin's shoulder and it doesn't take long to figure out who exactly is standing behind her back. The system deducts 200 death points from the score. She also reports that the rebirth was successful and awards some rewards for it, taming corpses, with which Chen can now control corpses or undead through physical contact. Wei's body is still not fully formed when he tells Kin not to shed tears ahead of time. When she sees him, she asks the obvious. The friend has been resurrected again, just like that time in class. Chen rushes into battle, on the move, promising the girl to explain everything a little later, because his primary task is to tame this monster, and in this he will need Qin's help. He asks his girlfriend to attract the butcher's attention. The system warns that when using the skill taming corpses, the estimated time of use will be 30 seconds. Qin looks confused as Chen deftly dodges the monster's chain and asks how she can attract the enemy's attention at all, if Wei himself copes with this task perfectly. The guy asks her to drop the shyness and come up with any way, as long as it is effective. He wraps his arms around the big guy's neck and says that he knows perfectly well what Xin is capable of, because she is so smart. In real life, Chen wouldn't believe that she couldn't handle such a simple task. Wei jumps into the air, continuing to hold on to the opponent's neck, and prepares to strike again. Xin thinks about it. In the information that appears when any monster is detected, he says that the butcher really likes human flesh. An idea appears in the girl's head. Since there is nothing else to do, Qin spreads his shirt on his chest and timidly tells the monster that there is fresh human flesh here. That is, what the butcher so ardently desired. Both opponents are frozen by the fact that they clearly like what they see, but for different reasons. A moment's hesitation, and now Semyon is already rushing towards the girl to get fresh human flesh. Wei tightens his hands on the monster's neck, trying to block his access to oxygen. He does it badly. With small steps, the butcher approaches Xin, who is still standing with bare breasts. She has nowhere to retreat. There is a wall behind Qin. Suddenly, the girl feels like someone is giving her a flick. Qin opens his eyes, which had been squeezed shut from fear, and watches the contented Wei, who is leaning against the monster's carcass, mockingly saying that she apparently cannot look at him. The girlfriend admires in amazement that the guy really took control of the opponent. How could it be otherwise? The system rewards the host with 1,000 experience points and increases the skill level to the 3rd level. To demonstrate his abilities, Chen snaps his fingers and asks the monster to bring some kidney to the officer. The butcher breaks into a wide, happy smile from the fact that he is happy to go and complete the task of the owner. Xin is grimacing, but she definitely didn't want to get a kidney as a gift. It was too disgusting even for a policeman. Wei steps aside and squats down to draw a circle on the floor with a stick. Qin decides to remind him that the guy never told her anything. She asks him to finally tell her what is going on. Why can a partner resurrect, and how can he control this zombie at all? Wei's eyes almost pop out of their sockets when he turns around and sees his girlfriend, who is still just covering her bare breasts with 2 hands. Blood spurts from his nose and promises to tell her everything. But first Chen hands her a jacket and asks her to get dressed first. He even turns away from her to at least try to pretend that Chen is a decent person. Qin adjusts his t-shirt and puts his jacket back on. She justifies herself by saying that she did it in order to save a friend, and not for the sake of satisfying her some strange hobbies. When Xin finishes, she again demands to tell what secret Wei's body contains. The guy is almost happy to explain that. To put it simply, right now they are in the game. As for his knowledge, he was just lucky because he had played similar games before. As for resurrections and the ability to use zombies, it's because of the rewards that he is given for completing tasks. Xin still doesn't really understand how it works, but decides to think about it later. First, you need to take all the supplies to the stadium. Wei asks her not to worry about it, they'll just hitch a ride. From the cart, Chen makes something similar to a sled pulled by a zombie, like a dog in a harness. He hangs 2 bags of supplies on a beam in front of him so that he does not lose them when moving, and sends the monster forward. He holds a knife in his hands, in case he has to fight with his own relatives. Qin clasps his hands around the guy's waist and shouts that such a movement is too dangerous. Using a monster as a horse shows that Chen is definitely looking for death. But unlike him, Xin cannot be reborn. Along the way, Wei knocks down several people and makes seeing that he does not notice it. But Qin also sees the system perfectly, which grants the owner 50 death points. The girl is indignant, where this jerk is only looking. And the partner turns around and says that Li Lai in any case do not die in vain, so she can stop worrying. Chen asks her not to worry, now they will change the route, and judging by his face, it will only get more interesting. At least for the guy himself. In a matter of minutes they get to the stadium, and on its threshold they begin to say goodbye to their subordinate. Wei thanks the monster for his help, removing bags of groceries from the cart and saying that without him they would have spent much more time on the road. The zombie hands the knife to the owner and tries to say in simple words that he wants to give it to Wei. He takes the knife with honors, and the system reports that this cold weapon causes a physical level of 10% more, because the butcher values this knife very much, with which he has butchered a lot of human flesh. Of course, Wei is not particularly happy about this news, but he promises that he will fight with a knife and remember zombies. The butcher goes home, and Chen waves at his back and asks him not to forget to eat in order to maintain his large form, while trying to switch to a special zombie diet that allows people to eat less. Qin begins to get annoyed by these snotty goodbyes, and she pulls a friend by the shirt into the stadium building. Speaking of how disgusting he is. Inside, Chen distributes supplies to the students, counting on the fact that these food and water should be enough for everyone to hold out until the end of the game and not go outside anymore. This brings too much risk. Wei harshly declares that everyone will get only their own share, and if someone is not honest, then let them not blame the guy for cruelty. The guy hands Zhu a portion of quickly brewed noodles with chopsticks already lying inside and offers Lu to take it to Huan. Zhu takes a bowl of noodles from him, but hurries to take it to his ex-girlfriend and confides that he broke up with Huan because they realized that they were completely different people who did not understand each other. The girl at that time was sitting in some dark corner, trying to hide her not very decent appearance, and whispered that she would rather die of hunger than go with a bashful face asking them for food. She pulled up her legs and hugged them with her arms in a desire to hide from everyone. But suddenly someone comes up to her and puts a bottle of water in front of Huan, saying that now is not the time to be ashamed of anything, because their main task at the moment is to survive. Qin looks in amazement at Wei, who gave her a helping hand. The girl reminds him that she was so unfair to him in the past, but for some reason Chen is not angry at her at all. The guy shrugs his shoulders and replies that he does not hold any grudge against the ex. She can relax. Besides, he has more important people than Huan. Blue immediately comes to mind, who was talking to someone on the sidelines and, despite the situation, had fun with the guys from the heart. Huan thoughtfully looks after the ex-boyfriend, pondering his words. He clearly wasn't like that before, strong, trustworthy, and shameless. Chen returns to Xin, who immediately began to scold Wei for running away somewhere again. Is he shirking work again, and decided to blame everything on her. The guy puts his hand in his pocket, and the other one scratches the back of his head, awkwardly laughing at her words. Wei mocks her for being a controlling officer, and makes an oral report specially for her, says that he just went to the toilet. Xin turns away from him and covers his eyes so as not to see his cheeky face. However, the girl's cheeks turn red from his inappropriate jokes. Huan scowls angrily at the couple and declares that he does not believe that Wei suddenly has more important people. He definitely had to have some feelings for Huan. The girl is sure of it. When it was time to go to bed, Wei put his jacket under his head and settled down next to Xin. At night, he wakes up from the fact that the girl absolutely mercilessly hits Chen in the face in his sleep, and since he woke up, he decides to go to the toilet, but before that he gently removes Qin's hand to the side. After washing up in the boys' room, Wei looks up and sees in the reflection of the mirror Huan, who is standing only in her underwear, and was clearly not here by chance. It was impossible to confuse the ladies' room with the men's room even when she was asleep. When the guy turns to her, Qin puts her hand behind her back and unbuttons her bra. Chen steps back when the ex-girlfriend starts approaching him. The guy's back touches the mirror and he asks what she is doing here. Wei looks strangely scared, an unusual reaction for him at the sight of a half-naked girl. Huan circles his chin with her fingertips and languidly asks if the guy thinks she is beautiful. She presses Wei to the mirror, not giving him a chance to escape from this captivity. Chen says that in the past he really went out of his way to get them to start dating, so if Huan wasn't beautiful, then the guy wouldn't even try to get Qin so hard. He looks nervously at how the girl's palm is crawling along his neck in a desire to please. Huan admits that in fact she really loves him, but it so happened that Wei used to be so sloppy, and she always liked strong men. At that time, Chen did not fit that description in any way. She wraps her arms around Wei's neck, squeezing him in her arms. Huan whispers in his ear that now the ex has become so strong, and now she does not mind returning their relationship. Although she doesn't say it, but Qin's actions clearly say it. Wei is not particularly pleased with this behavior. This girl paid attention to him only when she realized the danger of the situation in which they were now. The insidious Qin wants to get his favor so that later he can protect her from everyone, both from the attacks of students and from the attacks of monsters. He grabs Huan's hand and pushes her against the wall, saying that since it comes to that, Chen will not stand on ceremony with her. Wei ties her with some kind of cloth to the boiler pipe. Qin no longer looks so confident. She clearly did not expect that her ex would be so rude to her and therefore asks to be more gentle. Chen grins and promises to do as Hyun wants, and then tears off a piece of tape to seal the former's mouth. For this, the system awards him 30 death points. He dusts his hands off contentedly and says that while she will be here, then let her entertain herself somehow. Wei gives not the most confident promise that tomorrow he will try to get up early and, if he does not forget, he will release her. However, if by a lucky chance Chen forgets that Hyun is locked up here, then he will only hope for his own strength. Kin indignantly mumbles from under the tape. She is absolutely not tired of this state of affairs. Wei leans towards her and gently grabs her chin when she turns away, refusing to look into her eyes. Chen asks that she thinks he doesn't appreciate his handsome teacher, an attractive policewoman. Does the ex expect to be preferable to him than those two? The system awards 40 more death points. Tears of indignation come to Kin's eyes, but she still can't say anything and can only mumble. Wei asks why she is so afraid to stay here alone. There are no zombies in the building, and they cannot enter here in any way. The teacher bursts into the room, being in her underwear. She quickly pounces on the student, and he can only get fucked up by the current situation. She tries to knock him to the floor, and upon close contact, Chen sees that despite the fact that his blood prevented the woman from turning into a zombie, her brain is apparently still affected by the zombie virus. The teacher still manages to knock the guy off his feet. Chen could take control of her with the taming of corpses skill, but the opponent's strength is so great that he will not be able to suppress her anyway. The teacher opens her mouth, full of sharp, not at all human, teeth to cling to the student's skin. Wei winces in pain, starting to assume that drinking his blood is addictive. It turns out. The guy hopes that he will be able to subdue the woman and control her body before she sucks all the blood out of Wei. She, like a leech, sticks to the guy's skin, and he almost gives up the last breath. It seemed that only a few drops remained in Chen's body before complete death. Wei's level rises to the 4th level, and the number of points per 1,000 points for taming the teacher, plus 50 death points fall on the account. The next day begins with Sin stretching sweetly and talking quite about how well she slept last night. Even though her bed was the floor, the girl was incredibly comfortable. At this time, Wei looks like he is about to become a walking corpse and weakly waves his partner with his hand. The teacher is sleeping on his lap. Xin gets tense from this picture and snatches the gun from the holster, suspecting Wei that he has become a zombie. Chen immediately jumps up from the floor and stretches out his hand in front of him, trying to stop the girl a little. While he asks her to stop aiming at a person and allow him to recover a little, Wei tries to put himself in order, combs his hair with a comb to at least try to look human. The guy sits down again at the woman's head, continuing to preen. Kin looks at the elder in confusion and asks what is going on with her at all. The system informs Xin that Aoyangzai has a semi-zombie race, and the skills are sharp claws and a fragrant devourer. Chen, with a gloomy look, pats her on the head, saying that she is still too aggressive for the rest of society. However, Chen rather says that at the moment he can control her with the help of a tamer, and her body has also become stronger because of the virus. So Zai can be a good helper for all of them if there is a sudden danger. Wei looks through the system catalog with clothes. The teacher's last outfit was worn out and became unusable, so he decides to use the earned death points to find a suitable image for her. The guy chooses a rather open outfit that hides little. The clothes have their own name Ghost, which increases the wearer's dexterity by 5%. As Xin can read from the information window, this military suit consists of a special skin. It is not only light, but also gives the wearer agility, and is also very seductive. And this is exactly the reason why Chen chooses it. He really likes the attributes of this outfit. Xin puts his hands on his hips and discontentedly calls him a pervert. Zai is surprised to see a new attribute on his body. It is in this outfit that Aoyang goes out to the students. They can't even believe that it's their teacher. See, the woman in front of them is too strong to be her. Guys even drool from the corners of their lips. Wei shows the others an iron bat and informs them that although teacher Zai was infected with a zombie virus, but with his special treatment she returned to normal, and her physique has significantly strengthened. The guy throws this stick in the air and gives the woman a command. Zai pushes off the ground and jumps high up when he hears the order to go and break this pipe. The woman's eyes light up with a murderous fire. She will fulfill the master's order at any cost. The woman grabs the pipe with her teeth and squeezes it hard, as if wanting to bite it in half. And holding the pipe in her teeth, she brings it to the owner, and if she had a tail, then she probably wagged it lovingly. Wei stands in a stupor, not understanding why the hell she brought the pipe back. The rest of the students are delighted. Wei slaps his hand across his face when some guy is happy that he really taught their teacher Zai to be his faithful dog, so let him continue in the same spirit. Chen is not at all thrilled with her behavior. He ordered to break the pipe and not bring it in his teeth like a stick for a toy. Hyun appears in the room, who curls her lips in displeasure, covering her breasts with her hands. She was still in one bra. It was clearly unpleasant for her to listen to the guys call C a goddess and admire her depraved game. Suddenly, a student shouts that things are going badly for them. There are a lot of zombies gathered outside the stadium. These words instantly make the playful atmosphere around dissipate. Chen looks out the window and realizes that everything is true. There is a crowd of hungry monsters on the street looking for a victim. Zin says they are apparently not going to attack the stadium. But then the question remains, why did they gather at the stadium gates in this case? Why, as a professional, replies that although by nature monsters do not have consciousness, however, they are actually controlled by this game, so most likely it becomes unsafe to be in the stadium. Chen stands in front of a group of frightened students and says that soon all these zombies will attack the stadium, because the game needs development. He asks the others to report that the space outside the stadium gates is teeming with these monsters. Zhu hopefully says that the classmate is so wonderful and amazing that he will be able to protect them from zombies and scare them when they attack. Chen is in no hurry to show off his strength and spreads his arms to the sides. Yes, he is strong and even very strong, but you can't even rely on his own strength all the time, because even he is unlikely to be able to resist such a huge crowd of monsters. Therefore, Wei hopes that all people will join him to fight against zombies shoulder to shoulder. None of the guys feel the same surge of determination. Chen must remember that they are mere mortals, unlike him, and if the creatures bite them, they will turn into zombies who, like the rest, crave human flesh. Another thinks that Chen must be joking with them. Their strength is definitely not enough to defeat all those monsters outside, since Wei himself cannot defeat them. The guy does not listen to their babbling and holds out a vessel with a red liquid, saying that it is an inhibitor that he uses to treat a zombie virus in the teacher's body. If a zombie bites them and they take the medicine in time, I won't become those vile monsters. In addition, Wei promises to start teaching them some simple effective techniques against low-ranking zombies. Having learned to apply these skills, they will absolutely stay alive. Kin looks suspiciously at this scene from the side and thinks that as far as she knows, the liquid in her friend's hands is not some kind of inhibitor at all, but Wei's own blood. If so, it's no wonder he looked so pale in the morning, like a toadstool. It was all too much, because he took too much of his own blood to keep them all alive. However, Chen does not show that he feels bad or not pleased. He sneers mockingly and takes the students on weakly, showing them the middle finger. The system grants the host 70 death points for such taunts. Wei agrees that he will not force them to take part in the battle if the guys shout "I'm not a man" 3 times. Otherwise, he will drag them into the attack forcibly. The others shout that he is taking too much on himself, stating that Chen has gone too far in this matter. How dare he even call them cowards? Wei, in turn, asks if a man would hide behind another person's back and beg him to protect him. What then will they do when there is no person behind whose back it will be possible to hide, and then they will face real danger? However, a daredevil appears who declares that he is ready to fight against these monsters. He was the one who claimed to have played a lot of online games and therefore knew a lot about what was happening now. The guy almost says with hatred that he does not want rotten corpses to look down on him. He would rather die in battle than die as a coward. The rest are inspired by the fact that big guy Xiao Pong actually dared to go to battle. No one here wants to be considered a coward, since even Pon dared to take such a step. The bespectacled student corrects the frame and says that since Pon had the courage to go into battle, he will also go and become afraid of smelly monsters. The head of the class says that due to the high position he holds, he must take the initiative. The guys are more and more determined to fight, and now with one voice they are asking to take him to battle. Xin opens her eyes at such an influx, not that it upsets her, but is Wei so smart that he used the method of reverse psychology to inspire all these students to give all the zombies the last fight. She hadn't expected this from him. Only Zhu suddenly raises his hand to the top and says 3 times that he is not a man. That is, he fulfills the conditions set by Wei and can now officially not take part in battles. Chen nods and says that he understands him perfectly and says that everything is fine. Men should protect Zhu and the other girls, although of the 3 girls who are here, 2 will fight on a par with the guys. Of course, Lu is offended by such a statement, but he doesn't say anything, so that God forbid they don't send him to fight. Chen smugly straightens his shirt and says that those who have dignity can follow him. Students with determined faces stand behind him. Wei looks around at his comrades and asks if all of them have received weapons. Most of them are standing with elongated knives in their hands. As far as Chen can see, none of the subordinates are going to retreat, so he can rely on them. There is a lot of time left, 47 hours and 20 minutes. The weapons that the players received are called standard machetes, which give the effect of very light damage in battle, so that only 1 or 2 zombies with low zombies can defeat the weapon at a time. The owner cannot count on more. They were also not very expensive, only 5 points. The guys are looking at a machete and wondering where there are such dangerous objects in the university stadium. Another says that thanks to his father, he is well versed in cold weapons, so he can immediately say that this is a terribly poor quality machete. Wei throws his hands to the side with tears in his eyes and, although he does not tell them, explains at least to himself that this is the cheapest weapon he could only find in the system store. He spent 200 points on these machetes, and they still dare to complain about him. However, in full view of everyone, Chen famously throws a machete on his back and reminds them that they do not have much time to train, so they will have to learn only some of the simplest techniques, but as Wei said earlier, even with such they will be able to cope with monsters. First of all, Chen decides to teach the students 13 techniques of Ningfeng. According to the information window of the system, according to legend, these techniques were created by the sword god Ningfeng. Although the techniques are simple and easy to learn, if you practice hard, the power of the techniques can be enormous. The guy says that they don't have to, of course, teach them all. It will be enough for them to know 3 or 4 of them. Thanks to these techniques, dealing with low-ranking zombies will not be a serious problem. In addition, the guys will quickly learn them, so you can be sure that they will cope with all the monsters. The student brandishes a machete and says that thanks to his father, he knows some basics, so he hopes his training will go very smoothly. Han is sitting on the floor, trying to catch his breath, and whines that he is already so tired. Although they have just started, asking to let him rest a little, the guy is not used to such loads at all, judging by his fat mass. Wei, looking at them, almost grabs his head and realizes that he seems to be demanding too much from these guys. On normal school days they skip physical education classes. They don't have any tone, and Chen also requires them to learn fighting techniques. Chen observes how awkwardly they handle a machete and comes to the conclusion that it's too difficult for the guys. They look like babies who picked up a weapon for the first time. The only difference is that their age is greater. A gloved hand slaps Wei's shoulder, drawing his attention. Xin notices that apparently he teaches the guys the art of fencing and asks in this case to teach her. She squeezes the muscles on her arm between 2 fingers, proving that the girl's physical form is many times better than that of all these students. There is some truth in this. Qin worked as a police officer and could be much more useful in battle than all of Wei's classmates combined. Wei doesn't really understand why she does this. She is the only one among them who knows how to handle firearms. But for some reason Qin wants to fight zombies in close combat, which in his opinion was not for her at all. Xin shrugs and puts her hands on her hips, explaining that she has no other choice. She has run out of ammunition. She has nothing to reload the gun with. They obviously won't find a random armory nearby, and no one was going to go out into the street, which was teeming with monsters. Qin asks what he is going to do with the lack of ammunition, if he is clearly not going to teach his girlfriend how to control cold weapons and thereby send him into close combat. Chen asks with anticipation not to worry about this and abruptly opens the hem of his shirt, showing that literally every pocket, even his collar, is filled with clips for the girl's pistol. He prepared all this especially for his girlfriend, and now he has 0 points on his account. He took cheap machetes only for the reason that there was enough for supplies for Xin. By their number, we can say that there will be enough ammunition until the end of the game. The girl looks at all this wealth in shock and asks who found so much ammunition. Or maybe she's sleeping now and only dreaming. Well, then this is a very pleasant dream, because Qin does not know how to take ammunition from the air like Chen. This solved a lot of the girl's problems. Wei says that she doesn't need to know where the guy got all this from. If there is ammunition, then they are there, so what difference does it make in principle? With these words, Chen shoves a clip between her breasts into her secret place, which only he knew about, and Qin at first can't even move from what a brazen partner he is. The guy spent only 50 points on cartridges, since 1 point costs 10 rounds of ammunition, so 500 clips should be enough for an officer. With all his might, Xin hits the impudent man in the face and leaves a juicy palm mark on his face. She asks where he dares to stick his insolent hands. The system rewards the guy for his behavior with death points, so what did he do to himself? Even despite this behavior of a friend, Qin is grateful to him. She takes a gun and loads it, saying that with such a quantity of ammunition, she can practice shooting for herself. The girl immediately gets into the right position to use the gun again. But Wei suddenly finds himself behind her and presses himself from behind to properly direct the officer's hands. He says that she holds the weapon incorrectly because in this position it will be very difficult to hit the target. Contrary to his usual behavior, Chen seriously asks to listen to him and shows how to hold the gun and aim correctly. In this life, he didn't have time to do this, so it's clear that this skill remained with him from the past. However, the serious atmosphere quickly dissipates as soon as Qin turns his head to him, and Wei himself lets go of his eyes a little to look at his girlfriend's chest. Not that this was his original goal, it was just the way the circumstances were. In the end, the earth would collapse if Chen missed the opportunity to enjoy his partner's breasts. Xin, quickly noticing what he is actually doing, hits him on the Adam's apple with his fist and asks if Chen is going to collect his obscene things again. And the guy immediately apologizes, admitting that he was wrong, although everyone knows that the next time an opportunity presents itself, Wei will not miss it. The system credits him with this trick and gives him 60 death points. Suddenly, the student calls Wei back to them, reminding them that he promised to teach them fighting techniques, but left them at the first opportunity and ran away to his girlfriend. Chen, delighted that his teaching abilities were appreciated, runs to them at full speed and says that he will definitely teach him the next combat techniques on the list. Qin silently looks at his back, calling him a really strange person, but she admits that his help was valuable. There were 4 hours and 3 minutes left before the zombie attack would happen. The monsters have already gotten very close to the stadium gates, starting to suspect that someone is inside. Judging by their appearance, they weren't too dangerous, but it would be a miracle if the students inside the building could handle them. Over the past 43 hours that the students have been training, Chen notes that they have begun to move much better, and Wei cannot but be pleased with himself. He has trained these guys very well. Now they must be able to cope with the upcoming battle, which will not be merciful to anyone. Time is running out faster than expected. The system reports that a wave of monsters is approaching, which proves the broken gate. Chairs and desks with which they force the doors are flying in different directions. Chen says that they have finally come. Now it will be possible to show all their skills. A zombie in glasses and a suit runs into the room, who immediately announces publicly that these students are excluded from the university. It is immediately clear that he is from the teaching staff of the educational institution, and he was not the most pleasant person during his lifetime. In addition to him, a dozen more zombies break in, hungry for human flesh. A thin zombie with sparse hair on the sides turned out to be not just some teacher, but the director of the university himself, who, according to information from the system, gets heavenly pleasure from trampling on the self-esteem of his students. The guys are swearing. It really sucks that their director is from some kind of pit, since just from the sight of him, the students' legs begin to involuntarily shake. Wei frowns, according to his memories from his past life. Unfortunately, the director has always been rude and harsh because the guys are still afraid of him, so the situation is slightly complicated. It would be much easier if there was someone unfamiliar among their opponents. Chen turns to them and asks them not to be afraid of the monster. The director has turned into a zombie, so by killing him, the guys will be able to overcome their fear. The students still look somewhat insecure after the rude attitude of the director. They are now not sure that they will cope with him dead, although the same tongue. One of them remembers that this is the same bastard who constantly disgraced him in front of everyone, even in front of his parents, and did not suffer from the pangs of conscience at all. He still had an injury after those rude words of his. The guy rushes at the director with a sword in his hands, at the director with a desire to avenge the humiliations he has lived. Wei shouts to be careful. He is not sure that a fight can be brought out on hatred alone, since the man was not a zombie with a low rank, which the mosque is designed for. Chen is right. The monster turns around before the weapon slashes across his skin, and then a gray hand grabs the boy by the shoulder and throws him into the wall, growling angrily at him. The student, although he does not release the mosque, however, leaves a dent in the wall and almost loses consciousness from such a collision. Blood flies from his lips. How can the director be so strong at all? In normal times, physically he was hardly able to overcome even the average high school students, but because of his position in the educational institution, no one would risk a man with fists. The monster exudes an aura of contempt for everyone around him, and all sorts of insults come out of his mouth. Han rubs his temples in a circular motion when he hears them called worthless assholes, and complains that he is going to be sick from the amount of insults that fly out of the director's mouth. The zombie screams that the student is just trash whose place is in the landfill. When he was still a man, he allowed himself to poke his finger into the chest of students and pour insults on them. The guys remember everything that he told them, and now they grab their heads. Bursting into tears, they start thinking again that they have no meaning for life. Teacher Aoyang decides to deal with him. She runs at the man, but he only has time to look at the woman before getting punched in the face. The director's glasses are cracking. Zai covers his students with his hands and declares that he will not allow him to talk to them like that. Wei runs to her and asks if the teacher has regained consciousness. She shrinks and becomes sad in front of her eyes, as if she is tormented by the pangs of conscience. The next second, she tries to cover her almost bare chest and pull the hem of the too short ghost suit, indignantly wondering why she is so vulgarly dressed and what the hell is going on here at all. The director wraps his hands around his head and turns it 180 degrees, returning it to its original place. If he had been an ordinary person, he would have died in the same second from a woman's blow. He hisses that Zai is really resisting him. Apparently, this has not happened before, since the monster remembers this thing even after its infection with a zombie virus. The director swings his fist in response, but Zai, instead of carrying out a new attack, as last time, shrinks from fear and asks not to hit her. Now, instead of an unkillable assistant, Wei got a terrified woman, unable to resist zombies. Chen defends her, stands between the principal and the teacher and pierces the zombie's arm with a sword. While no one sees, his face loses all the confidence that the guy showed for the cheerfulness of the team. On the first wave they turned out to be a C-class zombie, so relying on their current strength, they simply will not be able to cope with the director. He, moreover, presses morally, which only weakens the students more. Restraining the director, Chen manages to turn his head towards Zai in an instant, and informs her that the woman's body has strengthened and become stronger after his treatment. Now she has to fight with them, and not just stand aside. Aoyang's powers are many times superior to the abilities of some guys here. But the teacher is not in a hurry to execute Wei's order as quickly as last time. She does not even understand what kind of battle he is talking about, because she does not have an elementary idea of what techniques should be used in close combat with monsters. Yes, she hardly ever converged with people in battle. Chen begins to panic slowly. Although the woman has regained consciousness, she has thereby lost her innate ability to fight, as he noticed. This does not bode well, because only now one person at the stadium is able to somehow restrain the director, and this person is Wei himself, who understands that he cannot cope alone. Suddenly, a bullet pierces the director's head. Qin is happy that he got exactly into his head. At least she managed to catch up with some skills thanks to the fast course from Wei. However, the monster turns out to be not so easy. Instead of falling dead from a direct hit to the head, it seems to only become more furious and again swings its hand at Wei, who is trying to cover Zai with himself. He squeezes the woman tightly in his arms and falls down with her on the PL. He has only a few seconds to realize and analyze the situation. The director turned out to be too strong, because even a direct bullet hit in the head did not kill him, but only angered him more. He urgently needs to put the teacher in a semi-zombie state so that they have at least some chance of winning. Otherwise they will all be overtaken by death. Chen turns to the teacher and instead of giving her a bunch of vulgar compliments as usual, says that she is a busty, brainless, and lonely woman. The system awards 60 points to Smerit for such rude words. Zai's face is distorted with anger, and she attacks Wei, demanding to repeat what he said. Chen, although a little nervous from such a sudden change, however, thanks to mental stimulation, her body began to turn into a zombie, which means that he achieved what he wanted. The system awards 70 death points. The woman did not consider herself old at all. Despite her middle-aged age, she really likes to watch anime and wear cartoon underwear, but it so happened that at her age she is not married or in any relationship at all. On every Valentine's Day, she closed herself in her house and secretly watched romance novels, although she pretended that she wanted to burn each of the heroes of these series. While they were figuring things out, the director had already managed to pull the sword out of his hand and look fiercely at the opponents. As soon as a couple notice the movement of the opponent, all the aggression of the teacher switches to the director. She, like a ninja, kicks him in the chest. Wei shouts words of support. But Zai, instead of rejoicing that she put the monster on the shoulder blades with one blow, turns to the too happy Wei and kicks him in the groin, and he immediately asks her for forgiveness for pushing her into an old sore and bringing painful memories. Hiding behind a mosque, Chen suggests that the teacher first finish with that asshole, and then settle accounts with him. The system awards the host 30 death points. Qin does not interfere in their dispute, but fully supports Zai. Her anger is fully justified because she is a girl. If someone else had been in Chen's place, the woman would still have been angry. Ouyang and Wei deal with the director, one with the help of 13 techniques of Ningfeng. The second uses sharp claws on his hands. Chen knows that as long as he continues to fight side by side with the teacher, they will have no problems destroying the enemy. But the director is not going to give up like this. He calls his army, half consisting of students, and gives the order to attack them. Chen swears he has completely forgotten that this old jerk has assistants. Why his own classmates are now in too bad a state of mind and therefore can no longer fight. Why decides to try the old proven method of reverse psychology and calls his classmates a bunch of characterless jerks who just because of a few words have gone limp like that. Even the teacher, despite the harsh words he himself said, constantly fights with the director and does not complain. However, contrary to expectations, students only fall into greater despair and begin to moan from the fact that they are garbage who does not deserve to live, but must die. Then Chen resorts to another method to surely inspire the guys to fight and presses his palms together in front of his chest. Spreading her palms apart, black women's underpants appear between them. Wei announces that these panties belong to Aoyang, and they will go to the one who kills the most zombies. The woman tries to pull down the dress below, as if she has just discovered the absence of underwear. The guys are now inspired to fight and are ready to go into battle without armor. The system awards 40 points. Wei, like a flag, raises her underwear above herself and listens to how classmates are going to rush into battle for the sake of teacher Aoyang's panties and fight to the last drop of blood. They fight small monsters like real professionals. Qin shoots a zombie and between shots manages to turn in Wei's direction to ask if the boys in his class have always been such perverted idiots. Wei asks his classmates to pay attention to themselves and add more strength by being active, because Officer Qin will also give his underwear to the winner. Xin shouts at him not to even think about it. The system rewards the host with 40 death points again. Wei is frankly pleased with himself. Now he can completely devote himself to the battle with the main opponent. The teacher knocks the headmaster's chin with her knee, almost knocking his head off his shoulders. Chen finally uses one of Ningfeng's 13 techniques, the Howling Blades technique, and rushes into the attack. Chen cuts the director into pieces, and then immediately gets 2,000 experience points to raise his level to the 6th level. Wei announces that the game is now over. The monster's body bursts as if from an explosion, but the guy doesn't even turn around to look at him. He just rubs his neck, as if he is very tired, and announces that he has finally completed his work. Chen looks at the middle finger of his hand, where a holographic ring appears, or at least something similar to it. The moss gradually began to disappear into the air. Wei has completed the task of surviving for 72 hours, and is rewarded with 2,000 experience points. There are corpses of zombies everywhere on the stadium floor, which, fortunately, will never get up again. The level of each of the players rises to the 4th level, which makes you feel much stronger. Han's level reaches the 3rd, and he is struggling to catch his breath. He has already managed to come to terms with the fact that they will all die here. Suddenly a penguin appears, congratulating everyone on passing and applauding with his wings. The bird shows a comparative table and reports that compared to other specimens of the same groups as them, the survival rates of this particular one are just incredibly high. However, the penguin immediately rejects that there is no need to get conceited ahead of time, because this is just the beginning of the game. Some guy decides to kill a penguin and then fry it in soy sauce and jumps on it to attack. The student's hand passes through the penguin's body without causing any harm. The bird spreads its wings to the sides and informs that compared to humans, that being is of a higher dimension. So if the guy wants to continue dragging out his miserable existence, then let him try to survive in the next task, which will begin soon after. In the meantime, let them enjoy their time while they can feel safe. The penguin asks with a smile to make every effort to please him, because he is the most ordinary creature, and not some kind of demon after all. After the penguin disappears, the guy still doesn't give up and tries to grab the bird to find out what happened to his sister and what the outside world looks like now. It's too dangerous for them to leave the stadium. Only the strongest and smartest, like Wei, can afford it. Chen grabs him by the shoulder and demands that he stop being so impulsive. He informs that there is no point in opposing the penguin now, but these words only cause great aggression in the guy, and he grabs Wei by the collar of his shirt, asking why he knows so much about this game and what goal the student is pursuing. The others pick up on their teammates' doubts and whisper, speculating how Chen knows so much about this game. Is he really plotting some kind of conspiracy against them? Wei breaks into a grin, not looking upset at being suspected of such things. Chen says that their new world is full of things that right now none of them except him can understand. The game they found themselves in is no exception. He grabs the hand of a guy trying to get information from him and admits that in fact, Chen has been through a similar situation for a long time. If it wasn't for him, most of them would have already become mindless monsters, and the students decided to thank their savior in this way. They accuse him of conspiracy, although all this time he was just trying to get them out of this ass. The guys really look a little ashamed. Someone even bursts into tears. The culprit of the scandal apologizes to Wei, saying that he was too impulsive and justifies that his family was to blame for such a temper. He is very worried about his sister, because he is in the dark about what happened to her life. Chen shakes the non-existent dirt off his shirt and says that he will be honest with the guys. Most likely, their families, relatives, and friends were not as lucky as they were. Right now, they have most likely become part of a huge zombie herd or have risen out of desperation. Even for this, the system awards him death points. The student pokes his finger at him and rudely asks if he is taking too much on himself, so loudly declaring such a thing. Wei is not discouraged. Right now the main goal is to survive, and this game, although very dangerous, is full of countless possibilities. Everyone just needs to stay alive and get stronger with each challenge. Chen seriously says that maybe they will be able to find a way to return and save the native guys. If they believe him, then he must do everything possible to ensure that all people live together in safety. Tin smiles warmly while looking at him. When Chen is so serious, he is really quite handsome and even begins to like her more and more. However, Wei immediately dispels the atmosphere created around his words, and with a crazy smile says that he almost forgot about the prize he promised for killing zombies. Zai's face is distorted. She twists Wei and presses him to the floor with her feet. Chen quickly begins to apologize for his behavior, but it was already too late. The system awards 50 death points. Xin slaps her hand across her face and takes back her words that she managed to say about this guy. He's really a perverted jerk. The officer can't say more about him. The system informs that since the mission is completed successfully, the area they are currently in temporarily becomes a safe zone. Wei is quite considering the area where there are no monsters now and it is safe to walk. The system asks the guy to plan the construction strategy with all reasonableness, because the person with the highest level who is in the security zone will automatically be appointed manager of the security zone. That person was Wei. Xin crosses his arms over his chest and asks what the safe zone is and what it means. She thought that after completing the mission, they were automatically in the safe zone. Chen instructively objects with his finger and informs that this is not the case at all, because even today most of the areas of their world are dangerous zones. Only a few areas can become safe zones, the peculiarity of which is that dangerous creatures cannot break into them even with a large desirable or with a large number. This will not help in any case. Thus, it turns out that such a zone gives people the opportunity to take a short break between waves of opponents and new games that suck all the strength out of the players. As soon as zombies touch the border of the safe zone, their bodies evaporate, as if they were moths that touched the fire. Pawn stands on a stepladder and looks out the window, asking if he understood correctly that while they are here, they can live happily in complete safety. His classmate adjusts his glasses and says that he is afraid. But it's not as simple as he thinks. The school's resources are limited, so when they run out, they have no choice but to go in search of supplies, and the places where they are stored are not so safe at all. Chen confirms his words, and that's not the only thing to worry about. After a certain period of time, the barrier of the safe zone will sooner or later collapse and will not be able to restrain those monsters, which will eventually lead to their invasion here. They are given a short respite and in no case should it be wasted. First, you need to make enough fortifications so that when the barriers disappear, all players survive. Wei waves his comb and says that they can be sure that they will stay alive, because the most beautiful and simply the best of them became the manager of the safe zone is Chen himself. He runs a comb through his hair, making his hairstyle more cool, and promises that he will definitely lead them all to create the safest zone that will be able to protect as many people as possible. Classmates, instead of admiring him, as Wei himself planned, begin to talk about how he shows off too much and therefore he really wants to crash. The girl whispers that this guy is definitely mentally retarded. Tin says that even though his partner is an idiot, but in their current situation, there seems to be nothing left but to temporarily obey his orders. None of them knows as much about the game as Chen knows about it anyway. He approaches the girl and squeezes her cheeks with his fingers, for which he receives 30 death points. Wei informs that in this case, his first order will be that at night she will have to come to his room and give the guy heavenly pleasure. The officer clenches his teeth in anger. She takes Chen's hand in her grip and throws him over her shoulder, and he immediately apologizes. Not that the guy did not assume that everything would end like this, but the attempt is not torture, although in his case this is a controversial statement. Xin asks him to enjoy it and throws him on the floor. A few days pass. The woman, along with her daughter Xiao Ling, runs away from a couple of monsters, but the girl is already running out of strength. The zombies, apparently, were very hungry. Their eyes were burning with real rage, so the small family had very little chance of survival. On the roof of one of the buildings sat a dark silhouette of a man whose face was not visible because of the bright light of the moon shining at his back. The man's attention was attracted by the noise that the zombies were creating. The woman stops and falls into despair. As a result, they found themselves at a dead end and now they have nowhere to go. The mother hugs her daughter to her chest, although she understands that this will not save her. The woman screams for help, but there is no one in the area except the monsters. They ran several kilometers and did not meet anyone on the road. Tears flow from the eyes of a mother who still does not want to accept her imminent death. Wei jumps off the roof, thrusting a mosque into the back of the monster's head and says that no matter what difficulties a person faces, the main thing is not to be afraid. Behind him, a zombie is climbing onto the roof to jump off and kill the enemy. Chen intercepts the weapon and declares that any adversity should be met with a smile on his face, and the best way to get rid of your sense of fear is to resist it. A woman with cold sweat running down her forehead from the fear she is experiencing looks at the savior with disbelief, as if he is some kind of ghost. Wei makes a face and greets them. Tension and fear leave the woman with the girl, and the elder even allows herself a smile. The daughter points her finger at the stranger and declares that he strongly reminds her of a fool. The mother immediately shuts her mouth with her palm and asks her not to pay attention to the younger one. She herself is very grateful to Wei for saving her and her daughter. Chen pretends that he is a decent person and even blushes, admitting that this did not cause him any special problems. Chen offers to go with him to a safe place. Because it is dangerous to stay here, zombies can still overtake their company. The girl wonders if the clock is joking. There are monsters everywhere now, every corner is teeming with them. She does not believe that somewhere there really is a place where these hungry creatures will not be. Wei grabs her head with a smile, making her nervous, and asks her to be confident in him. The safest place is bigger and cozy, where they can breathe deeply. The younger one does not like such gestures towards her, and she roughly bites the guy on the palm holding her. Chen rudely calls her names, trying to pull his hand out of her mouth, and grabs the girl by the t-shirt. But the younger one clung to him tightly, not wanting to forgive insults against him so easily. The system awards the host with death points. The woman gently takes her daughter, who has the look of a maniac, and apologizes for Xiaolin, justifying that the younger one is too scared, so she behaves like a savage who just came out of the forest. Xiaolin quietly, but not very, whispers to her mother that the uncle in front of them seems too strange to her. Considering how he behaves, the girl has nothing to blame. Wei falls into a stupor. He, now young, although already mentally old, has just been called uncle. Not old, and thanks for that, he would not have suffered such a blow. He starts shouting at Xiaolin, spitting saliva and resenting how the youngest could call him uncle. He definitely doesn't look old. The woman smiles gently, accepting all his anger, but Xiao does not repent at all. A strange man, that's all. The mother remembers that the guy mentioned some place that could be quite safe. The elder still doubts this and therefore asks again if this is really the case. Chen complacently puts his hands on his hips and suggests in this case to go with him and see for yourself. He reminds them that they do not have to choose now. Where will a mother and child go if a monster can be waiting in every corner? Wei leads them to a safe zone where only his classmates live so far. He does not conceal it and immediately says that it is only temporarily safe here. Sooner or later zombies will reappear here. The guys built tents here and now it all looks like a camping trip. However, for now, you don't have to worry. In the near future, zombies won't attack them. They also seem to have enough supplies not to leave this zone and not put anyone in danger. Han, in confirmation of the words of the main one, shows his finger to the top, sipping soda. Xin comes to meet the new guests. She wonders if her partner has brought new survivors and sees her mother with Xiaolin. Wei reports to her as if they are in the army, and introduces the new officer Qin, who is responsible for the security and defense of this zone here. The woman introduces herself as Zhuang Xiaolin, and the daughter calls herself Zhuang Xiaolin. Qin smiles gently at them and says that he doesn't mind them living here with them, there is a lot of space. The girl hits Wei with her elbow and admits that even though he seems like an abnormal idiot, but you can still rely on him. Chen argues with this. When he was an idiot, however, he decides to stop the showdown for later and suggests that Xiaoling first arrange a place for them to sleep so that they can rest after such a long night. A woman puts her daughter on a rather meager bed, but no one is going to complain. They are ready to tolerate even this. just not to be outside the walls of a safe zone in the company of monsters. Xiaolin falls asleep, and the mother comes out of the tent into the night. She comes to a room in which there is only a sofa and a table. There are not even windows. Wei, sitting here, notices that Xiaolin, like him, can't sleep either. He says that a woman should definitely rest. The days she spent with her daughter outside the safe zone must have been really the most terrible in their lives. Even Wei, devoid of any common sense, sympathizes with them. Xiaolin bows to him and thanks him once again for saving them. Who knows what would have happened to them if Chen hadn't come to the rescue at such a right moment. Perhaps long ago they would have become the same monsters as those who almost ate them. A terrifying image immediately appears before my eyes, where Xiaolin and his daughter are hunting for people. At some point, they could fall under Wei's merciless hand. Chen awkwardly scratches the back of his head and admits that in fact he is an unimaginable egoist, whose ego is inflated beyond measure by such pleasant words. Qin very quickly regretted once that she had the strength in herself to praise him. The guy says that even though it embarrasses him to say it, he knows that they can't be here just like that. Xiaolin blushes awkwardly and grabs his shoulder, realizing what he is talking about. She takes off her shorts and t-shirt, remaining in her underwear. Wei is lost. Why did she do it? Usually shameless Chen blushes like a cancer and can't even say something sensible. Xiaolin, still feeling a little shy, folds his arms on his chest and says that he understands everything. He and his daughter can't live for free, so Chen can do whatever he wants with her. The woman asks only one thing, even though her body is at his disposal, but she urgently begs that no one from the camp harm Xiaolin. Wei jumps up from the sofa and closes her eyes, shouting that she misunderstood everything. Life in complete safety here requires only help with the housework and everything like that. Even someone like Chen didn't have any selfish thoughts behind him when he suggested that a woman stay here. Xiaolin falls on the sofa and covers his face with his hands. She is already ashamed that she misunderstood everything. She looks at the interlocutor and admits that she should have guessed everything right away, that such an old woman, like her, and also with a child, is not at all able to interest a young guy like Wei. Chen tries to calm her down. In his opinion, Sister Zhuang looks very young, beautiful and seductive, and does not look at all like an old woman who has children. Wei leaves the room without opening the door much, so that someone outside does not see Xiaolin in such a state, and advises the young lady how it should be. Now she will be busy with housework. Xiaolin stretches out on the sofa, slowly getting dressed, and looks into a small pocket mirror. She wonders if the guy really didn't think she was old. The woman turns her head this way and that, as if trying to find the reason for such an answer. After admiring it, Zhuang smiles, remembering the image of the young Wei. Nevertheless, he was very shy and embarrassed when she took off her outer clothes. With this behavior, Chen is a bit like her late husband. Meanwhile, the guy was killing himself in his room. She was banging her head on the floor and asking himself why the fuck he refused. It could have been a blissful night with that unimaginable beauty. What a dumbass Chen is after all. Qin was right when she called him names a couple of hours ago. On the second day of the construction of the safe zone, Wei was given the task to spend 100 death points to redeem the blueprints of the primary bathhouse. Chen moves his finger across the screen to get recommendations for the next stage. After performing this action, he needs to confirm the production. The system informs that he will need 100 flattering building materials and the same amount of stone for the construction of the primary bathhouse. She clarifies whether the owner is sure that he wants to build it, because the materials will really spend a huge amount. Wei confirms the construction, and after a couple of seconds, the primary bathhouse appeared in an empty place. A small one-story building with small windows. The bathing gives the effect that it can slightly restore the physical strength of the players. Not that it's a lot, but at least a little useful. Qin covers his mouth with his hand in shock. Is this building really built out of thin air? And even without the use of materials? This is completely unscientific. Wei arbitrarily says that this is a game world where the impossible becomes possible. In addition, he knows that the girls, and he also means Xiaolin and Xiaolin standing here, adore the frequency, so for the most part, the bathhouse was built for them. Chen reports that he actually spent a good amount of building materials to build this thing. He wonders if he deserved at least some gratitude after this, clearly hinting at a nice handout from a friend. The officer suddenly admits in a calm tone that in fact she has always considered him to be the most ordinary pervert, and even this construction of a swimsuit can be explained for sure, as Xin thinks, by the fact that he just wants to spy on girls, and not at all so that they feel comfortable. Wei tries to justify himself, but only angers Qin more. He says that he is not at all interested in spying on how the girl soaps her body, which looks like green fried beans. She clenches her hand into a fist, fiercely wanting to drive it across the insolent man's face. Instead, Zin pulls out a more effective weapon and puts a gun to Wei's head, asking which green bean he meant. Chen, although he is pleased that the system has credited him with 50 SMET points. However, he is no longer trying to say something bad about his girlfriend and says that he will just eat deep fried beans for lunch today. Xiaolin sniffs at her own skin and regretfully realizes that she has to admit that Wei may have acted for selfish purposes. But he did the right thing. She has not taken water treatments in recent days, so these baths are the best for her. Wei turns out to be like a superhero behind her back and urges the girl not to be shy and to be the first to use the bath. Judging by the expression in his voice, this is a real honor. Xiaolin is outraged that he dared to put his hands on her shoulders and immediately turns around to stand face to face and yell at Wei. After she saw his behavior with female faces, Zhuang absolutely did not want him to touch her. She demands that the guy didn't even dare to think about Xiaolin in that sense. After thinking about it, the girl adds that she should not dare to think about her mother either. In her daughter's opinion, Wei is not worthy of Xiaolin. Too young, brainless, and too arrogant, not at all a match for her beautiful mother. Chen breaks into a nasty grin and notices that Xiaolin has correctly noticed that he is not only interested in Xiaolin, but also does not intend to miss such a small cherry as the younger Zhuang. He leans threateningly over the girl and continues to say nasty things, for which the system awards him 50 death points. Tears of resentment come to Xiaolin's eyes. She even begins to stutter, unable to find words, although she usually had no problems with the selection of expressions. Xiaolin throws himself on Xiaolin's chest and shouts that they should leave here immediately. This man, who for unknown reasons has become the boss here, has obvious problems with his head, so it would be better to live with monsters outside the safe zone than with this nutcase. Wei pretends that he is uncomfortable so that Xiaolin does not think badly of him, and says that he was just joking a little, and Xiaolin looks like he intended to intimidate her. Chen pats the younger one on the head, but the girl tries not to move while the guy is within reach and waits for him to go back to the officer, who at least can answer him. Xiaolin tries to calm her down. She thinks that Brother Wei is just teasing the girl, and asks her daughter to go to the bathhouse, since they have such an opportunity. Xiaolin looks incredibly furious, but she does not dare to contradict her mother and run into Wei again. Women are the first to enter the bathhouse. Teacher Zai is happily sinking into hot water. After a difficult battle with the director, she deserved a little rest. Qin, sitting next to her, squints at her and notices that the woman has a great figure. Even she can understand why he drools on Aoyang. The woman does not remain in debt. Her eyes light up with stars of delight, and notices that the figure of Qin is no worse. She reaches out to touch the girl's breasts, and, without even listening to the answer, wonders if the officer will allow her to check how big her size is. Xin tries to object, but it's too late. Despite the fact that the baths are already hot from steam, Xiaolin still feels that she blushes from what Qin and Aoyang are doing in front of her. Xiaolin laughs and says that everything is fine. When the daughter grows up, she will also have breasts. The girl only blushes harder and turns away, saying that she doesn't care, she never thought about it. Finally, Zai leaves Xin alone and leans back against the side of the tub. They both do not notice how a small square of the wall tile falls away, revealing a view from the outside into the bathhouse. On the other side of the building, the guys are jubilant. They have a hole through which you can peek inside the bathhouse. They themselves are standing in their shorts, clearly intending to go for a swim as soon as the girls come out. The guy announces that he will be the first to watch. His snot flows and capillaries burst in his eyes from the delight of anticipation of beautiful female bodies. A big fight ensues. Everyone wants to enjoy this spectacle, and no one is going to give up the championship just like that. The guy is told to fail, because, obviously, he will not be the first. Wei comes to their screams in a loincloth and declares that he did not expect that the students would sink to such a level that they were going to do such shameless things. Did he teach them that? The students stand at attention and say with one voice that they would never dare to do such a thing. Chen announces that right now he will patch up this hole, and will no longer tolerate his teammates doing something like this. Of course, he had no idea not to take advantage of this situation, and after waiting for the others to leave, he decides to take advantage of the opportunity that has opened up. He puts his eye to the hole and looks inside, barely drooling with delight. However, instead, Chen sees only the figure of a girl wrapped in a bath towel, who instructively points her finger at the person on the other side. She admits that the one who dared to look into this hole, the gut is clearly not thin, since she is not afraid to lose her manhood. The speaker turned out to be none other than the terribly angry Officer Kim, who asks the guy to accept his punishment and forcefully sticks his finger into the hole to permanently wean the impudent man from spying on girls in bathing baths. Chen bursts into tears, clutching at his sore eye. He screams how much it hurts and that he seems to be blind in one eye. The system congratulates the host on receiving 60 death points. Standing in the shower under a hot stream of water from the shower, Wei complains that Kin is as hot-tempered as in his previous life, so it was stupid to think that she would let him get away with such a daring trick. There was a terrible bruise blooming on the guy's left eye. He wondered what he would do if Chen went blind in one eye because of this hematoma. The system obviously will not compensate him for the loss of one of the organs. Suddenly, the soap falls out of Wei's hands. When he bends down to pick it up, the student's eyes immediately turn to him. The guy gets uncomfortable when classmates surround him and look at him strangely. The system awards 70 death points. For this behavior, Chen gives them all on top of the head, when suddenly a system message arrives that a new round of endless trial will begin for all surviving players in the near future. Players will be teleported to a random space in order to complete a quest, for which generous rewards will be given. If the quest is not completed or if the player dies, the player is permanently erased from this world. When the system said that the players would be teleported in the near future, it meant that it would happen right now. The guys immediately begin to dissolve into space, so that after they find themselves in a place unfamiliar to them, randomly selected by the system. Chen asks to wait a minute and rushes to the side of the clothes folded in a neat pile to at least put on shorts, not naked, to pass the tests. However, he disappears right before touching the shorts lying on the shelf. As a result, Wei turns out to be completely naked in the thicket of the forest, and his cry rushes around asking him to put on at least shorts. He closes his eyes, complaining that this game never gives him a minute to properly prepare, each time teleporting the guy at the most inopportune moment without warning. Blood suddenly spurts from Wei's nose. The picture that he wanted to see when he looked into the hole leading to the bath spreads before his eyes. Xiaoan was sitting with Xiaolin, and there were no clothes on them, like on Wei himself, at all. The game gave them a surprise, too. The elder blushes desperately and covers herself with her hands, demanding to stop looking at them. If the mother was confused, then the younger Zhuang was also angry. She screams at the pervert to turn away from them, and it is clear that she is going to attack him with her fists if Wei does not fulfill her demand now. Contrary to his shameless habits, Chen himself sweats from embarrassment and asks to wait a little. He will find them clothes right away. Wei also finds a tissue in his nose to stop the bleeding. The guy reports that fortunately he has a system that is able to solve this small problem, and buys a few things for the three of them. The system deducts 30 points from his account for the purchase. He thinks with a grin that everyone else who was with him in the baths was definitely unlucky as well as him, starting with the fact that Wei was in the company of Xiaoan, and the lack of a system through which they could buy their own clothes. Xiaolin manages to change into a t-shirt and shorts, and then asks what happened at all. She says that the girl and her mother were in the bath, when suddenly, without any warning, they found themselves in this strange god-forsaken place. Chen spreads his hands to the sides and expertly explains that, as they can see for themselves, these are just the rules of the game, with which, unfortunately, it is impossible to argue. The game system teleports the players who survived the first test to a random space in order to complete a certain quest. The guy says that if they suddenly want to know the reason, he will answer with all confidence that he does not know himself. The elder Zhuang confusedly reminds that her daughter and she are ordinary Lialai, so how can they survive in this dangerous game world? Chen asks to be sure that as long as the survivor has enough skills, experience, and equipment, in general, any person, child or old man, is able to become stronger. In addition, they have Wei himself, who will protect them from any danger. Xiaoan succumbs to his charms and hurries to thank him, at the same time blushing a little. Xiaolin, noticing the behavior of both, stands between the couple and shouts angrily that the mother was not led to the tricks of this pervert, whom the girl sees through. This guy didn't inspire the younger Zhuang with confidence from the very beginning. Chen himself understands what a mistake he made about Xiaolin. It seems that from the very beginning the guy had a wrong idea about the younger one. The girl continues to swear that she will give her tooth to prove that this guy is a real villain with perverted thoughts. The adults stand in silence, not knowing what to say to each other after such a loud statement by Xiaolin. The girl takes her mother's hand, as if wanting her to move away from Wei, but not so much that he could not protect them. Suddenly, an arrow crashes into the tree behind the guy, although if he had less good reflexes, this arrow would end up in his head. Chen looks in the direction from where she came from and demands that if someone is here, they quickly come out and fight face to face. Xiaoan is blocking his daughter, ready to protect her at the cost of his life. A group of savages appears from the forest with spears in their hands. The main one, with a bone mask on his face, demands to go with the guy, otherwise they will attack them. He speaks terribly primitive, as if the savage is not familiar with the concept of civilization. Wei needs his knuckles and thinks about the offer, but then asks what will happen if he refuses and sticks an arrow shot at him into the skinny ass of a savage. The system rewards the host with 40 death points. Chen waves his hand as if commanding them, and urges these village savages to even stop thinking about swooping on the girls who happen to be here with him. Wei declares that if even a hair falls from their heads, he will kill them all. Xiaolan opens her mouth in surprise, forgetting about her fear of savages, and thinks that she did not expect this guy to be so brave at all. It turns out, as Officer Qin said, you can rely on him. Two savages pull their bows, pointing arrows at the uninvited guests, and declare that the man should not dare to approach them. Otherwise they will kill him. After this threat, Chen suddenly asks to wait a minute, and then reports that he thought a little and decided that he would not interfere with the savages after all. So if they want to take them, then go ahead, he will not interfere. Xiaoan, who has already managed to let go of fear thanks to wise words, opens her mouth like her daughter. The mother is silent, but the younger one is not going at all. She viciously reminds that he himself just said that he wants to protect them with all his might. The guy's reputation, which had been rehabilitated a little in Xiaolan's eyes, immediately fell below the baseboard again. Chen, with feigned regret, asks the girl not to be a buka. He wonders if she really wants to see how thousands of arrows will be fired at him until his body looks like the body of a hedgehog. Judging by Xiaolan's mood, she really wouldn't mind seeing this picture, because now the guy wasn't going to protect them in any way. The savages tie their hands and lead them back to their village. They go by train, connected to each other. Xiaolan is in front, Chen is behind her, and Xiaoan closes. She asks the guy in a whisper of fear that they seem to be in danger, so what will happen if these savages want to kill them? Wei turns his head over his shoulder and promises that there is no need to worry about this, since the game itself cannot afford to lead the player straight down the disastrous path. Anyway, there is still time on their side during which they just need to find a way to pass this level. Xiaolan, hearing their conversation, without hesitation and fear that the savages will punish her, shouts that Chen is the most common coward, because at first glance you can understand the true intentions of the savages, and the guy just let them grab their whole company. She continues to rant that the savages are leading them somewhere, which does not bode well at all. Chen smiles gently. However, his smile was fraught with evil intentions. Wei leans towards the girl's ear and threateningly whispers that the younger one should be very careful and not behave so defiantly. If you believe his words, and Xiaolan really believes the guy, these savages must have never seen such a young, small, and beautiful girl, so it's very possible that they will leave her for last. The younger Zhuang begins to stutter with fear, imagining this picture, and immediately hurries to complain to her mother about what is threatening her because of Wei's carelessness. Chen pretends to be a fool and lies to the elder that he just scared her daughter a little, and she again sides with the guy and only asks him to stop teasing Xiaolan. Otherwise she may hit him in the stomach again. The system rewards him with death points again. The savages bring the prisoners to the village of the worm god, in which only one person was visible, a man chopping firewood. The rest were most likely hiding in tents set up all over the clearing. A man approaches the head of the village, saying that they have returned and even brought people with them. The leader was distinguished by the fact that, unlike his subordinates, he sat in a ram mask with large horns and held a staff with a round end in his hand. The head, for some reason stuttering, orders to quickly begin preparations for the ritual, since they must immediately perform the rite. From under the mask, the rest cannot see the predatory grin of the head, as well as his gray beard, clearly indicating the age of the man. Wei boldly raises his voice, as if a strange ceremony is not going to be performed on them now, and turns to the gentleman, begging permission to ask if he understood correctly that they were caught and brought here to conduct some kind of ritual. What kind of ritual is this? The guy does not see a pit nearby, at the bottom of which there are skulls and bones of people, and disgusting worms crawl on them of huge size. The head rubs his long beard, explaining that they were brought to the village of the worm god, which has been protected by this god for many generations, so they annually conduct a sacrifice ceremony, during which the inhabitants give him young beauties to show their gratitude towards him. Xiaolan, having taken the words about the young beauty to her own account, immediately becomes timid and no longer seems as brave as when communicating with Wei. The leader orders someone to bind and bring the victim to the dwelling place of the worm god. Men surround the girl, in whose head the image of disgusting insects has already appeared, and timidly whispers that she does not want to be a victim at all. But they do not grab Xiaolin at all. The savages tie her mother's hands, knocking her to the ground. Xiaolin shouts what they are doing, unwilling to accept the fact that she knows the intentions of the invaders perfectly well. The younger one rushes to her, as if she wants to help save herself, but stumbles over a stone and falls to the ground. With tears in her eyes, she asks why her mother was chosen as the victim. Although Xiaolin was afraid and did not want to become a victim, she did not want her mother to take her place at all. Wei quite calmly declares that this is not surprising at all. Sister Zhuang is very attractive, has a beautiful figure, and if Chen was this worm god, he would have chosen the eldest, and she her immature daughter like Xiaolin. Zhuang clings to the guy's hand with her teeth and orders her to close her dirty mouth. She even says that he behaves like a slouching dog. When she finally lets Wei go, she begins to think about what they should do now. They need to find a way to find mom as soon as possible before she ends up in the pit with the previous beauties who have become offerings for the worm god. Chen calmly says that they will act using the good old method. They will wait for an opportunity, and then they will start improvising. Xiaolin asks if she is bothering them by chance. She has already been suspended over the pit on a rope and offers to come up with a way for them to save her. Panic gradually takes hold of the woman, but she does not give in to emotions yet, so as not to frighten her daughter even more. The leader stands in front of the pit and addresses the great god, reading out the words of the ritual. Wei boldly interrupts him, demanding to wait. Savages ask where such a brave fool came from, who does not understand that he interferes with the sacred ritual of the offering. It is impossible to interrupt such an important ceremony. Even the members of the village do not allow themselves to do this. Another asks Wei what will happen if he angers the worm god. Will he take responsibility for his anger? Chen, after listening to all the threats, shrinks, but still dares to ask if it is too cruel to sacrifice living people. The head declares that to become a victim for the worm god is a great honor for everyone. There can be no question of any cruelty here. Chen swings his foot and gives the man a boot, declaring that in this case, let the village head feel this great honor by sacrificing himself. The system grants him 70 points for such an action, although it clearly cost more. Savages open their mouths until they regret that they brought this man to their village at all. They can only watch the picture of their head flying into the pit for offerings. They raise their hands to the sky. A stranger dared to kick the village headman into a hole, and does not even repent about it. Even if we forget that they now have no head, the leader is not even the beauty that their god prefers to see. The system awards more death points. The head disappears into the pit. He is sucked in by worms, large and small, and the headman's body quickly disappears under a pile of bones. He didn't even have time to make a sound, as God accepted his sacrifice. Chen notices that everything really went just fine. Apparently, God is very pleased with the offering in the form of the village headman. He has a nasty smile and is clearly not going to apologize for killing a man. At least the guy saved Xiaolin from death. The savage pulls the bowstring, saying that since he killed the village headman, he will die by his hand. The arrow flies past Chen as he, like a real acrobat, easily bends in the back. The savage only made it worse for himself. The arrow broke the ropes on the prisoner's hands, and Chen has the audacity to thank him for saving him from captivity. Wei rubs his wrists, on which there are traces of rope. The savage orders his relatives to shoot arrows at him altogether so that he does not have a chance to dodge their attacks. The members of the village are more surprised that the prisoner has been freed from his bonds. The system gives him a sword and a ring on his finger, which he received after completing the first task. While the savages are trying to deal with Wei, Xiaolin manages to climb a tree to try to free his mother. The girl, noticing that each member of the tribe pointed his arrows at the prisoner, shouts to him to be careful, as if forgetting about old grievances. Chen, when the arrows flew at him, uses the spring wind gives birth to rain, one of the 13 techniques of Ningfeng, and reflects everything flying at him, making the enemy only more angry. Not only did the guy do this to their headman, but it's also nowhere harder to kill him. One arrow cuts the rope on which Xiaolin was hanging, and she flies in free fall into the sacrificial pit. Zhuang doesn't even have any chance to save herself, since her hands are still tied behind her back, but they would hardly help her either. Xiaolin finds himself at the bottom of the pit, lined with a blanket of worms that are already reaching for all the exposed parts of the woman's body. Worms wrap Zhuang like a blanket. Xiaolin runs away and jumps after her mother like a bomb. Wei shouts that she did wrong and, like a little child, calls her a stupid girl. Xiaolin closes her eyes, preparing for a collision, but contrary to expectations, it does not happen, and she just hangs in the air. Why hasn't she fallen yet? Wei holds her by the scruff of the neck, who himself clings to the edge of the pit with one hand, somehow holding on to it. Chen indignantly asks if she really thinks that she is acting in some kind of drama about martial arts. The girl must understand that if she falls, she will die and nothing can be changed. Tears slowly come to Xiaolin's eyes. She didn't want to live at all, because she can't just stand and watch her mother die. If she can't save her, then at least she will die with her. For Xiaolin, the death of her mother will be a big blow. Large drops of sweat flow down Wei's forehead, clearly indicating how difficult it is for him to be in this position. He declares this out loud, wondering if the youngest really thinks that he himself wanted to save her. Chen did not expect at all that such a crumb in appearance would end up being so heavy. Xiaolin is easily distracted by his rude words and declares that she is actually a fluff, so let her shut up right now if she can't say anything sensible. Because Chen angered her, Xiaolin started to spin, and this only makes the situation worse. The guy doesn't even have time to warn the younger one to stop twitching, as her girl's t-shirt is torn to shreds, sending Xiaolin after her mother. The girl lands painfully on the ground, but there are no worms around anymore, just a skull and bones. She looks around, not understanding where she got and noticing that the landing was not soft. There was a large hole on the younger one's back, left over from the piece of cloth that Chen tore off. Xiaolin gets to her feet and asks into the void where mom is and even dares to call Wei, although he is clearly not the person she would normally like to see. A guy's voice is heard announcing that he is here. Xiaolin turns around happily, hoping to see a familiar face, but instead he meets a man, undoubtedly dressed in a Wei suit, with half a skull on his face. The man, posing as Chen, says that because the girl did not obey him and twitched like a madwoman, the guy crashed. Xiaolin almost gives up the ghost right here. The girl asks for forgiveness. She did not want a person to die because of her. Wei's corpse puts forward a condition. If the younger one calls him his beloved brother, then he will agree to close his eyes to the incident and forgive Xiaolin. The younger one immediately fulfills the condition and calls the guy her favorite older brother 3 times. Chen pats her on the head and informs her that he forgives her. He takes off his mask, revealing that, of course, he was not really a corpse, and mockingly tells that Xiaolin shouted these words so sincerely and affectionately. She really is a good little sister. This infuriates Zhuang. At first she is silent, and then she simply explodes with rage because the elder dared to deceive her. She hits him in the stomach with her head, and Chen honestly did not expect that it would be so painful. What a strong skull the girl has. Wei bends in half and declares that she is afraid that Zhuang is too nervous right now, so maybe she wants to somehow enliven the atmosphere around. They are still sitting in the pit. Xiaolin, who has an abrasion on her cheek, objects, now is not the time to enliven the atmosphere, because her mother still does not understand where. She wonders if Chen has seen her. Wei spreads his hands to the side and says that while the girl was unconscious, he managed to look around, but he never found even a trace of Sister Zhuang. The girl immediately becomes hysterical. It's hard for her to realize that her mother seems to have been eaten by that worm. The guy crosses his arms over his chest, saying that at the bottom of this pit, unfortunately, he found only the remains of the village headman, but the body of Xiaolin's mother was not there. He begins to assume that the sister was taken by God as food for stock. At this moment, a system appears with the main task, which is to destroy the worm god. The side task that follows from it is the salvation of Xiaolin. The reward for it will be a mysterious prop. Wei thinks that since the system has put forward tasks whose main goal is to save Sister Zhuang, he has no choice but to make every effort to save her. Chen tries to reassure her that, at least for now, the woman should be taken under reserve for a while. Zhuang should be safe. Xiaolin lights up with the thought that her mother is still alive, and demands to run right now since their time is limited. Wei gently grabs her shoulders, sitting on one knee, and informs her that since the worm god has eaten recently, he will not get out of his hole, so it should be safe to stay here. The guy asks her to stay here while he goes to rescue Zhuang himself. Xiaolin thanks him. She wouldn't know exactly what to do in such a situation if she was here alone. Of course, the elder had his own selfish goals. Thus, by removing the evil daughter Xiaolin from the road, he would be able to be alone with Sister Zhuang. He is already looking forward to this meeting. The guy imagines that there is a rose between his lips, and in his hands is a slim waist. For the rescue, the woman decides to thank Wei by the fact that they decide to give Xiaolin a younger brother or sister. When the girl heard this, she immediately put her hands on the face of the Nido savior and declares to his eyes that she always knew that he had obscene plans for her mother. Chen realizes that an adequate conversation will not take place further, gets up from his knee and says that Xiaolin is a little girl who will get in the way even if he takes her with him. The younger Zhuang sighs with regret. How good it would be if she were an adult. Then she would have been able to save her mother for sure. Wei, hearing her wish, suddenly informs her that she can help the younger one to become an adult, since Xiaolin wants to do it so much. After these words, the girl wraps her arms around herself, suspecting Wei of not the purest thoughts. But Chen hurries to calm her down. He didn't mean anything like that. He hurries to show her the red pill, which contains golden porridge. If you eat it, you can instantly become an adult. The system clarifies that a pill can make a child grow into an adult instantly. Xiaolin still doesn't really believe Wei's words, but still takes it. After all, this is a chance to help the guy save his mother. Wei advises to think properly. If a girl misses puberty, there is a very high chance that in the future she will turn into a board, and it will be too late to regret the choice. Xiaolin swallows the pill without further ado. As a result, she grows into such a beauty that Wei, who is experienced in this matter, is bleeding from the nose, who knew that the youngest's breasts would also grow. Xiaolin looks at it with surprise. She did not fully believe in the guy's words, although now she can clearly see it. Chen says he doesn't regret spending 100 points on her at all. The girl has grown so beautiful. The younger one remembers that she is next to such a pervert and covers her chest with her hands, a t-shirt that used to fit perfectly on her, although it was torn. But now it could hardly be called a topic. Xiaolin orders Wei to stop looking at her. When Chen swears he's not looking, the guy keeps his pupils open with his fingers. His nose is bleeding so profusely that Xiaolin would probably start worrying about him if she didn't think he was such a pervert. She runs behind a pile of stones and looks out from behind it, not daring to show herself to him again. The younger one asks that he probably should have a change of clothes with him. She asks me to give her something to put on, otherwise they will stay here until they turn blue. Chen is only more delighted. He probably should not give anything, but a special costume that he once awarded to teacher Zai. Xiaolin has already taken off her clothes to change into what he is going to give her, but stops, not understanding what the elder means by special costume. Knowing why, the girl will definitely not like it. That fantasy has already taken flight. He said that after Xiaolin wears a special suit, she will be able to get a skill tree of the class whose clothes she received. For example, Xiaolin will be able to get a skill tree of the warrior, archer or assassin class, depending on what he chooses. Zhuang thinks about it and says that since the guy wants to help her so much, then she should choose the most suitable clothes for herself. Xiaolin is not going to entrust this matter to Wei. His taste greatly strains the younger one. She squats down so that she definitely can't be seen from behind a pile of rocks and asks what other classes there are. The idea of becoming someone cool delighted the girl. Chen replies that as long as she can imagine any class in her head, then no problems will arise. Then Xiaolin wishes to become a magical girl. Chen breaks into a smile and barely has time to cover his mouth with his hands before the laughter bursts out of him. Zhuang clenches her teeth in anger and declares that he just almost laughed. She saw everything. It makes her terribly angry that the guy definitely almost laughed at what she said. Then Wei stops holding back and laughs out loud. The fact that the youngest wanted to become a magical girl does not fit at all in his head. The girl starts waving her arms in indignation and says that she has always dreamed of becoming her. Did Chen have a bad attitude towards the magical girls? Wei stops laughing and calls the system window to fulfill Zhuang's wish. The guy has a staff in his hand, and he hands the artifact to Xiaolin. In order to turn into a magical girl, you need to sing it, and then the youngest will be able to become her. A golden glow emanates from the magic wand of the sorceress girl. The description of the game clarifies that this item is intended only for girls, and the system sincerely sympathizes with those who saw a man in this attire. Suddenly, the wand begins to float in the air, and the radiance that surrounded the staff spreads to Wei, who does not really understand what is happening. He has never used such things. After the staff stops glowing, Chen stands in the costume of a magical girl, and the game was not mistaken when she sympathized with outsiders who would see a man in this costume. Xiaolin closes her eyes and screams as if she was physically hurt. Wei intelligently examines himself and concludes that even if the guy utters the motto, he can also become a magical girl. He immediately starts spinning in front of Zhuang, as if it brings her some kind of pleasure. The younger one even comes out from behind the rocks to take his wand away from him, because if she continues to look at him in this outfit, her eyes will simply leak out. Chen, who has got into the taste, suggests Xiaolin to catch up with him first, if of course she succeeds, and only in this case he will give her the staff. Xiaolin grabs a stone from the ground and throws it at the back of the scoundrel's head. The fingers unclench and the wand flies towards Zhuang, who attacked him. She deftly grabs the staff and pronounces the motto. Chen even stops to look at the moment of conversion. During the transformation, those who are transformed should lose their clothes. He can't wait for the moment when all the clothes will disappear from Xiaolin. Zhuang has already changed her clothes and is spinning. The costume delighted her, so that the girl could not take her eyes off her own image. Wei picks his nose and makes his contribution. He asks if a girl at the age of 18 is not too old to cosplay for a magical girl. Xiaolin shouts indignantly that she is actually only 6 years old. When the first wave of admiration subsides, she wonders why she doesn't feel like she has mastered any magic at all. Chen calms the younger one down and says that this is how it should be. She should slowly master magic, learn spells and do things like that. But at this stage of development, Zhuang should be subject to at least one of the simplest spells. She can even try it right now, if you believe the guy's words. Xiaolin twirls the wand and nods. That should make sense. She waves her staff and uses stealth, causing Wei's eyes to bulge in shock. He turns his head, unable to find the youngest and asking where she dared to run away. Xiaolin just stood in the same place and didn't move. Zhuang raises his voice and asks if he really does not see her. Chen turns his head, asking them to stop playing with him, since they already have to go in search of the girl's mother. Realizing that Wei doesn't see her, she immediately squats down to go small. The girl restrained herself for half a day and now there is such an opportunity, so it's a sin not to take advantage of it. When Xiaolin opens her eyes, which she closed with pleasure, Yu's face was right in front of her. He, not at all shy, looked at the girl point blank, clearly enjoying the fact that he had framed her in such a way. He mockingly says that Xiaolin must be a refined and well-mannered lady, since she decided to do such a thing right in front of his eyes. Zhuang shudders violently from fear and indignation. She immediately gets up and puts her underwear back in place, and Chen doesn't even pretend to be uninterested. The system awards him death points. The younger one tries to cover herself with her hands, even though he has already seen everything, and asks shouldn't Wei not see her. Chen pokes her red cheek and tells her that he was just teasing the girl. He even admits that he did not expect at all that the guy would be able to deceive her so easily. Still, it's nice to tease a 6-year-old who has suddenly grown up. Zhuang puts her face in her hands and complains that no one will marry her now. But Chen already forgets about her problems and asks to be quiet. He seems to have heard some sounds. Xiaolin immediately shuts his mouth and also tries to listen to the sounds around. She gets closer to the guy when she sees that crowds of bugs begin to surround them in a circle. When Zhuang asks with a psycho why so many insects appeared around them in an instant, Chen calmly replies that these are moisture-loving insects that are very sensitive to odors emanating around the places where they live. Xiaolin starts whining that all this happened because of Wei. It's really he who created this problem. If he hadn't pretended to be her from the very beginning, then these creatures definitely wouldn't have been interested in the girl. The younger one rushes into his arms and demands to solve this problem, since Chen created it. Zhuang begins to say that these insects want to eat her, and she just can't believe that she will end her life like this. She will die because of a stupid, impudent man who doesn't know when to stop in his jokes. Insects are already crawling all over the girl's body, so it's not surprising that she panics so much. They really look disgusting. Wei takes out a diuretic of the Fountain brand, which contains a concentrated liquid and can produce instant intense urination after taking it. Chen happily shows the bottle, although Xiaolin does not even look at him because of the fear he is experiencing. He asks to calm down, because the guy has found a way to deal with their problem. Zhuang says without a second thought that he relies on him. Wei drinks the whole jar, although it was written in the recommendations not to drink more than 1 milliliter at a time, and breaks it on the ground. After that, he starts unbuckling the belt on his trousers. Xiaolin closes her eyes, bouncing away from him and blushing furiously, and asks why the hell the guy takes off his pants. Now is clearly not the time for his obscenities. But Chen, not feeling any inconvenience, replies that this is in order to take advantage of the diuretic effect. He uses the water withdrawal technique Water Dragon Projectile, for which the system awards him 100 death points. Insects that love moisture instantly change their purpose. Wei falls on his ass, and Xiaolin bends over him, who anxiously asks if he is okay. The guy looks extremely bad. His skin has shrunk from dehydration and Chen now looks like an old man, but still somehow whispers that everything is fine with him. The system reports that the legacy of the dead has been upgraded. He puts his hands on his hips and complains of kidney pain. Wei recovers quickly, and seeing this, Xiaolin suggests taking advantage of the fact that the disgusting insects were distracted and running away from this place. In addition, they were distracted from their main goal, the search and rescue of the Elder Zhuang. The girl throws his arm over her shoulder to make it easier for him to walk. Wei is in no hurry, because in any case, these insects will die sooner or later, because the diuretic contained substances that created poison from themselves after urine was formed. Chen turns out to be right, and after a couple of minutes, the system awards 10 points for each insect. In other words, the guy's urine contained poison. Xiaolin timidly follows Wei through the dark corridors of the pit. She is interested in how it will help them to find out the location of the Elder Zhuang by the fact that they got rid of the insects. Chen holds a lighter in his hands for at least a weak illumination of the space and replies that for this he just needs to use his small tool. As long as they move according to Sister Xiaolin's scent, there will be nothing to worry about. The couple will definitely find her. A small tool turns out to be a spray dog scent. After using the spray, the owner will be able to get a very strong sense of smell for a certain period of time. But the system immediately warns that if the smell is too strong, the owner will undoubtedly die. Xiaolin, noticing a new thing, nervously asks where the guy got so many strange devices, starting from a magic wand and ending with a spray. He does not carry a backpack with him, so the question of where Chen keeps all this worries the girl a lot. The interlocutor seriously declares that men do not reveal their secrets, which means that either this is some kind of shameless storage place, or too boring for his nature. Chen translates the topic and holds out his palm to Xiaolin to give him anything that belonged to her mom. Wei needs it to smell and determine the direction where they should go. Zhuang blushes and admits that if he needs a woman's thing, then she has only one. She obviously doesn't really want to give this thing to someone like Wei. She covers her face with her elbow and shoves the thing right into the guy's stomach so that he doesn't see it. But, of course, Chen examines the thing, and it turns out to be Sister Zhuang's stockings. The guy looks at them with a manic smile, and then asks the younger one that she really wears her mother's stockings. When Wei calls Xiaolin a pervert child, she crosses her arms over her chest and declares that she does not want people like him to dare call her a pervert. Zhuang says that it was that time when she was just playing in a tent on the territory of the safe zone. Then the girl accidentally stumbled upon stockings, and her childish curiosity was aroused, because the youngest did not know why stockings were needed, and therefore pocketed them for herself. Chen gives the golden spray cap into the girl's palm and enthusiastically asks her to forget about this conversation, because in any case he will need to smell this thing, and this is almost the top of his perverted fantasies. When Xiaolin sees that the elder is almost pulling his mother's stockings over his face, she throws the lid at him and shouts at him not to put them on his head. Wei says that the smell of the elder sister's body really comes from the thing. The girl calls for a magic ball of light once Wei stops using his lighter, and the magic light illuminates the road better. She notices that there is an instruction for this thing. The spray is starting to take effect. Chen leans towards the place where the smell comes from and says that now Xiaolin will be able to quickly learn some useful magic spells that may come in handy in the future. Zhuang waits until he finishes with the inspection of the place and asks that since the guy is able to somehow get miraculous devices, then he will probably be able to get and eat, because the girl already feels the approaching hunger. Wei stands facing him and spreads his arms to the sides, as if not noticing the danger lurking in the dark, and informs him that he can get almost anything, including food, but he is not going to do this at all. If she didn't notice, then they are in games, and Chen wants to survive in it, so the guy will spend his attempts to get the devices only if his survival or the survival of people dear to him is in question. Xiaolin doesn't really listen to him anymore when he notices that dozens of predatory red eyes are looking at them. Zhuang fearfully points to something unknown and asks what it is. It seems that they scared the girl even more than the insects that crawled over her body a couple of minutes ago. The creatures turn out to be just bats, who were frightened by the presence of a couple. But it was too early to be glad that it was just bats. As Wei explained, the ball of light irritates the red-eyed, so she should hide, and he, in turn, will deal with these creatures. Chen doesn't even have time to finish, as he calls for a machete and rushes into battle. He cuts several singly, but quickly realizes that this method of fighting is useless, because the number of mice is too large. Wei has to come up with another way other than cutting them one at a time. Xiaolin orders the guy to quickly bend his stupid head, and then summons the flame from the magic wand. Chen looks back at the younger one a little nervously when the hair on his head is almost burned by a bright flame. The magic fire demolishes everything in its path with a powerful pillar of light, almost burning Wei along the way. With cheeks red from the heat, he remembers that he completely forgot that these red-eyed bats are most afraid of flames in their lives. The hair on the back of his neck was still burnt due to the inept use of Zhuang's magic wand. For killing Chen, the system awards him 50 death points. Xiaolin exhales and looks at the work of his hands with satisfaction. Wei rejoices even more than she does and shows the girl a big paly, admiring her skill. He even looked at her with different eyes. Zhuang confusedly thanks for the praise, and the guy doesn't even notice that his nape now looks like the older one was shaved by a not very skilled hairdresser. Xiaolin smiles awkwardly and decides that the best solution would be not to tell him that she accidentally burned part of his hair. And after all, Chen valued his appearance very much in order to seduce poor women. As soon as she looks at the corpses of monsters, the girl immediately begins to wipe the saliva dripping from her mouth. Although these bats are creepy, but after Xiaolin burned them, a very pleasant aroma began to emanate from them, which beckons to eat mice. It becomes very difficult for a girl to restrain herself. Chen flies up to her and shakes her, informing her that it is absolutely impossible to eat mice. They contain a bunch of microbes, and declares that only those who are mentally retarded or those who have serious problems with their heads will eat a fried bat. Zhuang asks what the elder suggests she do in this case. After using magic, her hunger has only intensified and it becomes very difficult to tolerate it. Then Wei complacently scratches the remaining hair and says that, for that matter, the guy has long found safe, tasty and nutritious food. Xiaolin looks hungrily at her savior, but her illusions about him quickly crumble when he pulls a worm out of his hair. Wei describes that it tastes like chicken, and is also very crispy. You can eat a worm, but first you need to bite off the head and spit it out. For such an abomination, the system awards the owner with points. Wei pins worms on sticks taken from somewhere and puts them on a fire. Xiaolin shouts that even if she starves to death, she is not going to eat this disgusting thing. The girl even turned away so as not to see the abomination that Chen is doing. The guy is not particularly upset that the younger one is not going to eat with him and declares that in this case, enjoy this delicacy in proud solitude. Xiaolin, who is still drooling, looks at him with disappointment and pain. When she saw the fried worms, Zhuang's stomach rumbled loudly, leaving her no choice. When Chen hands the girl a stick with worms and says that if Xiaolin calls him his favorite big brother, he will have mercy on her, the system awards the owner with death points. Zhuang's face twists. Wei mockingly continues that he won't mind giving the younger one some food if his condition is met. It's really not that difficult. The guy could have asked for something much worse than that, given his wild flight of fancy. Xiaolin gets over herself and shouts to the whole cave that Wei Chen is her beloved big brother. The elder mockingly praises her and holds out a stick with worms, informing her that now she can eat. Zhuang digs into the food and says with delight that it is really delicious. She wonders what kind of insects they are. They don't taste disgusting at all, as the younger one initially thought. Wei, like a walking encyclopedia, explains that they eat the larvae of bone-piercing flying insects. The larvae are thick and nutritious because these insects collect the flesh and blood of their prey and deliver them directly to their larvae. Xiaolin even stops chewing and examines the larvae. If they are here, does it mean that these most dangerous insects are somewhere nearby? As soon as she says this, flying insects appear out of the darkness. Wei somehow nervously notices that these guys seem to look like she's a little angry about something. The younger one jumps up from the ground and shouts that the insects are not slightly angry at all. A couple have eaten their larvae, so it's not surprising that they must be in a real rage. Chen, unable to find any other way to deal with the insects other than to make his feet, grabs Xiaolin by the collar and shouts at her to get out of here. Since the armor of these guys is too strong, none of his weapons in his arsenal, nor the magical flame of the girl are able to inflict any damage to opponents. Zhuang, who barely has time to move her legs, says that he reports such things too late, exactly at the moment when they have already fried the larvae and eat them. The younger one stumbles over a stone viciously sticking out of the ground, and Xiaolin falls down with all the running. Zhuang asks the guy to run away and forget about her. It's better if he leaves her here, but it's better to save Mom. Wei was not going to save her. He just runs away further, asking to be sure that he will not let the girl down and save her mother. Chen will definitely not be burdened with special pangs of conscience from throwing the youngest to certain death, especially after the system counts him 70 death points. Xiaolin, although she understood the consequence of her words, still looks upset and scared, but nevertheless orders the flying insect, the largest individual, to stop. The girl will die, but will not let the monster follow Wei. Before closing his eyes forever, Zhuang says goodbye to his mom. the insect that landed on the youngest before suddenly rises into the air again, leaving her alone and even alive. Xiaolin doesn't understand what's going on at all. Her savior was none other than Chen. His body for some reason glitters with gold and he stood in one loincloth, as if he was going to go out with someone to fight. The guy encourages insects to fly in his direction, calling himself fragrant and beautiful flesh. Who knows how much they want to taste human flesh? Chen beckons them with his hands, offering to fly at him. The system awards him several dozen points for teasing his opponents. Chen doesn't look scared of being in the grave very soon. He is more amused by the opportunity to take insects into the coffin with him. Xiaolin opens his eyes wide so as not to miss a single moment and asks what he is going to do. But he does not get the expected answer. To lure insects, Wei used a golden insecticide that gave such a color to his skin. This liquid is normally applied to the bait, and it was this effect that the guy took advantage of. It also helped that he had accumulated enough points all the time, which should be enough for the next rebirth. Insects gnaw the victim to the bone, but soon the insecticide begins to act, and they fall dead corpses. All that remains of Wei is a skeleton, a suit and black hair. Xiaolin rushes to him with all her legs, and tears with renewed vigor spray from her eyes. She hugs the skull of the elder to her and, barely pronouncing the words, regretfully tells that she treated him badly until the very end and insulted him in every possible way, which she now regrets very much. Xiaolin didn't have time to tell him very much. Chuang calls himself a fool for such a terrible attitude towards his savior. Meanwhile, Wei's hand falls on the top of the youngest's head, trying to calm her with such a gesture. The respawn system is triggered by consuming 300 smerit points to resurrect its master. Chen mockingly says that he is not at all against Chuang being gentle and affectionate with him in the future, especially after what he did for the girl. Xiaolin, still clutching the guy's skull in his hands, looks at him, alive and bursting with health, and still asks if Chen is dead. The system congratulates him on receiving 30 death points. The elder mockingly pushes the speech that good people don't live long, and villains can live for several millennia. And he is a real scoundrel, so you can't just send a guy to the next world, especially some pathetic insects from the pit. Zhuang throws herself on his neck and begins to cry twice, wailing that he is not dead after all. Wei asks to stop being so emotional, because he is still alive. He just took special measures and smeared himself with oil to save the youngest. Xiaolin wipes away her tears, gradually coming to her senses, and asks why Chen did not die after all. Wei mockingly replies that everything is extremely simple. If an ordinary person dies, then he will die, and Chen was not an ordinary person at all. He stands up in a beautiful pose to make the words sound more convincing, but Xiaolin still replies that she did not understand anything. Deciding not to say anything more about it in this case, Wei points her finger at the top and announces to the sand sculpture system that her young master has been reborn, so he is entitled to a reward. The system gives him more death points. A message arrives that a reward has been generated. Wei says that he deserves to be the main character, so the system should definitely give him some unimaginable and excellent reward. As if heeding Wei's words, a sword appears at the ceiling of the cave, and then falls down to its new owner. Chen nervously says that the system seems to have misunderstood him. The weapon glows so much that you can't see where exactly it will land. But in the end, the guy barely has time to spread his legs so that the sword lands between them without hitting him. He points his middle finger at the place where the sword fell from, and angrily asks that really this dog's system of jokes does not understand. Why be so cruel to his manhood? The sword, which is called the Great Killer, can absorb the spirit of the murdered person who was beheaded with it. The spirit of the murdered person will disappear from the past, present, and it will not end up in the afterlife. The murdered person will be imprisoned in this sword. With the successful decapitation of the enemy, there is a chance to copy his ability and ability to fight. Chen looks at the received weapon with satisfaction. Finally, he was given a good reward. Now the award has become worthy to be called a reward from the death system. After examining the new sword, the boy tries to pull it out of its sheath, but there is no time to admire it anymore. Xiaolin points to the top, from where the ceiling of the cave destroyed something very dangerous. Chen defines danger as a boss, the undoubted king of flying insects, who will fatally attack all opponents who have ever harmed members of his swarm. You should beware of his claws, the sharpness of which is comparable to a sickle. Of course, Wei determines that this is the most successful moment to test a brand new sword. When he tries to pull the Great Killer out of the scabbard, he realizes that there is a significant problem. Chen cannot pull out the sword. Xiaolin is angry. Yes, this idiot just treated him almost like a treasure. Her screams don't help, and Chen still can't pull out the sword. Wei smiles awkwardly, saying that nothing can be done anymore. The weapon sits in the sheath too tightly, and if you pull it too much, then who knows, suddenly the guy will break it. This version of events does not appeal to him at all. Within a couple of minutes of their plight, Chen pulls out his sword and proudly shouts about it to the whole cave. The king snaps his claws. Xiaolin stands behind the elder, asking him to be careful. Chen, battle-hardened, jumps onto the monster's claw, and then finds himself in a strange pose over the insect's head. Moving, he manages to say that he called this technique a raven flies on an airplane. Wei jumps over the head and then runs over the king's torso, once in the place where his body connects with the wings, and sticks a sword into this place. Enraged, the king began to rush from side to side, hitting the walls of the cave painfully. Chen quickly adjusts the controls so as not to fall off this thing, and reports that the insect has made their life very difficult, so if the king allows them to play with him a little, then the guy will definitely forgive him. Flying to Xiaolin, Wei invites her to join him. According to his description, riding the boss is like riding a roller coaster, only you get more thrill. Zhuang asks to stop fooling around and finish off the king as soon as possible, before the elder dies from his clumsiness. Chen spreads his arms out to the sides, imagining himself as a bird, and tells the girl to be sure that this dragonfly is already dead under him. His proud speech is interrupted by a strong blow on a stone sticking out of the ceiling. The system awards him death points for such humiliation. Wei lets go of the sword and curses loudly. It looks like the dragonfly was still dead and couldn't be killed. Due to the fact that there was nothing to hold on to now, the guy went into a fall, threatening to break his skull on the stone floor. On top of everything else, the king swings his claw to cut the victim in half. Now, being in the air, Wei has no way to dodge the boss's attacks, and his weapon remains in the insect's body. Xiaolin comes into play. The girl summons a magic flame that throws the king a few meters away. Fortunately, Chen lands neatly, without breaking anything. He immediately praises Zhuang for her good work and promises to reward the younger one with a lollipop when all this is over and they save her mom. The guy pulls out something from somewhere that will only annoy the boss more. In his hands there is a stick with 3 fried maggots and bites off one of them. In addition, Chen teases the boss, pointing out that there are insect larvae in his mouth, which taste very good. The king immediately uses his claws, wanting to tear apart the prey as quickly as he deals with his larvae. Chen blocks his sword attack, restraining the opponent to the limit of his abilities. With one hand he holds the great killer, and with the other he pulls a small knife from his belt. Now is the moment. Wei removes the sword from the king and aims at him with the knife of the butcher's brother, which he gave him before going on a free journey. The guy jumps back and at the same moment throws a knife into the belly of the insect. However, Wei also misses the opponent's blow. The monster's claw pierces his shoulder by a few centimeters, but this is enough for the legacy of the dead to receive experience points. Chen cuts off the claw, leaving a small part of it in the shoulder. The guy barely manages to duck when another monster claw cuts through the space above Wei's head, but it doesn't even touch a hair. He jumps and hits the king's head with a sword, and then cuts the rest of the body into 2 parts. For killing the boss, Chen gets 3,000 points and reaches the 7th level. The soul of the king moves into the guy's sword. Wei is enjoying a new improvement. Now the blade can fly. The system reports that the soul was successfully absorbed by the great sword and thereby received the skill flying blade. Now Chen can swing this sword so as to carry out long-range attacks. On trial, the guy cuts the nearest wall, and it collapses, although it is just a few meters from the place where Wei is standing. He enthusiastically examines his new weapon. This sword has the right to be called a worthy rank sword. The great sword really has killing abilities. For the sake of such a weapon, it was worth dying and spending 300 points. Xiaolin angrily shouts at him that he always does such dangerous and reckless things that the girl once again expected his death. This time the real one, and not the one that was last time. Wei reaches out to her to hug and comfort her. He, like a real big brother, asks the youngest not to sulk and even condescends to thank Zhuang for saving him. Chen urges her to come and hug him, because it is the guy who is Xiaolin's favorite brother. The girl squeezes her lower lip painfully. His body is all smeared in some sticky stuff, and she had no desire to cuddle with the elder before. Now he doesn't even want to, so Xiaolin sends him to take a shower. The suit begins to evaporate from Wei's body, while he declares that what his body is stained with does not matter, because the internal fluids of insects do not pose any harm to the human body. Xiaolin becomes extremely uncomfortable when the elder appears completely naked in front of her, and at the same time still offers the girl to go and cuddle. The system awards him 70 death points because of such low behavior. Zhuang swings and hits with his magic wand, aiming at the arrogant man's Adam's apple. The younger one urges him to go and put something on himself so that he does not dare to stand completely naked in front of the 6-year-old, and Chen quickly surrenders to her mercy. He will go and put something on himself, just let him stop beating. At this time, Xiaoan regains consciousness. She was blissfully unaware when she lost consciousness from the blow. At first, the woman thought she was dead, but it didn't feel like that at all. The situation around Zhuang rather led to such thoughts. Her hands were tied with something like a spider web, and the woman herself is in limbo. Xiaoan turns her head, noticing the skeletons nearby, who are in the same position as her. The woman asks the skeletons of what creatures, and then asks what sticky stuff she got tangled in. Zhuang begins to resist strongly when her guesses lead her to think that most likely she was brought here to serve as food for the larvae when they reach maturity. And then she sees her jailer, and it would be better for Xiaoan to wait until the larvae ripen, because the spider in front of her was simply colossal in size for its kind, and it surprisingly deftly held onto a thin web. After a thorough inspection of the space, it becomes clear that there are several spiders here, 4 at once, and these are only those who Zhuang can see in her not the most advantageous position. Smaller spiders begin to crawl over the almost naked body, normal size, but no less disgusting. She screams with a request to stop doing that. Only a huge spider comes to her cries for help, causing Xiaoan to only start screaming more out of fear. It is at this moment that Wei appears with the words that it would be too much waste to feed this beauty to someone. The spider immediately turns its attention to him. Chen deftly balances on a thin web, apologizing to Xiaoan for being a little late, but he is here anyway to save her. The spider attacks him, and Zhuang only becomes more afraid, now not only for himself, but also for him. Wei jumps, and the spider's blow almost hits him directly. The guy jumps on the web, as if he's been doing this all his life. When there is a minute, he stops and gives the opponent the middle finger, wondering if he thinks that it's not worth shooting so much, because he still doesn't hit him. Wei gets another 30 points of death if he, like a ballerina, dodges another spider shot. Chen again asks him to stop shooting, only in a more pleasant form and without calling him an oblique asshole. He continues to show off, not at all afraid that he might be hurt, and manages to notice that the enemy clearly does not plan to stop in his senseless attacks. Chen manages to find a moment to run up to Sister Xiaoan and asks her to calm down a little more and he will free her. Zhuang warns that a spider appears again behind the guy's back, who has already managed to sort out his own web that has wrapped around his body due to Wei's actions. As soon as the spider gets too close to him, Chen stretches out his palm in front of him and orders the monster to stop. However, the spider itself can hardly move. The web has wrapped around it all, blocking movement. The guy contemptuously gives him a thumbs down and reminds him that he warned the spider that he shouldn't use so many cobwebs. Now, because of the large overspending, he can only spit up blood. Chen returns to Xiaoan and unties her hands, trapped in the web. Nothing works for him. The shackles were too tight and tightly pressed together, so even Wei could not do without help here. The guy calls the sword and asks Xiaoan to close his eyes, and most importantly, not to panic, since he knows what he is doing. He uses the technique of spring wind gives birth to spring rain and deftly cuts the web that held the woman. Small spiders crawling on it, along with the web, fall down. Wei quite tells his sister not to be afraid, because he has already finished, but before he can finish the sentence, blood spurts from his nose, and he sweats and his cheeks turn red. Xiaoan, left without clothes, tries to cover herself with her hands and asks not to look at him while she is in this form. For the second time in a day, Zhuang remains naked in the presence of a guy. The spider snaps its teeth angrily. Chen says that it's really bad. This monster saw how they killed his little cubs, so there is a high probability that now he can mutate. Wei orders Xiaoan to kill him quickly. Now comes her way out. Junior Zhuang, deftly standing on a thin web, shouts that summoning the magic flame takes quite a long time. Her staff absorbs magic, ready to spew fire from itself. When the magic wand is heated to the limit, Xiaolan announces that everything is ready and lets the magic flame into action, burning everything in its path. Unfortunately, not only the spider lights up, but also the web on which the girl was standing. She loses support under her feet and falls down. The youngest asks Wei for help for the umpteenth time in a day. Of the 3 of them, only he has enough abilities to protect them all. Chen grabs a thread of the web and rushes after the girl, promised to catch her. Xiaolan won't even catch on to anything to somehow slow down his fall. The guy turns out to be under her and catches his body. With his feet, Zhuang lands comfortably with his feet on the shoulders of the elder, anxiously asking if he is okay. The system awards the host with death points. Continuing to sit on Wai's shoulders, Xiaolin looks at her mother, who, to the surprise of the youngest, easily recognizes her daughter. The girl jumps off the guy's shoulders to make it easier for Xiaolin to hug her. The younger one is surprised to ask if her mother really recognized her. Xiaolin hesitantly replies that of course she recognized Xiaolin, it's her daughter. Chen agrees with her. The eldest recognized Xiaolin because she is her mother, and all mothers know the secrets of their children. For example, that the girl has 3 moles on her chest. Xiaolin confusedly asks how he knows this and bends the suit off his chest to see 3 small moles, which, if desired, could not be seen. Wei intelligently recites the Dutch scientist Anthony van Leeuwenhoek, who says that there is no secret for him concerning someone else's body. He knows everything anyway. The younger Zhuang does not pay attention to his philosophizing and is interested in what about that big spider that recently almost ate her mother. From what she saw, the monster was going to run away from them. Chen barely has time to say that the spider was very badly injured in this battle, so he can't fight at the moment, so you shouldn't worry about him. And then he just closes his eyes and falls forward. He lands face first into Xiaolin's chest, but he's not even happy about it. Chen is completely passed out. Xiaolin says that he just fell asleep from fatigue. The girl sits down, tucking her knees under her, and lays Wai's head on them. She gently strokes his hair, saying that although he behaved too frivolously all the time, he still never rested all the way here. That's why it's not surprising that Chen suddenly fell asleep. Xiaolin leans over him, gently stroking her cheek with her fingertips. She knew that these two would definitely come to save her. The woman is once again convinced that this young man can be relied on. Xiaolin pouts resentfully, crosses her arms over her chest, and turns her head away to make sure the extent of her resentment is clear. In her opinion, Wei can't be relied on at all, because all this time he has been doing nothing but mocking her. Xiaolin stands behind his daughter and informs her that something is bothering her. The girl raises her eyebrows, not quite understanding what she's talking about. The woman clasps Xiaolin's chest and says that she has absolutely no thoughts about how she could grow up so suddenly. Her daughter didn't even ask for permission. The younger one blushes and asks her mother to stop touching there. She already feels extremely strange. From the pit where the spider fell, his torso crawls out, only instead of a huge head he had the body of a woman, naked to the waist. She clings to the edge with her long fingernails, whispering with hatred that she will definitely take revenge on those who dared to do this to her. The spider gets out to the tribe of the insect god. The savages, seeing her, are greatly frightened and realize that before them is their god, who does not visit them often at all. The savages quickly come to their senses and shout to the whole village that the insect god has decided to show himself to them. They are truly chosen people in this case. However, the spider, without uttering a word, pierces 2 people with its claws right in the center of the head. Their bodies dry up like old people, and their eyes disappear completely from their sockets. Only 2 black holes remain in their place, making their appearance so creepy that their image can be dreamed in the terrible dreams of a normal person. The woman clenches her fist and hisses that she must regain her strength, because she needs a lot of energy to tear that damn man to pieces. At this time, Wai's body is floating somewhere in the water, where it is so dark that it is not visible beyond the outstretched arm. The guy grabs his own throat with his hands, realizing that he doesn't have enough air, but he's going to die here. Fortunately or not, it was just a dream. Chen was sleeping on Xiaolin's lap, who held him too tightly, so much so that he began to choke. Xiaolin was sitting next to him with her eyes closed, as if she was half asleep. She and Mom, apparently, were waiting for their companion to wake up, who could help them get out of here. When Wei opens his eyes, he doesn't even enjoy being so close to Xiaolin's bare chest. He's just in a fierce shock from the fact that he almost died of suffocation in his sleep. Inside himself, he is still shuddering with fear. He almost died? That's just why it's still not clear. Fortunately, the girls nearby saved him. Xiaolin smiles awkwardly and apologizes for the fact that they seem to have interrupted him from such a wonderful dream. Xiaolin yawns loudly, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Wei rubs the back of his head as a sign of awkwardness, clearly not wanting to spread what exactly provoked his dream, and justifies himself by saying that he fell asleep by accident, and then immediately remembers that it's time for them to leave this place. They stayed too long here, and they passed the tasks here. Xiaolin asks how they will be able to leave this place. The hole they fell into is too high to climb into it without any problems. Chen shows a stone in his hand, on which a question mark is drawn without a dot at the bottom. This turns out to be the reward he received for completing the rescue mission. If they use this item, they will be able to get out of here without any problems, because the reward has finally begun to be given according to its level. The stone rises in the air from Wei's palm, exuding a soft blue glow. After reaching a certain height, the stone explodes with a stream of light, as if wishing to become the sun in this dark cave. According to the information provided by the game, this item was called the Fire Stone, which after use can instantly move a living body to a nearby coordinate point, and its recovery time is 24 hours. Wei asks to put his hands on his shoulder so that no one will stay in this cave for the next 24 hours. Chen announces that the teleportation begins. Neither Xiaolin nor Wei notice that their clothes don't teleport with him, staying in the cave. When the trio finds themselves in a clearing, the guy already begins to say that the teleportation was successful, but does not have time to finish, as he notices that he and the youngest of them have no clothes from the word at all. Xiaolin, who is already used to walking completely naked, asks where they have moved, and Xiaolin, awkwardly trying to cover herself with at least her hair, replies that it seems like they have returned to the aboriginal village. When the clothes finally come back, and even Xiaolin now has her own top and shorts, Xiaolin, while pulling on the stocking of the fairy girl costume, complained about how unusual it was for her to be in an adult body. Many more things we'll have to get used to. The elder Zhuang, looking at her torment from the side, can only wish her good luck in this matter. Wei, who has already changed into his blue suit, looks around the space around them, because it all looks somehow suspicious. Weren't the inhabitants of this settlement supposed to guard the entrance to the cave of their insect god? Where did all the people who attacked them go? When the arrows flew at him, there were a dime a dozen people who wanted to, and now there is no one. Xiaolin, whose whole body is shaking very noticeably, points behind Wei's back with her finger. Xiaolin's face, standing next to her mother, takes on an extremely frightened look. When Chen turns around, he gets scared himself, although he is definitely not one of those people who could be scared of something. Smoke was rising above the trees, which undoubtedly came from the village of those aborigines. Did something bad happen there? It is worth looking down at their tents, as you can see that they are all engulfed in flames, and their owners lay completely exhausted, as if they had been suffering from hunger for months, next to their homes. The trio approaches the settlement to get a closer look at what can burn here. You have to clamp your hands over your mouths, because the smoke was too thick. You can suffocate from this in a matter of minutes. What he saw was amazing. Xiaolin looks with horror at the destroyed village and asks why all its inhabitants died. They were more alive than all the living when they threw her mother into the pit to their god. Wei approaches one of the corpses and gets down on one knee in front of the dead man to feel his body. After making a quick inspection, Chen gets up and reports the not so good news. Their bodies have dried up because all the blood has been sucked out of them. It remains to make only terrible assumptions about who could have done this to people. Suddenly, a purple stripe, curling like someone's tail, stretches straight to the speaker. Wei manages to put a defense in front of him in the form of his new sword. The strip of light is reflected to the side, but it is clear that the guy put a lot of effort to do it. The light came from the spider, who held the withered corpse of a savage in front of her like a human shield. His face was frozen in a grimace of horror, so it was obvious who he was afraid of. The woman pulls her claw out of the back of the man's head and throws him to the ground, spitting at the guests who came to the aborigines. She did not expect at all that they themselves would come straight to her paws, but the spider was already going to go to them herself. The monster waves his palms and asks if they really want to die at her hands so much. Even if this is not the case, a woman is still pleased with this outcome of events. She will definitely do it for them. Chen, who is pretending to be cool, completely confused, asks who she is in general. The spider almost explodes with anger. Why the hell does such an arrogant kid not know who she is at all? The woman, so be it, says that she is the Spider Queen, and the cave of the insect god in which they staged a brawl belongs to her. Wei dared to kill her entire generation and, moreover, to appropriate this cave. Xiaolin says in shock that this can't be. She burned the spider alive, even if we forget about the fact that she didn't die. But why is the woman in such good condition? As if it wasn't burned a few hours ago. It looks like it's brand new. The queen licks her lips, around which someone else's human blood has gathered. She says that it was because of the blood that she was able to recover and then mutate. For this reason, her body became like a human one. She says that she is very grateful to this couple, who so unceremoniously broke into her cave, since their blood specifically gave the woman a force at least 10 times more powerful than before. Chen decides to test this in practice and rushes into the attack first, who looks surprised that he would even try to hit her. She disbelievingly says that he dared to attack stealthily. In fact, Wei corrects her. He did not attack her surreptitiously at all, and if the spider thinks so, it means that she needs to talk less. To reinforce his insults about the queen's negligence, Chen calls her a windbag and laughs mockingly. The spider's eyes light up red with bloodlust. She tilts her head a little to the side so that he is not hurt, and the blade smears on the strands of her hair. Chen, who has received the spirit of the king, still stands aside and does not dare to approach the opponent too close. Despite all his words, she really looks quite formidable. The queen grins and declares that the guy is too naive, because even though her body has mutated and become human, she still has extremely powerful regeneration abilities. Her words are immediately confirmed. The stump that remained from the hand begins to grow instantly right before our eyes. And then her anger breaks free. A violet light breaks out of the woman's hands, and she declares that, to put it in other words, no matter how much the enemy cuts her, he still cannot harm her. The spider accuses Wei of killing her entire generation and taking possession of the cave in which she lived quite peacefully before their arrival. After that, she's not going to spare him. The woman presses her palms to the ground and applies the technique of a network of thousands of webs. A web bursts out of the ground, forming a cocoon. Chen, before the bonds can wrap around them, orders Xiaoan and Xiaolin to get out of here faster, if he has at least a slim chance of coping with the queen. But the novice Xiaolin, and even more so the incompetent Xiaoan, does not have him either. The eldest does not even try to dissuade him from protecting her at the cost of her life for the umpteenth time since they managed to get acquainted. She just grabs her daughter by the hand and drags her to the side while the web is going into a cocoon. And then this cocoon turns into a dome, covering both the spider and Wei. Now, when there is no need to follow two women, Wei can roam to the fullest. He repels all the attacks of the spider and runs at her, wanting to reduce the range of the blow. He admits that he did not expect her power to become so powerful at all. Even Xiaolin was able to defeat the queen in the cave, and now he himself is barely coping with the spider. Chen asks how much blood she sucked out of the bodies of those hillbillies, since she became so strong. The guy appreciated her strength, but could not say that it made him happy. After all, he's the one fighting the spider right now. The queen waves her arms to direct the web directly at the enemy and explains to him, as an incompetent, that cows eat grass, people eat cows, and demons consume people themselves. This is exactly what God and heaven intended. Should Wei remember how many buns he ate? So the spider does not remember how many people she swallowed. Chen wonders what kind of buns she's talking about there. He answers the spider in this way. His answer depends on which buns the queen has in mind, because the image of a woman's breast already appears in the guy's head. The system rewards him with death points for such words in moments of danger. The woman's pupils narrow to a black dot, and she asks if he really wants to taste her breasts, while placing his palms on the bulge, which is covered with some kind of fur. Wei makes a face in response. She is a humanoid monster, whose charms he is definitely not interested in. Even Chen isn't that perverted. This infuriates the woman in the end. The opponent is definitely looking for Smerit, since he dares to say such a thing to her face. The guy crosses his arms over his chest, not even trying to fend off the attacks of the spider web woman, as if knowing that they will not touch him anyway. He calls a woman's trick simple child's play. Wei gets close to her face, causing her opponent to be very surprised. No one has ever allowed this in relation to Her Majesty, and says that even if she can heal 100 times, or in other words, she will kill the queen until she reaches her limit, and Wei will definitely bring her to this. He raises a sword over the spider's head and hopes that the queen is glad that he is ready to spend a lot of his time on her. They will do this all day until the spider finally drops her skates. But a woman is not going to just give up on the mercy of an impudent boy. She breaks into a predatory smile and asks if it's really going to be like this. After these words, the sword falls from his hands, and Wei grabs his heart. For some reason he suddenly felt very hot. There was some kind of impotence, and it became incredibly stuffy, so much so that the guy's whole face was instantly covered with paint. The queen majestically circles the space around them with her hands and explains that this is all because the whole area around them is filled with steam, which comes from a barrier woven from her web. Steam can even corrode human bones, and therefore she allowed Wei to defeat herself to lure her into this steam cloud. Chen falls to the ground. His breathing becomes so heavy that clouds of air begin to escape. The spider bends over him and tells him that even great warriors are not able to resist her mate, so let Wei be a good boy and let the woman enjoy him. All the limbs of the guy's body are wrapped in a web, lifting him into the air like Jesus Christ on the crucifixion. To Wei, his energy returns a little from such a pose, and he immediately asks why she spread his legs. If the queen is going to humiliate him somehow, then it's better to kill him right away. The queen approaches him and runs her finger along the guy's chin. She declares that Chen will pay for the fact that he killed all her children, whom the spider raised with such difficulty. The guy understands that even if the queen kills him, Then fortunately, the death points on his account should be enough for Wei to be resurrected several times, so nothing worse than the death of the spider will not do anything to him. The queen's claws are tearing all his clothes off. Wei's eyes, which closed because of how hot he was, immediately opens them. She didn't kill him, but for some reason tore off his clothes. For what purpose? The spider licks her fingers, leering at her victim, and reminds him that he killed all her children. She goes on to say that thanks to the steam that the web releases from the barrier, Chen will remain in this state for the rest of his life, so he should be incredibly happy for dying in pleasure. The queen, as a mother of those who have lost their children, wants to get new ones from this person. The prospect of spending time with a woman for the first time does not appeal to Wei in any way. He begs it's better to just kill him so that he does not tolerate such humiliation, even if he does not dare to approach him. Outside the barrier, only the heart-rending screams of the poor guy who is being tormented by the Spider Queen can be heard. Xiaon can hardly hold his daughter, who is eager to help Wei. They can't just leave him in that place, because that spider has become very strong, so Chen will definitely not be able to stand against her for a long time. They need to save him urgently. However, the elder Zhuang first of all thinks about the safety of her own daughter, and no matter how grateful she was to Wei for saving her, Xiaolin still could not sacrifice. She asks her daughter not to be so impulsive, because Chen will surely cope without them. Xiaolin does not lag behind and asks what they should do. An idea comes into her bright young head. All spiders should be afraid of fire, and at his call she is a real ace. The girl waves her magic wand and directs the magic flame at the barrier. 3 large flame cores are flying at their target, but they did not harm him in the end. The smoke from the fire dissipates, and all that remains for Xiaolin now is to swear loudly at the situation that has arisen. How is it possible that the magic flame really didn't work? It didn't even leave a scratch on this barrier of cobwebs. What kind of web is this? The younger Zhuang now does not understand at all what to do. Brother Wei is fighting the spider alone right now, and she, who received the wizard's abilities from him, cannot help him in any way. Xiaon puts his hand on her shoulder in an attempt to calm her down. Chen is strong enough to cope with the opponent, so nothing will happen to him for sure. Xiaolin and Xiaon are standing outside and waiting for the cries for help to come from the barrier. The younger one raises her eyebrows in surprise and asks what kind of sounds they are. When they were fighting with Wei, he definitely did not make such strange sounds. Xiaon awkwardly clears her throat and even blushes, explaining to her daughter that there are some things that she still doesn't know enough about, even though the girl has actually grown up. The barrier is cut in half from the inside. When its walls fall down, a satisfied spider comes out. As soon as she approaches Xiaolin, she immediately demands that the queen answer what she did to Wei. The woman happily crosses her arms over her chest, as if waiting for this question. She points to the hanging body of the guy who had all the blood sucked out of him and asks if this is the person Xiaolin is referring to. Chen doesn't even move. Apparently, his wish was fulfilled, and Wei still died, but definitely not the death he wanted. The spider goes home, freeing the victim from the web, and casually informs that she has already played enough with him and therefore Xiaolin can take what is left of him. Xiaon covers his mouth with his palm in horror, as if holding back the screams rushing out, and can't believe how this could happen to Wei. Xiaolin falls to his knees and picks up what is left of their savior, a gray body illuminated by a red aura, whose face is distorted in a grimace of horror. The thin handle of the corpse begins to crumble into powder, and then the whole body becomes dust. The spider, who has not gone far from the scene of the incident, asks the women not to worry, because she will happily continue the Wei family. But the queen has completely different plans for Xiaolin and Xiaon. She releases her purple web, while asking to be good girls and let her eat herself. The elder Zhuang rushes to protect her daughter, who is still sitting confused on the ground, but the bonds first of all reach out to Xiaon, embracing her entire body. Xiaolin jumps up and asks the queen to eat her best and spare her mother. The girl is basically ready to do anything just to get the spider behind them. The queen looks at her with displeasure and sweetly admires such a deep love of her daughter for her mother. She runs her fingernail along the chin of the youngest, and then brings her face closer to hers and asks not to worry, the spider will eat them both. They should be pleased with such an honor, because Xiaon and Xiaolin will be the first nutrients for her unborn baby. The younger Zhuang freezes with fear after such words. Suddenly, the dust that was left from Wei comes into motion and rises into the air, as if caught by the wind. Only then Chen rises from this dust, as usual in his blue suit and full of strength to fight the spider further. The radiance around him is so strong that Xiaolin and the spider cover their eyes with their hands, and only then can they see that their good old Wei is in front of him. This time, the Rebirth system spent 400 death points to resurrect the host. The reward for Rebirth is a diamond body of pure energy. Wei's body seems to be bursting with strength, which is now exactly the same level as the spider's power. A golden light appears between the palms, and then the guy connects them with each other in a prayer gesture. The faces of Xiaolin and the queen, who a second ago were extremely surprised by his resurrection, are now distorted in indignation at not understanding what he is doing this time. Wei's suit is torn, the buttons on his shirt are torn, exposing his inflated chest. Above his head, like an angel's halo, the sun lights up. The diamond body of pure energy can significantly increase the protection of the wearer, resist all negative effects, but at the same time reduces the attack power and agility. After the wearer reaches the peak, he will become invulnerable and will be able to absorb energy from blows inside himself. Chen beckons the queen with his finger, calling her an unflattering old rotten yogurt and reminding her that he is her opponent, and not the defenseless Xiaolin and Xiaoan. He urges her to continue their duel, only now using his new powers. The spider loudly swears at him for only pretending to be dead, but in fact is more alive than all the living. The web released by the woman flies past the opponent's shoulder without even hitting him. Chen mockingly asks if this is all the queen is capable of, because now what he has seen does not impress him at all. He points his finger at her and declares that her attacks at this moment are nothing compared to how the queen tortured him before, his old age taking its toll. Then the woman waves the web like a whip, which, at the wave of her hand, wraps around the guy's body. If the last time the immobilization led him to panic, now Wei's face shows that he is only thinking about how to continue fighting with her further, and not give up so quickly at the mercy. The queen pulls him to her and says that he is incredibly lucky to experience heavenly bliss, after which he will definitely turn into a dry sediment, and Wei will no longer have the slightest chance to be reborn again. Chen complacently replies that if the spider does not succeed, then let him not regret his decision later. Apparently, the prospect of being in the clutches of a spider no longer causes him such horror. The queen waves her palm to create a barrier of cobwebs again. Xiaoan, who is still tied up, asks if she saw everything correctly. Wei has just been resurrected. Xiaolan nods and says that not so long ago there was exactly the same situation. They can just stand and look at the dome, where the queen's screams come from with questions about how long the guy will be able to hold out this time. An hour later, the spider herself begs for mercy and begs the victim to stop. Xiaolin and Xiaoan are even getting a little awkward. Last time the woman elegantly cut the barrier. This time she, like a dead man from a coffin, breaks through the web and screams that she can no longer. The proud and dangerous queen crawls out of the trap created by herself and continues to talk about what can no longer be inside. However, Chen does not let her escape, grabs her hind leg and drags her back, informing her that he has not finished with her yet. The barrier is sealed back only under the influence of Wei's own power. The next time the dome almost explodes from the fact that Chen gets out of it, only under his own will. All that remains of the queen is a small tarantula of normal size and even without a female body, which lies at Wei's golden foot, stepping barefoot on the grass. Chen stands naked, apart from his slightly torn underpants, ranting about how beautiful he is. The system announces that the game task has been successfully completed, and the player will soon be moved back to his home world. Xiaolin happily looks at how the webs of the web themselves peel off from her mother's body, having lost the strength of their mistress. Yes, and Chen came out absolutely healthy. Xiaoan asks what happened to the spider, but he vaguely replies that she just had severe pain in her legs. And the most important thing in any case is that Wei was able to kill the queen and everything ended so well. He hugs both of them tightly and happily says that now they can safely return home. The spider that was left instead of the queen shoots something at Xiaoan, who is retreating from the game world. She rubs the place of impact in bewilderment, but does not notice anything except a smoking spider. And in any case, the woman will not be able to do anything. Their bodies have already half moved back. Students appear on the street platform. Qin was carrying a rifle and dressed in a schoolgirl costume, a strange sight considering her appearance. Zai did not cheat on herself and did not change the suit that Chen had once picked up for her. Some of the guys were left without clothes after they got out of the showers naked. The game congratulates all players on their successful survival in the game task. Each of them gets 3,000 experience points, and the next task will start in 7 days. Everyone's levels are rising significantly. Xin looks around at everyone gathered and wonders why everyone returned at the same time. It seems to her quite strange. Chen, standing in his underpants, spreads his arms to the sides and explains that no matter how much time a player has spent on a game task, it will only be a moment for the real world. That's why they came back at the same time. Someone notices a new face next to Wei. Brother Chen seems to have brought with him a girl who looks like a goddess descended from heaven. The guy was incredibly impressed with his new friend. The girl's appearance was so beautiful that it melted the ice in his heart. The student fell in love with her at first sight. Xiaolin only has time to hiccup in fear as a crowd of fascinated guys pounces on her, who inundate her with questions. From which school is she from? Why does the face seem so familiar? One of them notices that the fairy girl is too old for cosplay, but she has the right figure. She's just amazing, like Wei's face. The youngest only has to hide behind her mother's back and ask her for help. She laughs and says they are not afraid of them. They do not show any aggression towards her at all. They are only interested in getting to know her. Chen joins the case, who patronizingly puts his palm on the top of Xiaolin's head and says that he does not want to go into details about why she was in such a state. But the girl in front of them is none other than Sister Zhuang's daughter. Guys are almost horrified by this. Is the beautiful girl in front of him really that terribly unpleasant little girl who did nothing but yell at Wei? Another student calls Chen a lustful beast who did this to a little girl. The third one is interested in the fact that since the girl was underage, and now she has grown up, is it now legal to have a relationship with her or not? Xiaolin screams in surprise when someone's arms are wrapped around her from behind. Fortunately, it turns out to be only Sister Qin. The younger one immediately asks not to touch her breasts, which Xin examines and feels with interest. Wei, like a magician, waves his hand and suggests that in order to celebrate that they all survived this terrible game task, he will be put down. They're going to have a big booze party tonight. Several boxes of alcohol appear in front of him at once. Students move to the stadium building and drink beer there. Qin and Wei, reunited, sit together apart from the others. Cubes are hiding under the overturned glasses on the table, and a couple is sitting wondering how many numbers they have. Xin makes a 6, and Chen follows suit, also betting on a 6. The girl raises the cup and under it there are 5 6s out of 6 possible. Qin says he won't be surprised at all if his partner doesn't have a single 6. But Wei, like a magician, raises his cup and asks to look at the pillar that has formed, which clearly indicates that Qin has lost. The system awards 50 death points, because in order to do this, you probably had to cheat. Xin herself understands this and shouts that he was just breaking the rules, a real crook, not a person. But Chen laughs to tears and replies that rules are rules, even for her sake there are no exceptions. If the girl does not commit to follow them, then why play at all? Xin asks if she refuses to pay the debt and does not agree with the punishment. But Qin, as a conscientious person, says that he does not refuse punishment at all, and therefore lies down on the floor and slightly lifts up his school uniform, showing readiness to fulfill his promise. Wei leans over her, licking his lips. As soon as he gets down to business, Qin immediately blushes and starts complaining that she is tickled. Chen asks her to stop moving, because otherwise the drawing will turn out to be crooked and the proper effect will not occur. The guy puts the finishing touch and announces that he deserves the title of the best artist, because now Wei has created a real masterpiece. Judging by his face, you can immediately tell that Qin will definitely not like it. So it happens. Just below the navel, Blue has a heart drawn up to the waist of the skirt, swearing that a friend dared to draw such a shame on her. The system awards him death points again. Somewhere to the side, Xiaolin enjoys cold milk, rejoicing that it refreshes so well. Maybe she grew up physically, but mentally she still remained a 6-year-old, so no one gave her anything but milk. But the students still drooled at her and looked at her with heart-shaped eyes. They muster up the courage to approach and try to talk to Zhuang, but the fact that she is still a child mentally still stops them. As if out of nowhere, Teacher Aoyang appears, who immediately disperses everyone, ordering them to keep their dirty thoughts away from this innocent girl. Xiaolin immediately breaks into a smile, glad that there was at least one kind person who saved her from these vultures. Students bow to Zai almost to the floor and answer that they made a mistake in their choice. When they leave, Aoyang exhales heavily, extremely dissatisfied with the behavior of the guy. Xiaolin comes up to her from behind with a bottle of wine, which first of all thanks her for taking care of Xiaolin. Then she offers to have a drink with her. C raises her palms up, as if giving up, and justifies herself by saying that they don't know how to drink very well, so the interlocutor from her is so-so. But Xiaolin asks not to worry and promises that Sister Zhuang will definitely teach Zai how to drink properly. Aoyang can only, though not very confidently, agree. 3 hours later, when the drinking is already coming to an end, Wei brings Qin into the room, since she can hardly stand on her own 2 feet. The girl, however, is against this turn of events and declares that she can drink more. Chen asks if she's joking by the hour. One glance is enough to tell that Xin is drunk in the trash. The girl falls on her stomach on the bed, and then bends beautifully and again declares that she is not drunk at all. Why, instead of, as usual, being attracted to a woman's body, pulls out a phone from his pocket and starts filming it on camera to show Qin later what state she was in. Be sure the guy will make an angle on her underwear. He is already anticipating how Blue will be embarrassed. The girl is annoyed that he doesn't do anything, so she grabs Wei by the hand in which he holds the phone and pulls on herself, making her very surprised. Xin never allowed him to make advances in her direction. Qin hovers over him, pressing his shoulders to the bed, and lights up with the idea of playing an interesting game with him, which is called searching a criminal by a police officer. The girl knows how to do that. After that, Xin unbuckles the belt on Wei's jeans, obviously deciding to start a search from his pants. Chen, without doing anything to stop her, still complains that he can't do something like that while the girl is in a state of passion and even more drunk. If he does this, and especially with Qin, he will no longer deny that he is an animal. Xin, completely not listening to his reasoning, tears his partner's t-shirt to shreds. Wei is already thinking that on the other hand, if he refuses such a pastime with Qin, he will be considered by someone much worse than an animal. And then the unexpected happens, and Chen is handcuffed to the headboard with 2 pairs of handcuffs. Even a shameless man like Wei blushes and reminds me that the game seems to be called Search. Qin grins and says that she has changed the concept of the game to torture. She pulls the belt out of the loops and swings it like a whip for punishment. Now, all that came from the closed room were screams of pain. The system awarded the legacy of the dead an experience point. The next morning, Chen called all the students together at an incredibly early hour. Even the sun had not fully risen yet. Some slept standing up. Wei encouraged them as much as he could, while not answering the question of why they were here. And then everyone notices Brother Wei's face, and the drowsiness disappears in an instant. The guy bends over with laughter and says that it looks like yesterday's battle was very intense. Chen awkwardly clears his throat and asks to stop talking nonsense. His face is bruised, clearly indicating that Xin was not at all merciful to him. He reminds us that a new game task will begin soon, so without exception we must leave the safe zone for practical training. Zai, having carefully examined the student's face, turns to the nearby Qin and asks what she was doing last night and who could have done this to Wei. The girl covers her face with her hands in shame, but still does not admit and does not ask her about it. She does not know anything. The girls talk to each other, asking if it's dangerous to leave the safe zone and whether they should do it. After all, the girls were not as battle-hardened as the guys Chen trained himself. Wei tells them the hard truth: the enemies will not spare the girls just because they are girls. They have no idea how much they don't care about it. The guy also reminds that he warned from the very beginning. Everyone should leave the safe zone without exception. If students can't cope with ordinary dead people outside, they definitely won't survive the next game task. And after all, no one knows who will be the next boss to fight one way or another. Chen turns his back on them and orders them to take good supplies with them, then gather in a group of 4 and start training. Xiaoan timidly says that she should warn the guy that if it comes to fighting or something like that, she is still not very good at it, although even her daughter is better at it. The woman leads to the fact that whoever is with her in the team, Zhuang will drag everyone to the bottom. Why take her with you in this case? Chen explains that, as a rule, high-level game tasks are performed by groups of fighters, that is, teams. That is why it will be ineffective to fight alone in such tasks. For this reason, it is important for all of them to train as many people as possible. However, if Xiaoan is as bad at close combat as she says, then Wei has a suit suitable for her sister. He says that as she might have noticed, Xiaolan had a new suit and with it fighting abilities, thanks to which the girl helped him a lot in saving her mother. So Wei decides that he will make such a gift in Xiaoan. The eyes of the other guys turn into hearts when they see the seductive costume that Wei gave to his sister. Chen knows exactly what the other students want. Xiaoan, who got the nurse's costume. The carrier can master the specialties medical surgery, pharmacology, auxiliary skills, basics of artificial respiration, and all the other charms of the doctor. This is really an important person in the team. Not everyone, like Wei, could be reborn. They were threatened with real death. Xiaoan can't help but say that he feels a little strange from such close attention from the outside. Wei feels omnipotent, so it turns out that now he has a teacher Aoyong, an officer Qin, a nurse Zhuang, and a magical girl in his collection. They all came together because of him. The girls, except Xiaoan, menacingly fly at Wei, who immediately realized somehow that he was dreaming of something strange. Zai swears that only the most perverted thoughts always arise in his head. The system rewards the owner with death points for being able to incur the wrath of 3 girls at once even without words. But anyway, it was really necessary to start training already, since every minute of these 7 days counted. There is terrible devastation outside the safe zone. Since it was no longer safe to stay in residential buildings, most of them were abandoned, and zombies scurried through the streets, which seemed terribly lazy creatures, although everyone knew how ferocious they could be when they saw a person. The head of one of the zombies is pierced by a bullet that was accurately fired from a kin rifle. For a direct hit, she gets 100 experience points. However, distracted by the monster on the street, she loses sight of the zombie creeping up on her from behind. Xin manages to turn around only at the last moment, when the monster already grabs her hand and turns her around to face him, so that after tearing her clothes off, C comes to the rescue. She pierces the back of the zombie's head with her long claws. Her claws are so long that they pass right through the monster's mouth, and he instantly dies from this. Xiaoan hurries to Qin to cure her. The woman only needs to put her hand to her chest and sew up the torn clothes together with the wound. Xin thanks her. From the roof of a nearby building, Wei is watching them through binoculars. From their work, he concludes that even though they are a little weak now, they do well in the team even without his help. Now he can be sure that they will cope with at least some of the dangers alone. When Chen is about to relax and go watch the other team, his attention is suddenly attracted by something strange, and he puts the binoculars to his eyes again. An elite monster crawls through the streets of the city on all 4 limbs of a mutated body. If other zombies at least somehow resembled a person, then this one has long ceased to be one. Judging by the information provided by the game, the appearance of such zombies was transformed by people who did not want to stay in a safe zone and insisted on a nomadic lifestyle. These zombies are characterized by speed. Girls descending from the roof of the building are the first to come across this monster. Zai tells the officer to attack first. Then Qin pulls out a rifle and aims straight at the zombie's red eye, which is looking right at her. The girl stands on a small hill and says that from this distance she will certainly hit the target. The bullet flies at the monster, but does not hit him at all. This seems to only infuriate him, and the zombie sticks his long tongue out of his mouth. Xin remains at a terrible loss. She can't believe that the body structure of this zombie is designed so that he can easily dodge her bullets. Then C, who specializes in melee combat, gets involved in the case. She kicks in a jump and orders to get out of here as far as possible if she doesn't want to get more. The monster flies into the brick wall of the house, forming a rather big hole in it. Qin gives a thumbs up and thanks the teacher. She really has become so experienced in dealing with zombies in close combat. It is impossible not to admire her. Zai also feels awkward somehow when Xiaoan brings her gratitude for protecting them, especially her, because unlike the officer and the teacher, Zhuang does not know how to fight. Baoyang blushes sweetly and admits that if it is possible in their position, she would not want to turn on the semi-zombie mode, because now the woman is incredibly glad that she did not have to resort to it. However, it was too early to rejoice. The dust from the blow does not have time to dissipate, as the zombie's head appears from behind the veil, his neck stretched out incredibly, like a water pipe. The victim closest to him, Zhuang, does not even have time to do anything, as the monster's neck begins to curl even more to bite the woman and infect her with a zombie virus. And since Xiaoan can't protect herself in any way, she can only become numb with fear and stand still. Qin and Aoyang don't have time to do anything either. It was too unexpected for them. And the zombie is fast enough, even Zai wouldn't be able to do anything. Wei comes to the rescue. First his sword appears, which cuts the zombie's head in half. He knew from the very beginning that the girls could not cope with an elite monster. Unfortunately, this zombie was too much for them. Chen jumps off the roof where he was and flew down. He deftly lands behind Xiaoan, who is already blue with terror. Wei, in comparison with her, looks extremely calm. He approaches the woman and holds out his hand to her, wondering if Zhuang is alright. The woman, stuttering, says that she is fine. Xin can calmly exhale. How good that they had Wei. He appeared in time and was able to save Sister Xiaoan. If he hadn't been there, then everything would have ended extremely badly. Chen decides to give them a couple of tips for the future. If they are in a team, it is very important to protect the weakest members. Sister Xiaoan is a nurse, which already suggests that she is not a combat type at all. He reproachfully asks how Xin and Aoyang were able to let the enemy get so close to her. Wei gives the girl a light slap for a misdemeanor, not the worst thing that could have happened at all. Xiaoan, after listening to him, blushes a lot and somehow looks at her outfit in a new and uncertain way, so it turns out she was a nurse from the very beginning. And she didn't even do anything like that. The guy waves his hand as a sign that she should stop being driven because of this, and explains that the nurse is someone like an auxiliary member of the team. Zhuang's role in the team makes her a support. Xin suddenly notices that there is a red seal on her forehead with the inscription "Not Qualified." She takes out a pocket mirror to look at it carefully, and begins to rub the seal. She didn't do it professionally, and this thing doesn't rub off at all. Where did Wei get the seal at all? Chen boasts of a whole set of colored seals, saying that he has a whole bunch of them. In addition, the seal that he put on the officer's beautiful forehead is not the only one on her body. The girl lets go of her gaze a little and realizes that there really was a red stamp with a hieroglyph on the inside of her thigh. The most disturbing thing is that he was practically under the skirt. When did you just manage to pull this off? Suddenly, the game gives out the blade of the flame claw, which, when attacked, increases the probability of increasing the damage from a fire attack. Wei catches the equipment and says that according to the canon, elite team members receive elite supplies. So the claws are given to teacher Oyeon. She did the best job today, and definitely better than Qin. She puts on claws like a glove, and now almost looks like a Wolverine. This leads a woman almost into depression, if she, of course, had such time. Oyeon begins to feel completely different, as if she is no longer a teacher at the university, although everyone continues to call her that. She feels like she went down a crooked path and wasn't quite happy about it. From the side, a completely human voice is heard, which definitely does not belong to the monster. The owner of this voice says that the guy's got a pretty cool outfit, he appreciated it. Wei turns around at the sound, not expecting to hear normal human speech. While they were dealing with the monsters, a group of guys in costumes from the game quietly approached them. The woman who praised the equipment continues to say that, nevertheless, giving such a good supply to ordinary beginners is the biggest waste. Wei frowns. He gets the impression that the players in front of them are from the Light of Destiny organization. In his previous life, this gang consisted of some freaks who live by their own rules and do not count with anyone. Qin clenches his hands in displeasure and rudely asks who they are in general. She is even more outraged that for some reason they decided that they should give their honestly deserved loot. The woman solemnly tells that they are members of a safe zone called the Light of Destiny. As the name suggests, they are the light that will help people free themselves from the end of the world. Since they have already managed to save many objects by this time, these people are obliged to unconditionally support their organization. Chen, as usual, is not particularly impressed. He throws his sword over his shoulder and unflatteringly replies that, in his opinion, the name of the organization sounds like mentally retarded destinies. Although maybe these guys are homeless, and having come to this conclusion, he asks if they would like to ask them for food in this case. A girl in a tiger costume is flexing her arms. She already wanted to leave these guys alive if they just give them the equipment. But since they do not appreciate kindness and dare to speak so rudely to them, then please do not blame for the abuse. However, the girl does not have time to attack, as the game informs that the next task is about to begin. Its participants will be divided into 2 teams of 4 people. When one team is completely destroyed, the other will win. The task area is located within 5 kilometers from the actual location of the participants. If someone goes beyond the limits, they will immediately die. All participants will be randomly assigned to arbitrary coordinates in the task area. The opponent gives Wei the middle finger and says that they will probably have to kill them all anyway. Xiaoan, clearly not in the mood for battle, looks at her body in confusion, which has already begun to disappear in order to move to the place of the task, and asks if it can start right now. Wei boringly replies that apparently it's time to check what the girls have learned in these 7 days. Xiaoan finds herself in the library completely alone, without her allies and opponent. However, the latter does not take long to wait. The man in the mantis costume does not have time to fully manifest himself, as he already notices that he got a rather weak opponent. Unfortunately, he turns out to be right. The man stands behind Xiaoan and applies the sharp edge of his suit to her neck. Teacher Aoyang gets a tiger girl as an opponent, who is openly dissatisfied with the fact that she got a woman as a rival. She puts a mask on her face, saying that she would like to fight that guy with a sword. But apparently there is no choice. The girl thinks that it will not be difficult for her to tear Aoyang to shreds first, and then, when the task is over, to deal with Wei. However, C is not made with a finger. She blocks the opponent's blow, who immediately notices that the teacher knows how to fight well, which is just great news. Now you can be sure that the battle will not be too boring. On the roof where they were fighting, there is an explosion from their collision. Aoyang, firmly holding the opponent's paw, promises that she will regret that she has become her enemy. Xin was less lucky than the others. Instead of standing on a firm footing under her feet, for some reason she teleported into the sky and is now falling down. However, the officer lands quite gently and is even surprised by this. Wei, whom Xin inadvertently pinned down when she landed on him, moans that it doesn't hurt her, but he is very much. Xin, as if in no hurry, asks why she was on it at all. Wei swears that none of them would have thought that they would be teleported straight into the air. But, in general, it's good that the girl landed on him. Otherwise Qin would have died. His thick blood also worked here, which did not allow them to be flattened into a flat cake. And then Chen squeezes out that Xin should lose weight, because if he didn't die from collisions with the ground now, he may well give up the ghost from the fact that the officer is sitting on him. Of course, this infuriates the girl, and she immediately begins to bend the legs of the person lying down, stating that she has a normal weight. They both do not notice the opponent until she has given voice. She says the two are on pretty good terms. Then Wei and Qin get up from the ground, and the girl immediately begins to justify herself. She does not have any good relations with this jerk at all. Chen can only smile contentedly at the fact that he managed to annoy her. The blonde gets into a pose, as if showing off. That means what their relationship really is. As soon as she shows off, Wei is blown away by the wind. He comes close to the opponent and declares that the officer is completely right. They are not in any relationship at all. But the older sister, the opponent, is very attracted to him, much more than Qin. This angers Xin rather than compliments the opponent. The partner asks how in such an environment Wei can flirt with someone. After all, they now have to fight her to the death. Chen summons a sword to cut the throat of the blonde, who did not even try to resist and listens as Qin reminds them that they are still opponents. However, the blade never touches her throat. Chen says in a panic that he can't move. Xin is even more furious, especially when Chen turns to her, clearly no longer intending to harm the opponent in any way. The officer pulls out a pistol, aiming it at the blonde, and declares that since the partner can't deal with her, then let him leave it to her. There is nothing for the female charms of Qin. The guy covers the blonde with his hand and asks not to shoot her. The girl orders him not to get in the way. She can't. She also doesn't let others do it. But Chen suddenly reveals that it's not his fault at all that he says and reports that he can't control his body. He looks nervously at the opponent, realizing that she is the culprit. So it turns out, the blonde touches the guy's face with her hands and says that in the last task she received the ability to charm the eyes. The person who looked into her eyes during the action of this ability will fall under her full control. The opponent points her finger at Xin and orders her new servant to go and chop off the head of this girl. Thus, she will not even take part in the battle. Chen listens implicitly to the hostess and swings his sword at his girlfriend, who can't do anything against him. It was lucky that Wei could still control his voice, because he immediately asks the officer to run away as far as possible. The guy can't control the body, but still remains conscious, fortunately. The girl, at least from someone, is calling for help. However, luck leaves her. She stumbles over a stone and falls. The officer turns to Wei, who is standing over her, preparing to kill her. Wei clasps the wrist of his own hand, in which he holds a sword ready to descend on Qin's neck. The blonde puts her fingers to her forehead, intensifying the effect of her ability, and encourages the guy to stab the officer. She wants to see this scene more than anything in the world. The opponent's eyes, the color of scarlet blood, rapaciously follow every movement of the rivals. What she likes the most is the expression on Wei's face when he tries to resist her charms and does not want to kill his partner. It's such a beautiful sight that the blonde regrets watching alone. Drops of blood are flying on Xin's face, which, fortunately or not, was not hers at all. Chen pierced his stomach with a sword to redirect his blade at least temporarily, and not injure the girl. The system rewards the guy with death points. Xin covers her eyes with fear. Tears come to her eyes. They did not get the easiest opponent, and she did not expect this from a seemingly simple task. Chen, feeling dizzy from the pain, turns to the blonde and calls her an asshole who should not underestimate his willpower. She certainly attacked the wrong one. Qin rushes to him and, supporting him, asks if he is okay. Wei leans on the sword like a walking stick and can barely stand on his feet. The opponent reports that as long as her eyes are open and they look at the victim's body, she can continue to control Wei. According to her calculations, at best, Chen will be able to hold on for a few more minutes until he completely loses his mind. After that, the order to bring the head of the partner follows. But Wei is in no hurry to execute her order at all and says that since he controls it with his own eyes through his eyes, then the way out of the situation is extremely simple. The opponent's eyebrows rise in surprise. He's not going to do what she thought, is he? The guy just needs to tear out his eyes, and then he will clear his mind, ceasing to be dependent on the ability of this bad woman. As soon as he says this, Chen runs 2 fingers into his eyes, screaming in pain. The system awards him death points. On the palm of Wei's hand are both his eyes, along with the nerve endings. This makes the blonde terribly angry. The guy just had to be an obedient dog and obey the charms of her beauty, and not be self-willed in this way. Her eye charm technique will never fail, even if the opponent no longer has his own eyes. Chen, tears of pain streaming from his empty eye sockets, directs a sword towards her voice and tells her that now her charms are absolutely useless against him. Having lost his eyes, Wei will no longer be subject to the opponent's hypnosis abilities, and this is her weak point. Chen, who, unlike her partner, can see everything perfectly, incidentally says that Chen is pointing the sword in the wrong direction, slightly exposing himself as a complete idiot. But Wei is not upset. Right now he can't do anything, because he doesn't see anything at all. The guy starts waving his sword randomly, and then the opponent goes into retreat. This person is just crazy. What normal in his right mind would pull out his eyes instead of going down the simple path? She decides that she urgently needs to leave here if she doesn't want to grab it. However, after talking to Wei, the blonde exposed her location and thereby gave the exact coordinates where he should hit. He cuts the girl with a sword. The blonde falls into a puddle of her own blood and before finally giving up the ghost, says that she did not expect that she would eventually die at the hands of some man. A completely unworthy death for her. Chen, having overcome his opponent, can finally stop and put his hand to his eyes to complain that pulling them out turned out to be much more painful than he thought. Chen rushes to him, wanting to help in any way. She asks if he is sure that for the sake of killing this woman, he would lose his eyes. Wei, leaning half on his partner, replies that he still had no choice, and in order to save Xin's life, the loss of his eyes is the most insignificant price in fact. He was willing to sacrifice a lot more if needed. Wei puts his face directly to the chest of the girl, who asks him to be sure that in the future she will definitely take care of him, since she understands that it was because of her helplessness in front of him that her partner lost his sight. Chen, realizing the situation he found himself in, raises his head towards the girl's voice, looking at her with empty eye sockets, and tells her not to worry about his condition, because after each task the player returns alive, and his physical injuries are healed to a better state. Qin's eyes light up with a thirst for death. She immediately pushes Wei's face away from her, but he is not at all happy with this situation and asks to let him dodge in order to feel the warmth of the girl's body again. Her hugs were extremely liked by the guy. While they were making out with each other, they both missed someone else's bullet, fired right into the back of Wei's head. As soon as she hits him, the guy drops dead. The 4th member of the Light of Destiny organization, who had been hiding before, was standing in a high-rise building, from where he was aiming his rifle. Perhaps he was deliberately waiting for the blonde to recline so that he could heroically kill 2 at once. The bullet that killed Wei was homing, the effect of which is obvious from the name. The farther the target is from the shooter, the more time it takes to prepare the projectile. The man adjusts the rifle again so that in 30 seconds, the time to prepare a homing bullet, he can kill the cutie who was next to Wei. He started with the guy because he was stronger than Qin for obvious reasons. Wei's body, which Xin held in her hands and grieved before, disappears as well as the blonde disappeared before. Although this is a task, after which everyone still remains alive, tears come to the officer's eyes, starting to quickly flow down the girl's face. She genuinely didn't want the guy's support. However, she quickly calms down and suddenly realizes that she has a strange deja vu about this situation. I remember that Chen was already dying once, and she, like a fool, sat sobbing over his body, although a miracle should happen for Wei to die. She decides to deal with the pressing problem and runs in the direction where, according to the shot at Wei, the sniper should be there. The enemy is shooting. Qin hides behind a dilapidated brickwork so that he can hide in a safe place for a while. Xin only manages to calmly exhale when she sees that the bullet is flying straight at her, although the girl was sure that she managed to hide before the man fired the second shot. And from his position, he wouldn't be able to target her hiding behind the wall. In any case, Qin would not have had time to do anything to protect herself from this bullet. It was homing, and wherever Xin went, the projectile would still have found her. However, Wei appears out of nowhere with a frying pan in his hands, with which he stops the bullet and does not let him kill Qin as well. The Rebirth system removes 500 points from his account for resurrection. Chen also regained his eyesight. Before the guy has time to connect to the situation, he realizes that every time Wei is reborn, the price for resurrection increases. He needs to start dying less in order to save points for the future, as practice shows Situations in his life happen to be as different as possible, and when these glasses may be useful to him is unclear. The opponent lowers his rifle, as if not believing his eyes. How is this possible? He just shot this guy, and he even disappeared, like his colleague in the organization. Kin exclaims joyfully that his partner was able to resurrect again. When he is around, the girl feels much better. However, they don't have time to rant about Wei's vitality, so he grabs his girlfriend and orders her to stop talking. Chen explains that now is not the time to rejoice at all, since the sniper's location remains unknown. And if he is too careless, even a few spare lives of Wei will not be enough, and then he will die completely. Xin connects and asks why the two shots came from two different directions. Well, there are really two snipers here, but there were 4 people in the opposing team. Where did the 5th come from in this case? Wei denies and says that of course there are not 2 of them, just 1. The problem is that he is not an unusual sniper at all, who surely must have some kind of ability to control the direction of bullets. Thus, the sniper can hide his location. Xin is interested that in this case they need to behave quietly in a safe place until the sniper finds himself. But Wei says that they still have everything in a bundle and you can relax. According to his plan, the couple will just walk very carefully right in the open. Sooner or later, the opponent will definitely stick out his head and then Chen will grab him. Wu Qin has nothing to say to this, although this plan does not seem too practical to her. The sniper says that he doesn't care where they run, since his aiming system determines the range of the entire area in which they are. Because as long as the 3 of them are here, the man will be able to aim at his victims without any problems. He believes that God will help him in this matter, and the couple will not be able to escape their death. When he sets his sights, he sees Wei and Qin quite in no hurry. The sniper is very perplexed about why they are not hiding or running at least. Chen looks extremely thoughtful, but Xin leans against him and breathes heavily as if she ran across. The man calls the couple real jerks, who from somewhere had so much courage that once they decided to stand in such a dangerous place without a shadow of a doubt, while knowing that a sniper was hunting them. Fortunately, the enemy can't hear them, because at that moment the officer asks if the man will definitely swallow the bait set by them. The sniper starts the countdown. He admits to himself that he loves gambling very much, therefore he accepts the challenge thrown to him by his opponents. The sniper doesn't think they're smart enough to fool a homing bullet. On the count of 1, he shoots. Surprisingly, the bullet does not fly into people, but into a tank by car. A loud explosion occurs, which indicates that there was a highly combustible substance inside the tank, which did not take much time to produce an explosion. The sniper comes out of his hiding place to take a closer look at his handiwork. He honestly hopes that after such a gorgeous explosion, at least something remains of the bodies of Qin and Wei. After all, he wanted to take their heads as war trophies, so that later he could boast of his victory in front of his colleagues. Wei's hand opens the hatch, and then he himself appears. The system reports that the Heaven and Earth ability has gained experience points. Since the smoke from the explosion has not yet dissipated, the fact that the couple hid is not visible. The guy looks very shabby, but the worst thing is that his left hand is missing. In this task, he lost more body organs than in his past and present lives combined. Qin points to the severed arm. Chen himself does not pay much attention to the lack of a limb and says that in any case, after they complete the task, the arm will recover as well as it happened to the eyes. He notices that the more important fact is that now they are, and the smoke and the sniper, no matter how good his eyesight may be, cannot be seen, but they know the location perfectly well. Xin clears his throat from the smoke and asks what if he now knows where the man is. As Chenyi said earlier, they are standing in the smoke themselves, so they can't see anything either. But Wei declares that his partner is wrong, because what she described is not such a big problem, especially after he was blind. Not for long, but he was. Chen asks the girl to borrow his gun. After the rifle is in Wei's hands, he suddenly asks Qin to lie down on the ground and lift the top of his hips. The guy immediately almost dies at the hands of his partner, who grabs him by the collar of his shirt and starts shaking him to foam from his mouth. Xin shouts at him that even in such a situation, a friend begins to give out his stupid and depraved jokes, which turns out to be completely off topic. But Chen tries to justify himself, he's not really joking. And the first thing the guy really wants to shoot their enemy. Then, of course, Wei may take advantage of Qin's position. The officer has no choice but to agree. She takes the right pose and, greatly embarrassed, asks if she did the right thing. The system congratulates the host on his success and awards him death points. Wei replies that she is doing everything right and puts the rifle on her buttocks, leaning with her hands somewhere in the area of the girl's neck. He asks Qin to stand in this position until he calls her off. Besides, let him prepare that the guy will shoot soon. Xin didn't expect the guy to use her for shooting a little. Chen closes his eyes, focusing on the goal. When he lifts his eyelids, a sight forms on his right eye. The guy says that now he is going to test the new abilities that the Rebirth system gave him after the last resurrection. Wei turns on Eagle Vision. Eagle Vision is a legendary ability of a famous assassin, which can be used to significantly improve vision and visual perception for a short time after using the ability, as well as to add special effects of seeing through something. Through the smoke, Chen sees the silhouette of the enemy, which perfectly falls into the center of the eagle eye's sight. Before firing, Wei swears at his partner because she starts shaking her whole body, which causes the sight to fail. To at least support her a little, Chen asks not to worry. The guy comes to the conclusion that nothing can be done now and he will have to adjust the sight manually. The smoke finally dissipates, and the opponent sees an oil painting. The opponent is turned backwards to him and stands on all fours, and Wei holds a rifle on her body. The man again remains in a dazed state. After all, he blew up the fuel tank, and they were standing next to it. A couple should be dead after this. Chen asks the enemy not to blink and promises that his death will be sweet, because at the moment of the shot he will see his partner's beautiful underwear. And so it happens, the only eye not hidden by a bandage, the man opens so that, with all his desire, he will not be able to close, because this means taking his eyes off Qin. This is really a beautiful view, if you forget that there is a rifle between the buttocks of the girl, the sight of which is directed directly at the sniper of someone else's team. Before the bullet fired from Wei's rifle hits the enemy head-on, the man manages to notice that the girl's panties are purple. Before the game takes his body, he says that, to be honest, he prefers white. And then the sniper breaks up into a hologram and disappears. Wei removes the rifle from Qin's buttocks and puts it on the ground, complaining that regardless of what color the girl's panties are, they are still beautiful. Whether it's white or purple, it doesn't matter anyway. And after that, he enraged Xin by correcting the sniper and saying that the color of her underwear is not purple, but purple. The officer snatches the rifle from him and pokes it into his partner's cheek. She asks how he knows the color of her panties. It turns out that he saw them too. Wei casually declares that there's not much he hasn't seen there. He even memorized every pattern on the fabric. Chen suggests to stop discussing this delicate topic, because it is obvious that the girl definitely does not like it, and will return to reality. Qin shouts that he wants to get rid of this impudent man. At this time, the fight between Aoyang and the tiger woman had not stopped yet. The latter attacks the woman with her foot, offering to try out this blow. Sai barely manages to block the blow with his hands. The teacher flies into the wall. Despite the fact that the blow was strong and any normal person would have lost consciousness, or even died, then Aoyang just brushes off the dust and tries to get up again. The opponent notices that Sai has good physical fitness, but, fortunately, this is all that the teacher has. The tigress decides that it's time to end this battle. It's already obvious who will emerge victorious from the battle. She completely adopted the image of a tiger. Now there were no gaps of human skin that would indicate belonging to the human race. The tiger rushes at great speed at the opponent, who understands that she must also use her main trump card. She needs to start the semi-zombie mode as soon as possible before the enemy tears her to pieces. Only in a special mode will she be able to fight on equal terms with a tigress who is not going to show mercy to her. The woman tears Aoyang's suit in some places, and she moans, "It was really painful." However, in order to enter the semi-zombie mode, the teacher starts to get angry, and how to do this she has no idea, to be honest. Then the woman decides to remember something that could make her angry. The first memory that came to mind was the moment of Wei's kiss with Aoyang. Every memory that is aimed at making the teacher angry is associated with this guy. Once he called her not the most flattering word, still not having a man. This turns out to be the very memory of Aoyang to become enraged. The tigress even stops attacking to ask why the woman closed her eyes. This is clearly not the smartest strategy for fighting. Complex schemes are going on in her head to understand other people's actions. At some point, the tigress gets tired of it, and she growls that since Aoyang has closed her eyes, it means she has accepted her imminent death. The tigress does not seem to notice that C's aura has become threatening and extremely murderous. If the aura had a color, it would undoubtedly have red. And then C opens his eyes, which sparkle with a thirst for murder. The veins on her face swelled, and most of her teeth lengthened to make it easier to dig into human flesh. She tries to reach out to the tiger to tear it almost with her bare hands, but the animal jumps aside. However, the tigress cannot but note that the speed of the woman's movements has increased enormously. She really somehow dodged her hands. The paw is carried over Aoyang's head to dig in with huge claws, but this attack does not seem successful either. The tigress roars with rage. Why has she suddenly become so fast? The iron claws, the trophy that started the feud between the two teams, light up scarlet, and the woman's hand moves back to punch her. The tigress can't even keep up with her, which is a very bad factor, because she can't even protect herself from the cutting blows of a woman. Suddenly, the iron claws are wrapped in flames, and Zai smears them on the tiger's skin. The flame spreads to the entire body of the animal, and it immediately begins to writhe from pain and heat. Aoyang can finally exhale calmly, and then spread his arms triumphantly. Suddenly, a person comes up from the side who praises the work of C, because the weakness of those who have fur is fire, so the woman's wit is wonderful. But immediately after the compliment, Chen makes a remark about the fact that such fur was taken and burned, because it could be made into a very beautiful fur coat. What a pity, after all, that such beauty fell to the death of the brave. Qin, who appeared with him, asks the teacher why she did this with fur, because she really wanted a tiger fur coat. After her words, Zai's shoulders tense up. Her ardor after the battle did not completely come down, and therefore Wei's remark to Zai looks as if he had insulted her greatly. Aoyang turns around, growling the guy's name, and it becomes clear that the fangs have not completely returned to their normal appearance. She calls for the flame again and, screaming that she will kill him, rushes at Wei. He doesn't even understand what he did. Usually he at least understood why he was getting a cradle. While the trio could rejoice that they had dealt with 3 members of someone else's organization at once, Xiaoan did not know how to use her abilities so as to emerge victorious from the battle. She was hiding behind a library bookshelf, trying to catch her breath from a long run. Her hiding place is quickly revealed. The bookshelf is cut in 2 by the mantis. At the same time, he also touches a woman whose outfit is torn from the attack. Out of the smoke that appeared when the shelf was destroyed, a man appears, wondering how Xiaoan wants him to cut it, vertically or horizontally. A man jumps on a broken shelf and calls himself an extremely stupid person, because no matter how you turn it, but if he cuts a woman vertically or horizontally, it will still turn out extremely beautiful. He pulls the mantis claw towards Xiaoan to make the final touch in his victory, but suddenly Zhuang's eyes darken greatly, and she herself began to glow purple. She orders him not to even think about attacking her, although it can be said that Xiaoan herself almost does not understand what she is going to do, because it is obvious that the woman is not at all equal to a professional fighter. A spider web flies out of her palm, like that of a popular superhero, which wraps around a green claw, preventing it from reaching itself. Zhuang pulls his hand to the side, thereby blocking the attack. The man raises his eyebrows in surprise. How could the nurse have a spider web with a tenacious tincture to resist him? Will his victory be so simple now? Xiaoan breaks into a satisfied smile and calls the opponent just a pathetic person who greatly overestimated his strength. And as you know, this is one of the steps to defeat and death. A red spider-like mark appears on the woman's forehead. Xiaoan announces that they will be done with this and throws the man back, thanking the bug for the fact that because of him she was able to try out this female body in battle. It becomes obvious that it is not Zhuang who is saying this at all. She could not even use a web, let alone with what force she threw a man heavier than herself. The mantis rubs the abrasions and looks attentively at the enemy, admiring this woman. It turns out that she pretended from the very beginning that she couldn't do anything. Because Xiaoan did this to him, he promises to turn her into a meat porridge that will return to the real world in parts. Zhuang is not even scared, although normally she would have gone on the run, and declares that apparently the man did not understand who is the hunter here and who is the prey. She waves her hand, directing a web at him. The bonds wrap around the man's arm, binding him tightly. The web wraps around both arms, waist and legs, making the man afraid. This turn of events does not suit him very much. He's definitely not used to being prey, especially in female hands. Xiaoan knocks him to the floor right under his feet. Spider claws appear from her back, making her look extremely menacing. Zhuang says that she is extremely fond of eating energetic prey because they are always quite fresh, a real sight. The woman puts one of the claws on her back, pressing it to the floor. She announces that she intends to eat the mantis alive. The veins on the man's face swell with pain when the claw pierces him. Xiaoan bends over the victim, pulling him by the hair, and regretfully says that everything is useless. After she tasted the flesh and blood of that man with a sword, other people no longer allow her to enjoy her fill of food. Now it is clear that Zhuang's consciousness was occupied by the Spider Queen, who managed to leave her mark on her body. Suddenly, the hand, on which even the nails seem to have grown from the fact that the body is now controlled by the queen, lets go of the man's head. The spider comes to an unpleasant perplexity. The mind of that woman, Xiaoan, is trying to expel her. But surely Zhuang can't be that strong mentally. She grabs her face, as if trying to keep herself conscious, and realizes that Xiaoan seems to want to completely take over this body. To the horror of the spider, most likely, after a while Zhuang will succeed. The mark on Xiaoan's forehead begins to fade when the queen promises that she will look forward to the next meeting with Wei Chen, who is a few kilometers away from the site of the Battle of Mantis, and Xiaoan sneezes because of the mention of his name. Qin, like a mother hen, immediately wonders if he is okay. Is it possible that even while completing a task in a new game place you can catch a cold? The guy rubs his nose and says that he definitely didn't catch a cold, he just has a strange feeling. Zai, still angry about something, crosses her arms over her chest and demands to forget, because the most important thing right now is to hurry up and find Sister Zhuang. Of the four of them, she has practically no chance of defeating the enemy, because even with a zombie with a low rank, she will not be able to cope. Suddenly, a message comes from the game, in which their team is congratulated on the victory. After exiting this task, players will return to the original world and receive their well-deserved reward. The game starts counting down from 10, which means after how long they will return to themselves. C frowns, so the game is over. Wei's body is already beginning to dissolve, but he still manages to say that apparently it is. However, they have not yet managed to find Sister Zhuang, who does not have combat strength as such. Xiaoan is a nurse, an auxiliary suitcase of the team. It is for this reason that she simply would not be able to defeat the enemy on her own, and even more so alone. The team returns to the safe zone. Wei, as always, is unlucky because both girls fall on him at once. He has already complained about the weight of one of them before. The game credits 5,000 experience points to each account for the successful completion of the task. The guy is only happy with the fact that his left hand has finally returned. He covers his hand with kisses, singing odes to her and telling her how boring his nights were without her. How could he live on without one of his hands? To finally check how sensitive he is, he puts his palm to the chest of the kin standing next to him, who at first does not even have time to say anything. And then, as usually happens, she charges him with such a slap that the guy's nose bleeds, and his body flies off to the side. He doesn't understand what he did, because Wei just needed to test his new hand on something. Qin orders not to dare to use her body for such purposes anymore. While Xin was trying to strangle him, Chen suddenly notices that Sister Zhuang has also returned. Ignoring his plight, Wei asks if she is okay, and, noticing that everything is fine, he hurries to say that he is incredibly glad about it. The officer, without releasing his victim, asks the elder how she was able to defeat her opponent. None of them expected Xiaoan to do this. The woman admits that she doesn't really know because she forgot everything. According to her, all that remained in her memory was how the Mantis pursued her, and then a complete failure. When Xiaoan regained consciousness, she was already standing here with them. Chen says that there is one option in this case. Her opponent has died, because time has already expired, and he has less than 50% of lives left. That is why the game system counted the victory to their team. Xiaolan, noticing that Xiaoan has returned unharmed, rushes to her with tears in her eyes. The girl hugs her mother tightly, who pats her on the head and asks if anyone has offended her. Xiaolan says that she is fine, but one of their sisters died. The light atmosphere of joy from the fact that they successfully completed the task disappears in an instant. Chen stutters and asks who died. The guys are going to the cemetery, just like the whole safe zone. This territory is guarded. Zai sits down at one of the monuments erected in honor of the fallen during this game. A guy with glasses reads statistics on a piece of paper, according to which as many as 13 students died during the last battle in the last game task. The teacher is covering her eyes, trying to hold back tears, but she is not good at it. The bespectacled man lists that among the dead were Zhang Song, Tang Xian, Diane Kai and others. All that remains of them are hieroglyphs on tombstones and memory. Xiaoan puts his hand on the shoulder of the crying daughter, who was at the death of one of the students. She took the death of someone else especially hard, despite the fact that Wei died many times. He was resurrected, and these people will not return. Wei claps his hands, trying to remain strict, and says that everyone here should understand that they are not in a child's game at all. If the players are not careful, it will lead to the fact that even the body of them will not remain, only a cold tombstone. If Chen hadn't started training them, the list of deaths could have increased significantly. One of the students falls to his knees and shouts that those who killed his classmates will definitely pay for it. he will definitely find them and take revenge. But Wei did not support his idea and said that it was necessary to kill people only if it was necessary for their own survival. In other cases, this is just unnecessary waste. Chen looks thoughtfully at the sky, reflecting that all those who survived the game task have stained their hands up to the elbows in blood. They are not the only ones. In the current conditions, we have to survive as best we can. In addition, the friends and relatives of those they killed are also suffering and grieving. Then why should they be bad if they did it in order to survive? This is a good excuse for yourself, and in order to stop being tormented by the pangs of conscience. Wei asks to stop mourning, because instead of crying over someone who can't be returned, it's better to let them save their strength for the future. The guy's face hardens. He orders to try in the future not to become an object for the tears of those who are standing here now. There's no more time for jokes. Hyun sits down in front of the stove, who put her hand on the tombstone and said that she sincerely hopes that Diane Kai will have a good rest in the afterlife. Contrary to her character, she really regrets that a classmate died like that. Wei raises his voice and says that he did not even expect this from an ex-girlfriend, so that she would mourn the dead, but where has this been seen? Kin turns to him and angrily mimics him, stating that in his eyes she always looked like a cold-blooded and ruthless woman, although in fact she never was. Wei, as if by the way, admits that Hyun is right in something, but he thought about her not only what she listed. His ideas about the girl were based on 5 pillars: a big chest, a heart like a viper, such a character, and, of course, commercialism. Kin points her finger at him and shouts that she can't be at all what he said. All this was too loudly stated, in her opinion. Besides, from what Chen said, only one point is correct, it's that she has great breasts. Wei takes her hand, which Hyun poked at him, and reminds her that Kin is such a bad woman. Nevertheless, Chen decides that perhaps it is better for the girl to survive in this game after all, and therefore gives the thing that he did not know who to hand over, a red glowing eye. Wei explains that in past battles, Hyun was used as bait in order to lure and then defeat opponents. An important, but not the most irreplaceable role, so Chen gives her something to help. It turns out to be the Eye of Charm, taken from a blonde from someone else's team. The effect is that after using the eye, you can get the charm skill. That is, the ability to control men with the eyes. The higher the user's charm level, the better the success rate in the effect itself. Hyun looks at the gift carefully and asks why Chen gave it to her. He has many women friends who could give such a useful thing. Wei wisely says that for the reason that an ex-girlfriend seduces men very well, he knows by himself, and with this thing, the vice of Kin will even be very useful. He sticks his tongue out at her and says that even such a worthless lady can become useful, surprisingly even. Hyun clenches his hands in rage, wanting to punch him, but not having the same strength as the same Zin, so that the former at least understands something. Then Kin resorts to Wei's gift and announces that it's time to try out the charm eye. Chen opens her eyes in shock. She was seriously using charm. The pupil of the guy turns red from the impact of someone else's ability and says that he listens to the order of his mistress. Hyun can't believe that this thing really works, a really useful thing. Now she can control even the all-powerful Wei. She points to her toes and orders the guy to lick them. Chen kneels down in front of her. He carelessly grabs Hyun's ankle and says that he will do it even without an order, and then knocks her down on the grass. Kin cries out in bewilderment. When Chen gets up, pulling her arm up at a 90-degree angle, Hyun confusedly asks why the charm doesn't work on him. But she had hoped so much that not only the girl would now be humiliated. Wei quite explains that he completely forgot to mention that the success of using this skill will reduce the chances if the person on whom Hyun used her ability has a general level higher than her own. The guy himself has the 11th level, while Kin has only the 9th. She screams that you need to warn about such things at the very beginning. It's good that he did it before she rushed into battle with it. Chen leaves her with the words that if Kin wants someone to lick her fingers, then let her do it herself, and then waves goodbye. The girl gets angry and asks him to go to hell. Everything is better than showing up in her eyes. A week later, 4 people gather in a building called Darkness Before Dawn. The main task of the collection is to complete the task received by the Light of Destiny organization. A girl with a cheeky haircut examines the newcomers and says that they seem to be the group that took up the quest. She calls herself the leader of the organization. Since the group has taken up the task, the girl asks them to tell them at least some information about themselves. The first is Andre, nicknamed Fluffy Bear. His ability is strengthening the spirit. He reports that after drinking alcoholic beverages, his abilities improve, and the better, the stronger the man becomes. To extract the maximum benefit from Andre, he just needs to be given a test alcohol. The second guy is much more modest than his colleague. He calls himself Liubo, and his ability is mechanical transformation, with which he can use various simplest materials to make equipment. He admits that he is not very good at fighting. Next comes Xin. She shows her rifle and says that although she is a sniper, she is good at both melee and long-range combat. The last one is Wei, who stands out from the general picture of the serious atmosphere around, standing in his pajamas and brushing his teeth. His mouth is all smeared with toothpaste. With a lean face, he reports that he is very good at dying, so everyone can just call him Kamikaze. When Chen takes water from a cup into his mouth to rinse it out and spit out toothpaste, Qin almost explodes with rage that he makes them look so bad, and shouts why he is always so stupid. Chen gives a simple explanation. How a person spends his morning depends on how he spends the rest of the day, so you need to properly enjoy every minute of your morning. Chen opens the bottle and says with displeasure that every morning the partner is so irritable. What will happen to her then when the girl starts her period? Xin mutters discontentedly that she actually knows how to control herself. As he sips from his bottle, the leader of the Light of Destiny suddenly approaches Wei. She grabs him by the robe with strawberries and gives the order to take herself seriously. The girl addresses him as a soldier, which can indicate that she used to serve in the army. The tough leader shakes him by the shoulders and declares that the future of all mankind depends on the actions of their team. Why is Chen so irresponsible about this? At some point, she started shaking him so hard that all the contents of her mouth are on the girl's face. The leader immediately releases Wei and examines the body, which is draining liquid. She indignantly asks how he dared to spit on her. It is immediately obvious that he is a so-so soldier. However, Andre and Liu Bo give Wei a thumbs up and ask him to continue in the same spirit. Chen wipes his mouth and says not to blame him for this, because the girl herself is to blame. There was nothing to shake him. The guy claims that if she didn't do that, then he wouldn't spit. The leader takes a rag and fleeces, and then informs that a sloppy guy like Chen should join her squad. As soon as she turns around, he sees a fully assembled Wei in a suit comfortable for combat, and looking too pleased. He wonders what Miss was talking about this. The leader blushes slightly and says that now that they are all assembled and in clothes acceptable for the task, they can begin to explain the details of this quest. She points at the map and shows that they are outside the city. Because of the X-virus leak, the city has become dead and now, as they themselves could see, it is full of zombies. The task of the team is to get to the laboratory, which is located in the city center. There they must find an immune with the code name right. His DNA is very important for the destruction of the X-virus. Liu Bo believes that doing such a thing is something out of the category of unreal, because even saving a person from the city center, which is teeming with zombies, is no longer possible. The leader replies that they have taken this into account. She says that the team does not need to take right out of the city at all. They just need to take only samples of her blood and bring it to the light of fate. The girl clarifies that if they can return the whole body or more samples, the organization will increase the reward. The leader announces that this is all and now the team can ask questions. Naturally, it is at Wei that they appear. He raises his hand as at school and informs that he has questions. The girl allows me to ask. Chen tries to pretend to be a nice guy when he first apologizes, and only then wonders if he can ask the leader to go out for a drink with him, provided they successfully complete the task. She blushes, not expecting such an open interest in herself, and can't even answer clearly. Qin pulls a pistol from his holster and pokes it into Wei's cheek so that he knows that if Chen speaks, she will shoot. Xin apologizes for the behavior of his partner and says that the moral qualities of this guy are simply disgusting, and it is no longer possible to re-educate him. She turns the topic to the task they have to complete, and informs them that they can start it at any time convenient for the leader. Chen mumbles that the girlfriend actually could not worry about the fact that he has some plans for the leader, he just wanted to liven up the atmosphere. The leader does not take this situation into his head and looks into the sky, informing that the quest officially begins, and the codename of the operation is the Dawn Project. In the overcast sky, a plane appears with a rope ladder so that passengers can climb into it. Wei strokes his fingers to the helicopter pilot, who mentally wishes them luck. He has heard that the X-virus is transmitted through the air. He doesn't know if this is true or not, but he sincerely sympathizes with the team. The pilot looks at the co-pilot, who has blood flowing out of all the holes on his head, and the veins on his face are very swollen. This does not bode well. Chen inspects the area and notices that it looks like the local neighborhood is no different from his native land, so he does not know if the zombies in this city will be worse than on their side. Predictions in this case are ignoble. Andre says that fighting zombies has become a popular sport in his hometown. To prove it, he grabs someone's body, showing that Andre is as strong as a bear. Liu Bo is shaking from this view. Is a colleague joking or is he seriously talking? Zombies are terrible and deadly. How is it not scary to touch them? Or is it not disgusting? A ferocious monster rushes at the team, which makes Liu Bo even more scared. He hides behind Wei and offers them to escape from here. There are too many zombies here. Andre stretches his hands and says that there are only a few zombies here, which do not pose much danger to him, so there is no need to avoid at all. Today the man is going to kick the monsters properly. Chen stands next to him, and the elder asks him if he is afraid of zombies. Wei replies that he is not at all, and asks Andre himself if he is cowardly in front of zombies. The elder growls that he is not shy in front of them either. Wei cuts the zombie butcher knife of the nearest enemy in half. Andre, somewhere to the side, just breaks the monster's spine on his knee, and he can be said to have died for the second time. They end in a few minutes, forcing Liu Bo, instead of relaxing from the fact that he was no longer surrounded by zombies, only to strain harder. These two are much stronger for him than the monsters around. Wei announces that they are done here. Qin, looking at them, frowns and pulls out a gun. They are both very good, so she needs to try even better and more. Even though they are on the same team, she does not want to lose to Wei. Chen notices that Andre's fighting technique is still as ruthless as before. Blue opens her mouth in shock and makes her eyes round. The man in response also praises Wei. This guy skillfully cuts zombies, as before. They fasten their hands in a grip, and Andre assures that one blow will be enough for him. Chen replies that he would argue with this statement, but since they are on a mission now, they will have to check it some other time. Qin almost runs into them with his fists for such words. Xin decides to act differently and presses their faces together with a sharp movement, making the situation slightly awkward. She demands to stop wasting their time. Andre and Wei immediately turn away, instantly losing the fuse to show off their strength to each other. Xin suggests continuing the quest. Andre says that's how they should go to the lab now, but they don't even know the way, and what their goal looks like. This greatly complicates the task in fact. Wei laughs and informs them that they can use the ancient method of recognizing his family to find out the way. Xin asks you to stop clowning around and already tell me what kind of method this is. Suddenly, Chen squats down in front of the girl and takes off her shoe. She, suspecting that he, as usual, planned obscenities, asks what the guy is going to do. They are in public, and the other two are watching. Wei spins the shoe by the lace and throws it to the side. Qin shouts that she didn't understand anything, being violently outraged that her partner used her shoes in this way. Chen announces that they will go in the direction indicated by the shoe. The system congratulates the host and awards death points. He speaks with such a solemn face as if he has discovered a new continent. Andre's eyes light up with delight. He is well aware of this technique. A mysterious force from the east. The man did not think that he would ever see it with his own eyes. Liu Bo timidly says that they have no such power in the east at all. Qin hits him right with the foot from which Chen took off his shoe, and is indignant about what kind of technique his distant ancestors had. Wei just threw her shoes. The guy replies that he just wanted to make a joke. Why react so violently? Liu, still with doubt in his head, says that if his colleagues give him enough material, he will be able to create machines using the ability that will show the team the way. The bespectacled man notices a large market where you can find what you need, and suggests that the others collect some materials and reserve just in case. But it is also worth noting that there are too many zombies near the market somehow. This fact undoubtedly bothers him. Liu hides behind Qin as the person who inspires him with confidence more than others, and points his finger in the direction of the market. The materials are not worth going into a crowd of zombies, so most likely you will have to use the Wei method. But Chen asks Xin to stay with their fearful boy to protect him, and he and Andre will go to get the materials that Liu will need. Andre growls, what a horror, how he hopes that there is vodka inside the market. He's terrible, how he wants to drink. Liu, however, is in a panic. He is being left in the care of a weak woman. What will happen if the zombies do come? Qin, hearing his words, becomes angry, comparable only to when Wei opened his mouth. She calls the bespectacled man, and then points a gun at him. He immediately pulls his hands up and asks what Qin is doing, while sweating profusely from fear. He is more afraid of a man with pistols at the moment than two guys with a knife and muscles. A shot rings out. The bullet smeared on Liu's cheek, leaving a small wound. But it was not aimed at him at all, but at a zombie that had quietly crept up to them from behind. The guy's soul almost leaves his body when he sees that the zombie is falling and, fortunately, does not get up anymore. Liu covers his mouth with his hand, feeling that a little more and he will vomit. Qin approaches his face at too fast a distance and asks that he seems to dare to say that she is weak. Liu immediately begins to deny everything. Now that a colleague on the quest is holding a firearm in her hands, she has become much scarier. At the market, a zombie guy is looking at magazines with beautiful models when a butcher's knife suddenly pierces his head. Chen takes the magazine from his weakened hands and declares that even if he has already been infected with the zombie virus, students are still not allowed to read such things. The monster falls to the floor with a face on which it is written that he saw a terrible thing before he died. Wei throws a knife over his shoulder and promises to tell his class teacher about this incident. Andre examines the store shelves, noticing that there are many bottles of wine, but not a single bottle of vodka. The man offers Wei to take a few bottles and is interested in what he is more interested in, vodka or whiskey. Chen unfolds the list, simultaneously reporting that he prefers ordinary water, and then complains that that smart kid has quite a large amount of materials. He will have to spend a decent amount of time searching for them. He looks at the bottom shelf, looking for a lubricant on that, when suddenly he steps on a toy cockerel designed for playing with dogs. She lets out a loud scream, cutting her eyes. This sound attracts all the zombies in the market. Wei swears at the screaming chicken. Why was he lying here? The noise will now attract all the zombies that are in the neighborhood, and then their journey for materials will be delayed for a long time. And time is already running out. Andre puts his hand on his shoulder and asks him to stay calm. In his palms are 2 bottles of something alcoholic. Andre shouts that this job is for him. He pours both bottles into himself at the same time, setting himself up for the upcoming battle. The glass falls out of the man's hands and breaks into several parts. Andre activates the ability, starting to strengthen his spirit. Meanwhile, Wei is gathering materials, from time to time glancing at a colleague. He is going to fight drunk, so the guy begins to doubt that a man can be relied on. Chen shouts to Tom to be careful when he sees that 2 monsters jump on Andre at once with the desire to tear apart such a big guy. Despite the fact that he said that the number of zombies here is almost no different from Wei's native lands, they looked completely different, more dangerous and ferocious. Andre easily dodges the zombie's thin arm, which is just a thin twig compared to his own. He grabs that hand and knocks it to the ground without even putting much effort into it. Wei attentively watches the battle, preparing to join the battle if anything happens, but it seems that the man himself is doing fine. Even though it seems like Andre is about to fall off his feet due to alcohol intoxication, he's still interested in his fighting technique. Suddenly, the system reports that an insight has been detected in the host's heart. Chen looks with surprise at the game's offer to redeem a new martial art for 500 death points. Wei says that this is a good technique, so he asks the system to buy it for him. He gets the 8 drunken swords technique. This is one of the types of drunkenness, the bearer of which learns 8 types of sword strikes, and in a drunken state, the strength of the bearer increases. A female zombie jumps from the back at Wei, which he wasn't really ready for, but still managed to orient himself. He stabs the monster in the chest with his sword. Andre squeezes 2 monsters in his hands at once and screams about how cool he is, and these, compared to him, are absolute nothing. Over the heads of zombies, halos almost light up from how high their soul rises after death at the hands of Andre. However, as soon as the ability passes, the man immediately, like a bear, goes into hibernation. Wei orders him not to dare to fall asleep until they finish the job. Andre, apparently, had already had his 10th dream, and was not going to wake up. Chen slaps him on the cheeks, demanding to get up, but he blows his lips and, thinking that Wei is his mom, asks her to give him 5 more minutes. Now Wei is starting to think that his fighting technique, tied to the use of alcohol, is not so cool. They don't come back until nightfall. Qin built a fire, sitting next to it and warming herself. She thinks that the guys have been looking for materials for too long, they will starve here. Liu suddenly points his finger at the big market and announces that Andre and Wei have finally returned. Chen can barely stand on his feet, but not at all because he kept the man company and drank wine with him, but because Andre is lying on Wei's back. 3 bags of materials in both hands. At least 1 backpack is hanging on his body, although most likely there is another one on his back. The guy's hands are shaking mercilessly, because he has no choice but to ask his colleagues for help. When Liu picks up the packages and examines the contents with happy eyes, Wei falls face down from fatigue, hardly finding the strength to ask if Bo has enough of these materials. He nods and replies that it is enough, even more than. He adjusts his glasses and asks to give him a couple of hours to do something that can help in finding right. Wei and Andre have done their part, now it's his turn to show the possibilities. Chen, with the look of an old man who is going to die any day, asks Liu not to worry about the zombies around. Now there are none here, because they have killed everyone. The team is safe at least for that period until new ones arrive. Before this happens, Chen offers to eat, because otherwise the guy will give up the ghost. They put a saucepan on the fire with something deliciously boiling inside. Xin sits down next to him and almost drools the ground around him. Wei is snide that her drool is about to flow like a river. Andre still wakes up from alcohol intoxication only to drink a little more. Wei laughs at Liu, who has drunk only one jar and is already drunk. He laughs loudly at the bespectacled man, calling him a weakling. Qin, like an experienced person, sips from a jar and replies that he has too little practice in this matter. The officer looks at the amused partner and wonders why he pretends to have become the strongest in the world. Chen replies that she is joking with him. It's clear from a kilometer away that he is super strong. He tells her that he has managed to learn a new ability today and invites the girl to demonstrate her skills in action. Qin wonders what his new ability is. Wei takes her by the hand and drags her to the side, asking her to follow him. Xin looks surprised, not even having time to ask where they are going. He pulls her away from Andre and Liu, offering to start right here. Wei is trembling with anticipation. The guy can't wait for his partner to look at him in action. Chen gently puts his hand on her shoulder, and Xin blushes. She didn't expect that he was going to do it right here. Wei nods, confirming her words. She points to the tent behind them, offering to do it at least in a tent. But Chen complacently spreads his hands and replies that the tent is too small, so he will not be able to show everything in it that he is now capable of with his new abilities. But Qin is in no hurry to show any joy and interest and awkwardly pokes his index fingers, continuing to insist that they go to the tent. Wei asks what she is talking about, and then creates a sword and reminds her that he called his partner here in order to show Xin his new skill. He doesn't even decide to guess what she's up to there. Qin is at first lost from surprise, and then suddenly begins to get angry that he just came to show a new ability. Chen begins to warm up to be in full bloom. He replies that he is going to try to cut a neutron bomb with his new knife techniques. While the guy is standing with his back to Qin, the sniper pulls out a pistol from his holster. Chen turns to her, about to ask her to get a weapon, when he sees that the girl has already done it. Xin, with the look of a murderer, points the muzzle at him and says that he will be happy to see if he can cut a neutron bomb, although it is clear that a little more, and Wei will have to dodge her bullets. Chen gets into a pose and beckons his partner with his finger, asking her to attack. Not a neutron bomb, of course, but Qin is not the easiest opponent. It will certainly be much more interesting with her than with a bomb. Then Xin, getting into a rage, points a rifle at him. She orders Wei to get ready, calling him a pathetic insect. The jokes are over now. Until the officer kills him, she won't stop. Wei seems to understand this too, because as soon as a hail of bullets hits him, he runs away from Qin with tears in his eyes, who also orders him not to do this. This guy was going to show off his new skills here, and now what? However, Xin does not give up hope that she will still be able to shoot her friend. Sooner or later he will get tired anyway, so it does not matter. The next day, Andre gets out of the tent, talking about how well he slept. The first person he sees is Chen, who can barely move his limbs from fatigue. He barely waves his hand to him and with incredible effort says he wishes Andre a good morning. The man is very surprised why the colleague looks so tired. Did he go to a group workout last night while they were all asleep? That's the power of the spirit. But Chen gives Qin away and points at her, complaining that last night she tried hard to shoot Wei like a deer hunter. Xin looks at him in surprise, as if she didn't expect him to complain about her to the others at all. Then she shows Wei her tongue, incredibly pleased that she managed to bring the guy to such a state. Andre mumbles that Xin tried to shoot Wei, so they have a really strange relationship. Chen wonders why he thinks about it at all. Liu enters the conversation, who boasts that his navigation robot is finally ready. The robot's eyes open and, in principle, it looks like a small living man. Chen takes the device from the guy and starts twirling it this way and that. He notices that the shape of the robot seems too trivial and wonders what Liu assembled it from. Liu, extremely pleased with his invention, says that this is a very serious navigation robot, which the guy decided to call Just Go. Qin leans over the robot and says with a smile that the robot is not trivial at all. It is immediately clear that she liked the little device very much. The girl even stroked the robot on the head. She takes it out of Wei's hands and lets him praise the device. Liu tries to stop her. He decided too late to inform her that his invention should not be approached by women. While the girl is asking why not, the robot is already beginning to scan her skin, and then announces that the search for a way begins. As soon as he says this, the robot climbs between Kin's breasts and hides under her clothes. Xin barely manages to pull out the device before he manages to get deeper. She's surrounded by fucking perverts. She breaks the robot in half, wanting him to die and not even thinking about the fact that this device is the only way to complete the mission. At this moment, the rest of the team members doubled over in pain, and Kin asks in bewilderment what is wrong with the three of them. Andre barely squeezes out that it's nothing terrible, just a sudden pain rolled over. The girl angrily throws the robot away. The desire to compliment him has completely disappeared from Kin. Liu says that he does not know the reason, but for some reason all the robots made serve them for a very short time. Wei thoughtfully picks his nose with his finger and reflects on the fact that the devices repeat after their owners, so most likely it's all his inventor's fault. Liu denies everything. He is not a pervert at all. He orders his creation to show how good he really is, and not at all in traveling through a woman's body. The robot immediately jumps up, ready for all weapons. Wei Kin considers just go. The first one asks if it is really useful, and the girl replies that she does not think so at all. Only Andre's in childish delight from their little friend. The power of science is really great. This is not waving your fists. The robot turns in different directions, determining the direction in which they need to go. Finally, one of the fin handles points to the right one, and the device announces that they are going this way. Andre immediately stops rejoicing. Xin and Chen seem to agree on something together for the first time. They burst into burning tears, simultaneously hitting their forehead with their palm from what just happened. The officer flies up to Liu and asks with a shout what is the point of assigning a direction. They spent so much time assembling materials, and then making a robot to eventually get this. The guy is scared of her and asks her to listen to him. He promises to explain everything and hopes to do it before Xin tears out his Adam's apple. The inventor says that he installed a magnetic field measurement system on the head of this robot, which can accurately determine the direction of movement. Wei points a finger at him with displeasure and asks that he spent so much time and materials to make a useless compass. Chen turns back to his partner and starts whispering to her. He says that their common strengths are too different that it was possible to interact. Kin continues to doubt that this robot can be trusted. Wei agrees with her. Liu's combat effectiveness is very weak, but suddenly he may have special talents in other areas. The inventor on the sidelines shouts that even though he is weak, he still asks to believe his little robot. He has no doubt at all that he will lead them to their destination. They still follow the robot, and when they reach the cafe with the maids, Kin stops and looks almost indignantly at the destination. They walked for almost 2 hours. The robot flies up to the maid's doll and informs that they have arrived where they needed to. The device crashes into the breast of an artificial doll, frankly enjoying it. Kin's hand takes the robot by the head, and the eyes spray out of his eyes. It was not only painful, but also insulting for such treatment from a beautiful girl. He simply didn't deserve it. Xin twists the device with the look of a beast and asks again if there is a need for this robot, because she is going to destroy it right now. Liu asks to let go of just go. Wei also asks to wait with the execution and points to where the robot led them. He says that they really came to the laboratory. It's just that it's actually next to the coffee made. The robot gets stuck in some kind of thing and therefore Liu hurries to get it out. The guy can't leave without it and angrily asks to let go of the device, whatever he would not grab. Finally, the little friend lets go and from the force with which Liu pulled the robot, the guy flies back and falls to the floor. The maids come to life for some reason, and as soon as Liu sees this, he immediately rushes to his team. He already has tears in his eyes from fear, and snot flows like hail. The robot clings to his hair, barely holding on with its thin hands. Wei stops him by putting his hand on Tom's forehead and asks him to stop panicking. He turns to the others and anxiously informs them that there are too many zombies in the vicinity, and screams can call them all there. The guy asks them to run to the lab. King Xin and Andre agree without question. The team reaches the doors of the laboratory, but they are not closed. Wei Chen hits her with his fist, accompanied by curses. This blow responds with a dull pain in the arm. Wei Chen continues to bang on the door, puzzled by the fact that he has the skills of the system, which means he has to open this door. In the wall, Liu Bo discovers an autonomous security system at the building and asks Wei Chen not to knock. If he wants to log in, he must go through the terminal program. King Xin asks if Liu Bo can open this door. The guy's fingers are already stubbornly tapping on the keys. He says that of course he will be able to open the door, they just need to give him this opportunity to do business, detaining those zombies that followed them. His teammates cry out that he is mocking. Does he really want them to apprehend those zombies? In front of them are furious zombie maids of Class D. They are creatures with girlish hearts who want to make you their master. Standing in a stance, King Zin directs the weapon at the oncoming monster, asking to provide it to them. At the same time, Andre opens bottles of alcohol, with a smile on his face, saying that although he does not beat female zombies, no more women. Wei Chen stops them with outstretched hands. They can't fight. If they start fighting, more zombies will come. It's better not to touch them at all. King Zin asks what they should do then. The guy, rummaging in the system window, says that he has already come up with a way to defeat them without engaging in battle. They just had to give everything to him. King Zin exhales in a relaxed manner, being satisfied. Andre exclaims that Wei Chen looks just fine. The guy's disguise was completed. With saliva accumulated in the corners of his mouth, he turns to his beautiful maids, asking them to hurry up and satisfy their master. Wei Chen stretches out his arms in different directions. Zombies rush to the guy at the break, eager to serve him. The system congratulates the host on a successful death and receiving 5 dozen death points. Well, the maids have already surrounded Wei Chen, who cries out that they should not worry, because there is enough for everyone. The maids hand him a plate, worms, asking to try their cooking, and a glass with an unknown liquid, asking also to try a special drink. A palpable disgust slips over the guy's face. Wei Chen understands that if he doesn't eat it, the zombie maids will definitely get angry. The guy understands that this is just terrible. Cursing, he still brings the spoon to his mouth. The system once again congratulates the host on a successful death, and awards 5 dozen death points. At the same time, Wei Chen shudders in disgust. Andre clenches his fist, shouting in support that he can. King Zin holds her mouth with her hands, restraining the gagging from what she saw. The girl tells Liu Bo that he should hurry up. If he delays, then Wei Chen is finished. Liu Bo intensely reports that he is almost done. A notification about the door opening is displayed on the system unit. Liu Bo shouts that everything is ready. He opened the door. Lying in a semi-conscious state, Wei Chen says with foam flowing out of his mouth that it was worse than his cooking. The maid reaches out to him with a kiss. At the very mouth of the guy stops, telling him that this kiss will be the most humiliating of all. Her mouth forms a terrible monster with 10 rows of teeth and 5 tongues open in the manner of a flower. Pleas for help are heard from Wei Chen. A shot flies into the center of the zombie's face. The maid breaks into holographic fragments under Wei Chen's shocked gaze. King Zin stands with his arm outstretched, holding a weapon in it. He says she is sorry to interrupt him from serving the maids. The guy says that if she hadn't come, these maids would have eaten him long ago. The zombies will be angry at King Zin, eager to kill her and take away their master. A weapon materializes into Wei Chen's hands. The guy evaluates the maid service in a well-deserved 5 stars. He swears and cuts the girls in half. Of course, it attracts the attention of the rest of the dead. Liu Bo and Andre begin to call him to the laboratory, the doors of which were supposed to close in 30 seconds. Wei Chen grabs someone by the arm and drags them along. It seems to him that the hand feels very strange. The system congratulates him on receiving 6 dozen death points because he grabbed a zombie maid by the hand, who begs to take her with him. King Zin is angry because she came to save him, and he confused her with a dead man. The girl raises her gun at her teammate and promises to kill him. All the dead people in the neighborhood are grimacing with fear. Wei Chen feels as if she was much more dangerous than all of them, while he tries to dodge the shots. The guy rushes to the entrance to the laboratory, while King Zin chases after him, without ceasing to pour threats. The girl jumps into the air and hits Wei Chen on the back of the head with her boot. The guy falls to the floor and gets 5 dozen death points. The dead rush to the laboratory. However, the door slams in their faces. Wei Chen does not get up, complaining about the pain he received. Liu Bo sighs, saying that it must be terribly painful. Andre evaluates King Zin's punch by giving a thumbs up. The girl says that this idiot deserved it. Wei Chen reports that this is a difficult, but not at all intentional situation. They had to find what they came for, so they moved out. Although this laboratory is an abandoned mechanism, it is still very effective. It is better to be careful not to run into a trap. Wei Chen asks not to worry in vain, because he is very careful. Continuing his smug speeches, the guy steps right on the stove, which activates protective mechanism. He grimaces, complaining that this trap is reacting too quickly. The system congratulates the host on receiving 6 dozen death points. The building informs that violators of the territory have been detected, launching an order to clear the territory now. Red light floods the room. Robots continue to talk about clearing the territory, advancing on the heroes. They launch rockets that are stored on their forearms. Wei Chen rushes straight at them, holding his sword in his hands. With one blow, he turns the robot's limb into scrap metal. Another robot swings at Andre, who is not going to dodge. The big man with a long cry pounces on the car, demolishing its metal face with his fist. He laughs about whether he should better engage in hand-to-hand combat. King Xin asks Wei Chen to protect Liu Bo while they prepare for an attack, to which Wei Chen sincerely resents, not considering himself a nurse. The girl shoots the robot in the head, shouting at him not to approach. Liu Bo asks not to underestimate him, because he recently knocked out a couple of new features in JUSTGO. He takes out his robot. It lengthens, switching to vibration mode. Liu Bo hits the enemy with a robot. He falls on 7 while the guy explains his actions. He calls himself a genius for using powerful vibrations used to directly destroy the internal circuit system. Wei Chen and King Xin grimace at the work Liu Bo has done. He shouts that he is not a pervert at all. At the end, Wei Chen mercilessly cuts the last robot. Andre says that it's not really fun to get excited with robots. He still prefers the feeling of the broken bridge of the opponent's nose from the fist. Liu Bo waved his robot again. Wei Chen wasn't sure if the robot he killed was really dead. King Xin pointed at the scanner, suggesting that they most likely need to head there to enter the building. Liu Bo drew the others' attention to the robot's system, and maybe that's how they can gain access. Wei Chen leaned over to one of them, saying that he seemed to have found something. Liu Bo warns him not to try to do it with his bare hands, because otherwise anything can happen. Wei Chen is not listening to him. Both guys are electrocuted, they writhe in pain. Liu Bo asks him to put on rubber gloves and start a log to study the object. Finally, they found what they needed. The number of one of the genera was successfully confirmed with a pass. The hatch was opened. A voice from the speakers asks you to enter faster. Surprisingly, there was nothing in the room. There was nothing in the room except a 4-stage console. Wei Chen suggested that there might be traps here. A guy like him was impossible to fool. King Xin also drew his attention to the robot they had received an electric shock about in the last room. Wei Chen says it was just an accident, combing his disheveled hair and throwing another calculation to Liu Bo. Liu Bo asks his robot to go to the console, because it is smaller and it will be easier for him to get through. However, the robot is not satisfied with this. He gets angry and says that he is not small at all. Liu Bo calms him down and strokes him. Finally, he directs it and the robot breaks off on its way. The building's security system notifies about detected violators. Wei Chen doesn't strain at all, because it was a laser again. But King Xin seems somewhat preoccupied with all this. Liu Bo complacently asks them not to worry, as JUSTGO has a built-in evasion system. Before he can finish, the robot is cut into several parts. Liu Bo's eyes are filled with tears. He grabs the remains of the robot, not stopping crying. Andre and Wei Chen grimace at the sight of this. The latter finally notes that there is no time for jokes. There are more and more lasers. He worries that they won't be able to withstand their pressure. King Xin says that Wei Chen doesn't look very reliable, while Liu Bo fearfully points behind her back, muttering something about the head in a frightened tone. The girl turns around in bewilderment. In front of her is Wei Chen without a head. Liu Bo takes on Andre, who is in a stupor, shouting that everything is covered in blood. Wei Chen's body falls to the floor, out of control. King Xin grabs him, asking what happened to his head. Suddenly, she reappears on her shoulders, terrifying the girl who had previously held the body. Wei Chen raises his hands in a conciliatory gesture and asks to calm down. It's just a joke. The girl charges the machine gun in her hands. She tells Wei Chen that he is joking, but does not know at all what this may lead to in the future. The system congratulated the guy on receiving 7 dozen death points. King Xin shouted that she would definitely help if she wanted to die so much, aiming at Wei Chen. The guy begs for mercy, covering his head with his hands. Andre shouts at Wei Chen to be careful, as something was happening behind his back. Wei Chen freezes in disbelief. It is surrounded by a grid of lasers. He had no room for error. Wei Chen stuck out his little finger and index finger. The guy instantly grew muscles, shouting that these lasers would not stop him. Wei Chen radiated an aura of power. The lasers touched him, but they don't do any harm at all. Andre's eyes shone in admiration of a real man. Liu Bo notes with some pleasure that he is really good, adjusting his glasses. The guys start cheering Wei Chen on. The guy headed towards the console. He finally reaches for the object he needs. The system gave an alert about receiving 6 dozen death points. Finally, Wei Chen screams, even though he was holding on coolly, but he was still in pain. Surrounded by lasers, he can't stop spinning in pain. Andre curses as the laser now stubbornly goes in their direction, pressing people against the wall itself and not giving any escape routes. Liu Bo screams at Wei Chen to use the console to disable the laser. Wei Chen doesn't answer him, but he looks very tense. He turns to Liu Bo with all seriousness, starting a speech that even if he says so, the guy doesn't finish. Wei Chen's face contorts in a grimace of horror. He says he can't handle this console. Liu Bo's glasses literally explode in horror. King Xin, already pinned to the wall, asks Wei Chen to use his invincible spirit of death to come up with something. The guy concentrates and swings his weapon. The console is cut into several parts. The system congratulates the host on receiving 8 dozen death points. Wei Chen decided that he would do it his own way and continued to destroy the console. The camp barely manages to touch King Xin's bangs and disappears. The girl looks up in surprise at what is happening in front of her. Wei Chen radiates an aura of strength and confidence with his whole appearance. Steam emanates from his skin. The system congratulates the owner that he did a great job. The guy turns to King Xin without permission, asking to praise himself. The girl swings at him, but Wei Chen anticipates this, as well as the fact that she will start complaining about her barely surviving bangs. The console makes itself felt again with a bang. Wei Chen tells King Xin that she should thank him for saving her. The girl stiffly says thank you. She says that the bangs will grow back, but does not have time to finish, as another laser shot sweeps over their heads. Wei Chen puts his palm on her head, saying that cheating on her hairstyle is not bad. The girl agrees with his opinion, fingering a strand. Their mission was accomplished. They did it. Suddenly, a whistle cut through the air. The hand fell to the ground. King Xin shoots the device that did this. The door leading further opens. King Xin turns his gaze back to Wei Chen's dropping hand. The guy groans picturesquely about his powers. The girl asks him to stop whining anyway. It wasn't the first time he had broken his arm. Wei Chen is not comforted by this. He continues to pour out tears, not understanding how he will have to fight on. We will have to wait a long time for Flick to fully recover. Liu Bo throws out his tools from under his t-shirt. He knew that this could happen, so he gathered everything they might need. He began to fumble over something, asking to wait and promising to finish soon. The guy keeps measuring something and cutting it off. The others can't figure out what terrible things he is creating this time. Finally, Liu Bo proudly raises his creation, presenting it to others. This is a specially made robotic arm. He decides to call her humans. Burying assistant Wei Chen asks if Liu Bo could call her normally. Liu Bo ignores this question. He informs Wei Chen that now it will be necessary to connect her in nerves, but he does not attach due importance to this. Wei Chen goes to King Xin. She is perplexed because she does not have any medications. Pulling the girl to him, he takes her face in his hands and says that she is his medicine. King Xin again does not understand what he is talking about. Wei Chen does not let her ask a new question and pulls her to him for a passionate kiss. Liu Bo takes advantage of this distraction and gets to work. He latches all the mechanisms, fastening them to the nerves. Wei Chen moans a kiss neither from pain nor from pleasure. Finally, they break the kiss. The system congratulates him on getting 5 dozen points. There is a trail of saliva between Wei Chen and King Xin. The girl presses her hand to her face in embarrassment, realizing what has just happened. She looks away and says that using a kiss as an anesthetic is too much. Wei Chen tries to appease her by saying that only she can make him stop feeling pain. King Xin, without raising his eyes, says that this time he will not blame him for anything. Gives Song permission for further actions, with a reservation for a single time. Wei Chen snuggles against her chest. A voice from the speakers informs that the laboratory will explode in 10 minutes, asking people to evacuate. Andre had a strange premonition. King Xin couldn't figure out if they needed to come back, why there was a self-destruct function at all. Liu Bo shouted that they didn't have time to stop her. They needed to find a target faster and get out of here. Everyone ran to the exit. Wei Chen opened the doors of the laboratory, saying that the target must be somewhere here. There were years of work behind this laboratory. There were too many capsules around. They were told that the goal of right is a single organism, and therefore they could not all be immune bodies. Wei Chen checks the available information and confirms that there really is only one right. All the other bodies are experimental samples into which the zombie virus has been introduced. They are really conducting experiments on living people. One of the capsules cracks and cracks. Liquid pours out of it, and then from the others. The floor turns out to be strewn with experimental bodies and flooded with water. They ask Wei Chen what they should do now. He tells them that they should find him among this crowd.